ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́ àkànbí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ jọ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wá fi jóye ẹlòkó bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wá fi jóye aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàgbàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò mi kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àgétì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ.
I wish I go back to the old days when I used to be the kid in the 3rd grade, playing in the street with my homies all day. Cause we live so fast, now we can't relate. We come a long way, money can't wait. And no worry about a thing, happy all days. This is how we live, we cannot complain. And nobody leave, keep the old plans. Hey, when I'm better, Mingari Zuda Kari Party. Ko ɗomin mawni ɗomin darti yow goto fone ɓorni bokke e so parti an winom bedda omin garti min gari zuude kadi parti ko ɗomin mawni ɗomin darti yow goto fone ɓorni bokke e so parti ey cugagam ne weeli fof ko souvenir film hanki wona hande hanki jamma mbaale sim min ñalla fije nangue jamma lengi mbaɗa tin on saha courant ala wura men ko ƴaro finde sifti nammo ala cifti ala inde iɗi nawo wilde iwi
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku sunu baby, subramia. Suku sunu baby, subramia. Suku sunu baby, subramia. Ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, anamana. Wana mejemo, anamu. Karatuba jodiri chukuma, tukutuba jodiri ndimo. Eguma wego. Karatuba jodiri chukuma, tukutuba jodiri ndimo. Eguma wego. Obodo jisike nubo serona. Oyibo.
It's a free one, be free.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Obodo say yeah we mo. Yeah we mo. Obodo say yeah we mo. No basa ye ga ponto mo iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
How are you feeling?
Ayandaba. Sunu baby subaramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia.
Ase kwa nefo jabani si akuna nyego mkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota akuna koga book.
And there it is right there, Ayendeba. So Ayendeba. Before anything else, let me signpost you. Signpost you in the direction of what is to come tomorrow. So let me signpost you in the direction of what is to come tomorrow. So be excited, be very, very excited. So we are having Daniel Bwala join us for tomorrow. So 10 p.m. UK time. The link is already out there. The thumbnail is already on the platform. So make yourself available. So Daniel Bwala will be joining us. I even spoke to him earlier on today. So Daniel Bwala, he has promised to grace us with his presence tomorrow. So be very excited for that. I know I am. Before I come fully on the screen, let me post you a link to that particular session. So go bookmark this link. It's for 10 p.m. tomorrow. So go bookmark this link, Daniel Bwala, as I said, to join us tomorrow. So go bookmark that. Let me now take this off the screen. So now go bookmark that and bookmark this as well. So good day, good to see you, and how are you? Yes, maybe I'll be doing it in that fashion now, in that odd gesticulation of the hand, sort of. So good to see you, good to be in your company, always a delight, always a delight. So there is nothing I crave more than to be your, well, there are more things that I crave than to be in your company. Let me not lie. That's a bit, if I said that, I'm sure you wouldn't believe me anyway, but I crave being in your company nevertheless. So always a delight to be in your company. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. If you want to come join us on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So that's your open ticket to join the thing. That's your ticket to ride. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come join us on the screen. And there's a thing, is it pinned already? There's let me pin it up. There's a thing pinned on the, there's a link pinned on the comment section that invites you to buy your host cups of coffee. So if you feel inclined to do that, it's 3 easy steps. And if you want to be like the James Bond in the bow tie, Ike Ogiame, follow his example by clicking on the $sign at the bottom of the comment section and doing the necessary. And then you'll be in the in crowd, just like Ike Ogiame is. So all that. Look at Choma try to jolly you along. So thank you, Choma, for that. So all that, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and all of that. So let's just launch into it because I'm getting somewhat confused in my own opening phase. So let's get straight into it, and we launch into it with this one. Tinubu has breached federal character. 22 critical positions are occupied by his kinsmen. So this is Senator Abaribe making this sort of commentary. So it is that space, that Yorubanization space that we've spoken about endlessly on this platform. So they are now documenting it and quantifying it, and the quantity so far is at 22 critical positions. Tinubu has breached federal character. 22 critical positions are occupied by his tribesmen, Senator Iyalala Abaribe, Iyenora. Well, I'll get to his name in a moment. Let's just get this one out of the way. Senator representing Abia South Senatorial District at the National Assembly, Senator Eyinaya Abaribe, has said President Bola Tinubu has breached the federal character law with his recent appointment. Abaribe said the former president, let's take that from the top again, Senator representing Abia South Senatorial District at the National Assembly, Senator Eyinaya Abaribe, has said President Bola Tinubu has breached the federal character law with his recent appointments. Abaribe said that former President Muhammadu Buhari's kinsmen are finding it difficult to complain over Bola Tinubu's manner of appointment, which favor his native southwest zones. He stated that Buhari's kinsmen could find it difficult to complain because they enjoyed concentration of appointments in their zone during their time. And by the way, there's a lot of veracity to what Senator Abaribe is saying. On two different prongs is already right. There's an overabundance of Yoruba appointees within the Tinubu administration. I don't think, no matter how batified you are, and no matter how you try to pad out the figures and go and look at obscure appointments to say that, no, there's a fair balancing, there are certain critical portfolios within the Nigerian paradigm that determines the shape of governance. And all of those portfolios, almost to the 100%, are held by Yoruba people. The chief of army staff is a Yoruba man. The finance minister is a Yoruba man. The governor of the central bank is a Yoruba man. The czar of the customs service, guess what? He's a Yoruba man. But what about the chief of police? He is a Yoruba man too. So what is left? And that is the concentration of power within Nigeria right there. If you just add NNPC to it and then you complete the set, and I'm pretty sure that as soon as they get rid of Melekari, they will immediately install a Yoruba man. So there's an overabundance of Yorubas within the Tinubu administration. So much so that even the most fervent Tinubu supporter will find it a real struggle to argue against that. So there is some veracity to that comment by Abaribe. So that's one. And then the other thing that brooks no argument is that the Northerners, they are finding, everybody can see what Tinubu is doing, everybody can see what's playing out, but the Northerners are finding it difficult to argue against this because they did exactly the same just yesterday. So they can't argue against it. And the Southeasterners, nobody really, they don't have the strength to push against it. So it's an open goal really for Tinubu. The only real pushback could have come from the North, because that is really where the strong pushback comes from within the Nigerian paradigm. But even the Northerners, they buckle at that level of hypocrisy. So they can see it going on, but they can't complain against it. Tinubu, of course, no complaints from the Southwest, and the Southeasterners, they can whistle in the wind. So whistle in the wind. He stated that Buhari's kinsmen could find it difficult to complain because they enjoyed the concentration of appointments in their zone during their time. Abaribe stated this whilst featuring on a radio program in Umuahia, the Abia state capital. He noted the federal character law, which stipulates the balancing of appointment amongst the 6 geopolitical zones, was observed to be breached by the Buhari administration. He lamented that Tinubu had taken the same route, if you're an American, as the former administration in concentrating over 22 critical positions on his kinsmen in breach of the Federal Character Law. His words, when Buhari started this ethnic concentration of positions, I was one of the first people to shout at it. At that time, in 2016, it was very clear that Buhari was going a route that nobody had seen in this country, appointing from his ethnic divide and religion. But we said that this was setting a wrong precedent for the country. We continually preached against it. We said this would be ill wind. We said this would be an ill wind that would not blow Nigeria any good. Now, this is several years later. We have seen where this has collapsed the economy. We have gotten to a situation where the present government of President Bola Tinubu, which we thought was going to repair the damaged psyche of Nigerians, is actually doubling down on what Buhari did. The Igbos have a saying that if a bad practice stays long, it becomes custom. It became a culture for the Buhari administration to concentrate appointments in his zone, and now Tinubu has continued it. It is like Tinubu saying, if Buhari could do it, why can't I do it? He is even doing more than Buhari did. Most people who came from Buhari's place are now finding it more difficult to complain because this is what they enjoyed during their time. Today, the president of Nigeria, Bola Tinubu, has done the same thing. You can count 22 critical positions, all the positions in the financial sector, and too many are from his side. So all the positions in the financial sector are, I want to know who the FIRS boss is. I suspect it's a Yoruba man. Somebody give me that name. Certainly we know Cardoso is a Yoruba man. We know Wale Edun is a Yoruba man. We know Ade Tokunbo or Ade Egbetokun or something. The police czar, the police chief, is a Yoruba man. We know that Lagbaja, the chief of army staff, is a Yoruba man. The custom man, a Yoruba man. Everybody a Yoruba man. The Yoruba administration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So that's just where that lands. The Yoruba administration of, and it's unacceptable, by the way, just to document that, totally unacceptable. But but there it is, the Yoruba administration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But help at hand, help is coming. Federal government, for the financial sector, that is, not to rescue the country from Yorubanization. You just have to surrender to that one. Federal government, Saudi Arabia to support CBN with substantial foreign exchange deposit, invest in Nigeria's refinery. So yes, Tinubu in Saudi Arabia, as you know, at the moment, and it looks as though the outtakes from there. Saudi government says it will provide a substantial deposit of foreign exchange to boost Nigeria's forex liquidity as a show of support for the ongoing forex reforms by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN. So what are the catches? What are the clauses? What are the clauses? Is there even such a word as clauses? But so what catch is there? Of course, there's no such thing as free money. But what tail is this dog wagging? Saudi Arabia says it will provide a substantial deposit of foreign exchange to boost Nigeria's forex liquidity as a show of support for the ongoing forex reforms by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN. Mohammed Idris, the Minister of Information and National Orientation, said this in a statement on Friday, November the 10th, 2023. Idris said Mohammed bin Salman, Saudi's crown prince, made the pledge on the sidelines of the Saudi Africa Summit in Riyadh during a bilateral meeting with President Bola Tinubu to support the central bank's ongoing reforms of Nigeria's foreign exchange regime. The Saudi government will make available substantial deposit of foreign exchange to boost Nigeria's forex liquidity, Idris said. So it's quite a curiosity, actually, because a lot of the money stolen during the Buhari administration was of course taken to the Saudi space because that is their own that's their own hub, that's their own yard. Just like we steal money to take it to the Seychelles and places like that, they take their own money to the Middle East. So money stolen by the Buhari administration, logged and parked in the Saudi financial system, now to be loaned back to the Nigerian state as a loan. so there it is. Idris said Mohammed bin Salman, Saudi Crown Prince, made the pledge on the sidelines of the Saudi Africa Summit in Riyadh during a bilateral meeting with President Bola Tinubu to support the central bank's ongoing reforms of Nigeria's foreign exchange regime. The Saudi government will make available a substantial deposit of foreign exchange to boost Nigeria's forex liquidity, Idris said. Also, and by the way, there was one other article on this space. Let me see. Hold on. Oh, okay. Yes, I have it here. So let me. Right. Also, the minister said Saudi Arabia pledged to assist Nigeria in revamping its refineries. So I think those refineries are so moribund now that it's just scrap it, just sell it for scraps and forget it. Either build a totally new one or just leave that space to private enterprise. Also, the minister said Saudi Arabia pledged to assist Nigeria in revamping its refineries. Idris said Prince bin Salman commended the economic reforms being implemented by President Bola Tinubu and expressed the commitment of the Saudi government to supporting these reforms and enabling Nigeria to reap the full benefit. According to him, Saudi Arabia is very eager to see Nigeria thrive under President Bola Tinubu and realize its full potential as the economic giant of Africa. Idris said Salman hinted that the refinery investments in Nigeria will be led by Saudi state-owned oil company, Saudi Aramco, with the revamp to be completed within 2 to 3 years time frame. So there it is now. And that's the financial, of course, everybody knows Saudi Aramco is the financial arm, is the global financial arm of the Saudi state. And Saudi Aramco is one of the, if not the wealthiest entity, probably even wealthier than BlackRock or whatever. Is one of the richest entities within the financial space out there. So if they are coming into the Nigerian refinery space, what does that mean? The Crown Prince also expressed appreciation to Nigeria for its active participation and support for OPEC Plus, he said. He said Salman revealed that Saudi Arabia's investment interest in Nigeria are agriculture and renewable energy, which will lead to the attainment of food and energy security. Idris said Tinubu showed appreciation for the proposed investments, promising Nigeria would ensure judicious management and oversight. The two leaders vowed to work together over the next 6 months to develop a comprehensive roadmap and blueprint to deliver the agreed investment and outcomes, Idris said. Also, President Tinubu and Crown Prince bin Salman spoke on the need to strengthen security cooperations to mitigate terrorism. And by the way, before I round this off, Nigeria has taken a position on the Israeli-Palestinian, I wouldn't call it a fight, or it's a skirmish or a beat down, because you can't call it a fight, really, when somebody is just holding you to the ground and plummeting you with heavy blows. So Nigeria has taken a position on that, and we'll listen to that position just after this readout. Actually, we'll listen to that position just after this readout. So let me line that up. That position was taken in Saudi Arabia, by the way. And of course, so that already tells you the coloration that is likely to take. Also, President Tinubu and Crown Prince bin Salman spoke on the need to strengthen security cooperation to mitigate terrorism, illegal migration, and other crises, not just in Nigeria, but across West Africa and the Sahel region. The two leaders further discussed existing economic and social-cultural cooperation between Nigeria and Saudi Arabia and agreed to open new vistas in bilateral relations. Yes, other present at the bilateral meeting are Idris Yusuf Tugar, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Yahaya Lawal, Nigeria's ambassador to Saudi, Adekunle Adeleke, State Chief of Protocol. So there it is. So that's Tinubu then bringing gifts from the Middle East. But then of course they say beware of Greeks bearing Greek gifts. Beware of, I can't even get what's out. Beware of Greeks bearing gifts, but even more so, be more wary of Arabs making promises. So beware of Greeks bearing gifts. Well, where's that? Yes, let me take you to this. Watch this. So this is Nigeria now adopting a position on the Middle East crisis. So let me make this a full screen and
Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Upon ceasefire in Gaza.
Of the South African Summit.
And I would like to.
Under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's leadership, Nigeria is committed to attracting business and investment by ensuring policy predictability, secure property rights, and effectiveness of contracts. I conclude by expressing my deep concern regarding the situation in Palestine. We commend the Kingdom for its commitment to the defense of the legitimate rights of Palestinians. We also reaffirm our support for a peaceful resolution of the Palestine-Israeli conflict, anchored on the two-state solution in line with UN resolutions and the Arab Peace Plan. Nigeria and Africa share similar visions of durable peace in the region.
We also look forward to injecting new Saudi investments in different sectors with an amount that exceeds $25 billion of financing and securing $10 billion of exports, as well as providing $5 billion as additional development funding for Africa till 2030.
It is undesirable.
All right. So that's essentially Nigeria adopting a position on the crisis going on in the Middle East. And of course, when Nigeria is adopting that position coming out of Riyadh, then that already tells you that they are lying squarely behind the Palestinians. So what does this mean? What the Saudis are essentially signaling to the rest of the world, especially to Israel, is that they're amassing ranks in terms of at least firstly in terms of the global optics of this, and then how we place out for the future. I'm not sure that Nigeria. Hold on, I need to do something. So there it is. That's better. The power came off my system and it was just flashing about to switch off. So yes, essentially the Saudis rallying troops behind their cause. And Nigeria, of course, although Nigeria, by the books and historically, we've always been a non-aligned sort of a country, sort of like a Switzerland sort of foreign policy thrust. But increasingly, we seem more to align behind some sort of Islamic inflection in terms of global politics. And we've seen that too many instances for that not to be the case. But that is Nigeria then in Riyadh aligning squarely with the Palestinians. So like Nigeria aligns with the Palestinians. So let's go on from that to this one. And by the way, this is the second time that this headline has come through because we read it in about 2, 3, maybe even 7 weeks ago, but they continue to insist. CBN lacks experience to conduct monetary policy under float. And this is coming from the European Union. Nigeria's official exchange rate is projected to weaken to 1,068 naira to the dollar by 2025, according to a new report by the Economic Intelligence Unit. This Economic Intelligence Unit is an arm within the European Union space. The report also indicates that CBN lacks the firepower to clear the 6 billion forex backlog. It also claims the central bank also lacks experience to conduct a foreign currency float, leading to a negative outlook for the naira. So what they are saying essentially is that the Nigerian financial space, it doesn't have the requisite sophistry to be able to have a willing buyer, willing seller sort of a balancing of the value of their currency. The economic space is not sophisticated enough for that sort of experimentation. That's essentially what they mean. The report also indicates that CBN lacks the firepower to clear the $6 billion forex backlog. Well, that has already been proven to be false because that's already been essentially cleared. It also claimed that the central bank also lacks the experience to conduct a foreign currency float, leading to a negative outlook for the naira. In its new country report for Nigeria, the EIU noted that there would be continued currency loss due to the large size of the parallel market and the low foreign exchange reserve of the country. So there's some veracity to that. The demand for the dollar within the Nigerian space is not the Nigerian government, not the Nigerian economy, because the unofficial market is also still part of that economic space. But what this is essentially telling you is that the demand for foreign currencies within Nigeria is the central bank, the earnings of the country is not sufficient enough to satiate that. So we don't earn enough to meet the demands. Let's say, for instance, Nigeria is earning like about $100, but the demand for dollars in Nigeria is essentially about $500 or even $400. So that's $100 that Nigeria earned. They are not going to pump it into the import and export window. No, they're only going to pump a portion of it into the import and export window. And the rest of that demand has to be satiated alternatively. And that satiation, that satisfaction, that want being met, has to be in the parallel market. And this is what this piece by this organization is arguing, that the Nigerian economy is not robust enough for a floated currency. In its new country report for Nigeria, the EIU noted that there would be continued currency losses due to the large size of the parallel market and the low foreign exchange reserve of the country. The report reads, "We have revised our exchange rate forecast to front load a larger devaluation in 2025 to reflect a widening gap between the official and parallel market exchange rates." And by the way, just from that example, that arbitrage will still always be there. So if there's a lot of money chasing the dollar in Nigeria and there is not sufficient enough dollars to satiate that demand, then the dollar will continue to spike up, and whatever rate is being sold at the central bank, it will always, as this piece argues, will always be cheaper than what obtains in the parallel market, and that makes for round tripping. So the round tripping goes on, essentially, is what this tells us. We have revised our exchange rate forecast to front load a larger devaluation in 2025 to reflect a widening gap between the official and parallel market exchange rates. We expect another attempt at exchange rate convergence that year, meaning a larger correction. We have adjusted our average exchange rate forecast for that year to 1,068 naira to the dollar, from 914 to the dollar. So this is the projection for 2025. By the way, as our forecast for continued currency losses over time has not changed. The projected rate is also now weaker for later years. A larger devaluation will have limited pass through given the size of the parallel markets, but our forecast for average inflation in 2025 has been revised up by 2% from 15.1 to 17.1. So there it is right there. So it's all doom and gloom from the international market. Doom and gloom. So doom and gloom. Let's go on from that to... Let's go on from that to this. I thought we'd escape this guy, but he's not. He still continues to hold the headline. So this is a GRO still, the labor union person. Assault on a GRO, Owerri plunged into darkness on election eve. So this is it. Now the guy is out to. Is this even an act of sabotage against the state? Is what we are looking at. There is currently power outage in Owerri, Imo State capital, where residents are expected to vote on Saturday's governorship election. Correspondents understand that the power outage is due to the directive of the Nigeria Labour Congress NLC that electricity should be cut off from the town as a result of the assault on NLC President Joe Ajaero. Recall that on Tuesday, the NLC and TUC had ordered its members to proceed on indefinite strike from November the 14th and asked those in Imo State to commence on the same action immediately. Some of the residents of Owerri who spoke with correspondents lamented that they were suffering for an offense they did not commit. A bar operator, Ngozi Anyanwu, said a bar operator, Ngozi Anyanwu, said they were finding it difficult to cope with the situation because they could not cool their drinks. A hotel operator, Chief Uchendu Okoro, said the situation is harsh and it was difficult to run a hotel without power. When two elephants fight, the grass suffer. Those who caused the problem have nothing to lose. It is only the poor that are suffering the situation, he said. Uche Peters complained about the condition, saying they were finding it hard to cope with life in Owerri. So there it is right there. This guy's ego knows no bounds. So just because he got a couple of slaps, therefore he now has to shut down the whole of Nigeria, especially Imo State. CBN liquidates Allied Bank, Commerce Bank, Fortune Bank, Gulf Bank, Hallmark Bank, 15 others, NDIC. So what's going on here? The Nigerian Deposit Insurance Corporation said it paid 1.39 billion naira to 36,000 approximate depositors of 110 closed micro banks and 3 primary mortgage banks. He said this follows the recent revocation of some. There was a time I was actually chasing a license for a micro mortgage bank to come out of Ibadan, but there it is right there. I'm not quite sure that Arthur removes anything. I'll give you this only as a headline. Let me give you this only as a headline, or maybe a few paragraphs. Let's see. Okay. Lagosians spent over 100% of their salary to prepare stew in 2023. This is coming from a report. Online grocery store Price Pally has released its inaugural stew index report, analyzing the cost. We've done this before on this platform. How much does it cost to cook a pot of soup? Online grocery store Price Pally has released its inaugural stew index report, analyzing the cost of stew ingredients for popular Nigerian dish. Let's do that again. Okay, let's do that again. Actually, online grocery store Price Pally has released its inaugural stew index report, analyzing the cost of stew ingredients for the popular Nigerian dish in Lagos and Abuja for 2022 and 2023. The report highlighted a significant increase in the cost of preparing stew in Lagos, with a 16.77% rise from 6,902 naira in 2022 to 8,060 pounds in 2023. So to prepare a pot of soup is 8,060 naira. To provide perspective, the report indicates that a minimum wage earner in Lagos earning 30,000 naira would need at least 106% of their salary to prepare stew once a week for a month. The stew index aligns with the National Bureau of Statistics report, identifying Lagos as the most expensive state in Nigeria due to the highest inflation rate. The stew index report attributes the rising food price in 2023 to fiscal policies such as fuel subsidy removal, cash scarcity, and the unification of the naira with foreign currencies. Additionally, challenges in the logistics sector leading to poor preservation during transportation contribute to food price issues. Luther Lawonyi, the CEO co-founder of Price Pally, advocated for rail system improvements to impact Nigeria's food pricing positively. So I mean, I don't think that's any leap in brain power to come to that conclusion. If you are able to transport it quicker and more efficiently, then you'll be able to have it at a cheaper rate and preserve it for longer. So all that. So now, still plenty of space. Space on the screen for anybody that wants to join us. So we play the Kegite music. Let the already assembled panelists in, and then we'll kick it off from there. But first, of course, the Kegites, the Kegites.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido, hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide sodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chifu wela ti keke elemu re o. Eruku lele elemude. Eruku lele egbe elemudode ojare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ òdìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku Koniriu Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So Iku Koniriu Agbeshe, General Thomas in the house. Good to have you, Thomas. Bishop is with us. Good to see you, Bishop. Ekene in the house. Good to see you, Ekene. And Larry makes up the list. So good to see you, Larry. So just off the back of this headline, I'm wondering if we should actually sponsor Christmas for about 3 families. If you think we should do that, then let me know. Maybe 300K should do it to sponsor like a Christmas dinner for three families in Nigeria. I'm sure Folly can help us identify the families, but if you think that's what something, I probably will do it anyway. But if you think that's something we should do, then let me know in the comment section. So let's kick off the conversation and kick it off with Larry. Larry, good to see you.
Good evening. Good evening, one man.
Ogagba, how far?
I'm all right.
Good. So what are you looking at in the news? Does it surprise you? The price of a pot of soup, 8,000. Let me make sure I get it right because it's important to get it right. The price for a pot of soup is 8,060 naira. Does that surprise you? Those are Lagos prices, though, we have to say.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't really surprise me because if you look at what is actually happening in Nigeria now, take for instance palm oil. As in, I was reading something recently, and I read that the palm oil that is being imported into Nigeria annually is over 500 billion naira.
Yes, we're importing it from Malaysia, isn't it?
Yeah, and this is something that we used to have enough of it. Another thing with it, if you look at agricultural produce, a lot of people don't go to farm again, right? Because of this herdsman issue. So things are expensive, and it's just normal, right? Because prior to this time, before the security issues, right, there are some things that you could still easily get. Because I remember when I was in Nigeria then, there are some things that we don't even disturb ourselves to buy because we have people that that actually have 1 or 2 things grown in their farms and they still bring it to us, which actually makes things cheaper. And even if you look at the government is not, the state government, local government is not even being active, is not even active because those are things that they are supposed to do. I know some states used to have some farm settlements. I'm not sure if those ones still, if they even still do anything there, So it's obvious, it's just unfortunate that things that we could actually get for ourselves that are not supposed to be expensive, but we don't even have that capability to do that again. So everybody is just living on dollars. So basically, imagine.
But I have to say though, 8,000 naira is not too much. Well, it's a lot, but because it gives me perspective on sort of the monies that I sent to Nigeria now, what it can do.
Okay.
For a pot of soup to last you a week, I don't think 8,000 naira is a spend, is it?
It is.
Is it?
Yeah, it is. It is expensive. Look at it from the point of the lowest income earner in Nigeria. I think minimum wage in Nigeria is like 30,000 or 35,000, right? So
yes, that's okay.
Yeah, imagine if you use 8,000 to cook a pot of soup, right? From that 30K. So how many pot of soup are you going to cook? So that's how we look at it, right? Because for me, I think there are some things that people in Nigeria are supposed to, look into, particularly the government. Because I mostly now, even people that I used to know in Nigeria that used to have farm, there's this family friend of mine that has a big farm, and I was talking to him recently, and he was like, yeah, the whole farm, I think some guys just came in, some herdsmen just came in, they kind of like burned down the whole farm, and he's not even been going to farm. So I think they need to just work on security for farmers to be able to go back to farm, and hopefully they can actually get some of those things down, except that it's still going to be more of us depending on people outside Nigeria.
All right, brilliant. All right. Take us to what you are looking at in the news before we start.
Yeah, I think another thing I'm looking at is this issue of Saudi, right? I think Nigeria is not I don't know. I don't know. Sometimes I sit down and look at our leaders. I think for us to solve Nigerian problem, we need to look for homegrown solution for homegrown problem. It's normal for presidents to keep going to all this country, they pledge, they do this, they do that. There is no free lunch. It's going to come with a cost. So until they are ready to really face Nigerians' problem, then they need to now look at what can we do internally, right? Because for me, rather than going to all those countries to come in and invest, bring money, right? Let's go and negotiate for trade investment, trade agreements. I was doing a research recently in US. If you go to African markets in the US, 70% of things you see in African markets comes from Ghana. So why
Do,
can't
do, do, do you think there's a global conspiracy against Nigeria?
no, no, no. I think
You don't think so?
yeah. I think the problem was, I think we used to have people that were not really doing their job very well. Because I remember a particular incident where yams from Nigeria were brought to the US. And I think they didn't do what they're supposed to do. I think they had to return those yams back because they were spoiled. And that actually impacted them a lot. So basically, if you look at yam in any African store in the US now, it's coming from Ghana. Look at palm oil from Ghana, Gary from Ghana. So, and I even know some people, right, that want to send things to the US. Some of them are actually in Nigeria. They need to go get a Ghanaian company, use that Ghanaian company to bring things to the US.
But that tells you then that there's a conspiracy against Nigeria. Often instances when they try to export things from Nigeria, they always claim that it doesn't pass some sort of quality control or something. So I'm not quite sure how Ghana is able to pass quality control, but not Nigeria, which was why I asked that question, that is there
Yeah,
a global conspiracy against Nigeria?
I think it's more of corruption in that Greek ministry. Because see, this is it. You want to bring things, every company actually has a standard, right? Like there are some things that comes to the US from China that has to meet the American standard. If China is sending the same thing to Nigeria, it's not the same standard. So once they give you their standard, all you need to do is to ensure that things actually meet that standard and give it to them, right? Because it's going to take some time. Take for instance, now you're bringing yam from Nigeria to the US, right? It's then you should be ready to bring yam that could take a while before it gets spoiled, because it's going to take some time before it gets to the US. Imagine you're now bringing that kind of yam and you bring it to the US and it got spoiled, and people have to like refund. And you see, and refund policies is so huge in the US, right? Because if they don't want it, they return it. You have to return the money. So those are things that they need to look into. For me, I think they should focus more on what they can actually sell, and focus more on how to have a local substitute for almost everything being imported. Because I can tell you, no matter how much injection we put into dollar, kind of like inflows of forex into Nigeria, it's not going to solve the problem, because you have a lot of saboteur, right? It needs everybody. It needs the legislature to do solid laws, because I don't see any reason why people will be charging dollars in Nigeria. I even heard some private schools in Nigeria charge dollars now. And people spend dollars and make dollars, and sometimes you now keep asking yourself. I was reading something recently. Even musicians charge dollars in Nigeria. Davido, Burna Boy, and all of them, they charge dollars. So until the legislature do a solid laws, because I can't even imagine in the US, right, where someone will be spending another currency.
You know they are passing legislation through the parliament to outlaw that denominating in hard currency sort of thing that seems to be going on in Nigeria.
You see, one thing is to pass legislation in Nigeria. Another thing is to really implement it. And even the people passing those laws, right? Are they really true to themselves? Because ask them, if you want Nigeria to be better, everybody has to face it, from the legislature to the executive to the judiciary. If it's going to take us 1 year, let everybody in Nigeria just face it. How did Obasanjo do it? Do you remember those Obasanjo's period when Obasanjo used to? There was this guy then. I think I've forgotten his name. I think it was the minister for information. One smart guy at that point where it was more of Nigerian. I've forgotten that guy. So all of them, as far as I'm concerned, executive, legislature, everybody, they have to just face it, right? If it's going to cost them 1 year, 2 year, right, to stop importing some of those things that takes a lot of dollars out of Nigeria, they should if any money that the NNPC actually gets in terms of forex, they should focus it directly to manufacturers. If you can help the manufacturers if you are buying raw material, we can check that raw material and we know that this is going to really help you, then they should give them the dollars. But what's happening now? You're seeing the manufacturers, because they don't even get the dollars in IE window, they are going back to the black market to get it. So invariably, it's going to affect everybody. So for me, you could go to Saudi Arabia, they could pledge. I don't believe in some of those pledges until I see them really coming in. Like you're telling me Saudi Arabia is coming to Nigeria to come revamp refinery. Which refineries? We all know that these refineries are moribund. These refineries are gone. Sell it off. If Saudi Arabia is telling us that Aramco is coming in to build a new refinery, right? Kind of like compete with Dangote, then I know yes. So I'm not really, all those things are not hard enough, right? They said, Saudi Arabia is bringing dollars to come help forex liquidity. At what cost? So those are things that I want them to really tell us. You could go, they could go to Asia, this and that. Those things are not really hard enough. And for me, I'm even tired of all these summits, right? Where Saudi Arabia will call the
It's quite patronizing, isn't it? It's almost like a trophy sort of a display. So India Africa Summit, and these guys will bust themselves to India.
Yeah.
Russia Africa Summit, then they'll bust there. And now the side is like, look, we can do it too. It's like you know those safari when they go and kill a lion and then they put their leg on the it's almost like trophy hunting, isn't it? It's quite embarrassing.
So for me, it's really embarrassing, right? Where the whole African president,
and then you go with your begging bowl around the world. Please, sir, can I have more? It's unbelievable.
Before you know, probably Brazil will do their own too, and all of them will follow themselves. Okay, let's go to Brazil. You have a problem. Solve African problem in Africa. Gaddafi said the same thing. If you don't solve your own problem in your own continent, nobody's going to solve your problem for you. So as far as I'm concerned, right, I've not really seen, I'm not buying to all those things, because I'm not even seeing anything coming out from it. Okay, you went to Saudi Arabia, right? Because you're in Saudi Arabia, you have to take a stand. You understand what I'm saying? Israel, Palestine, you have to take a stand. Because you can't be neutral, because you need money. You need them to come invest in your country. You have to tell them what they want to hear. So for me, I'm not saying African leaders are not serious. They are not serious about fixing Africa.
Who is bouncing back?
I just asked the question. Can I interject for 1 second on what you just said now?
Yeah, sure.
Your last statement is not very factually correct. That Nigeria took a decision because Nigeria was in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia itself had not taken a decision against Israel on the Palestine issue. In fact, technically, Saudi Arabia is supporting Israel, even they appear to be neutral. So
Yeah, but
if Nigeria took a decision that is supporting Palestine, it is a bold and courageous decision. Because Saudi Arabia has been pandering to the whims and caprices of the United States, and they have not made a categorical statement to condemn Israel in the bombardment of Palestine, Gaza Strip. So if Nigeria actually made a statement, they are not just saying it to pander because they want favor from.
Why are they making the statement in Riyadh?
I mean, I'm not saying why or no, but the way, what the implication of what he said now is that
Yes, they're making that statement to pander to the Arabian hegemony.
We are in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia itself as a nation has not taken a strong stand against.
Why would you make that important a statement in a foreign country?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I did not attach any importance to it. But what I'm
you don't attach importance to Nigeria taking a stance on the Middle Eastern conflict.
No, to how, where, when the foreign minister made that statement. But he said what he just said. I'm reacting to what he just said now. That like we are saying it so that to pander, so that we can call it favor from the Saudis. It is actually the other way around. Because the Saudi had not taken a very strong position against Israel. I mean, Saudis have intercepted 2 of the what do you call it? Launched by Yemen, from Yemen. I don't know whether it was Yemen or Iran that did this to Israel. So because of the interest of America, because people say Israel is the 51st state. Just to put that out, that it is not because we want favor from Saudi, it is actually the other way around. That irrespective of what you are going to do for us, our position is that what is happening in Palestine, in Gaza, is not acceptable.
No, I have to say I disagree with you, Bishop. If they want to make that statement, a statement of that importance, then the best place, because you are speaking on behalf of your country, then you should be making that statement at the seat of power, which is your capital city, to speak to the rest of the world that coming out of Nigeria, this is our position. If you are making that statement on the Palestinian conflict, with essentially the Arabian space between the Israelis and the Arabians, essentially from Saudi Arabia, then you are towing the line of Saudi Arabia to curry favors. That's just what it looks like.
It's not now. You are mixing something up. Let's be very, very sincere with ourselves. Even the Arab world, the real Arab world, have not taken a position. Check them out.
Can I ask you something?
Go ahead.
Do you know why most of those Arab world, right? Why they've not really taken a position?
But they have, even, by the way, so that's not factually true.
And another thing is,
I'm not saying do I know why they have not.
Okay.
The question is they have not. I am not interested in why they have not taken a position.
Okay.
Qatar has not taken a position. Egypt has not taken a position. Saudi Arabia has not taken a position. UAE has not taken a position. Which of the prominent Arab world do we have else? Are we talking of Yemen? Are we talking of Jordan? Of Syria? Are we talking of no? Let's talk of the real one that holds the purse, the wallet.
Okay. But if you look at every country actually has its own foreign policy. Nigeria's foreign policy in most cases has always been neutrality. And I don't know why there is this shift in foreign policy. I don't know why we decide to now take a stand. Because as far as I'm concerned, I would rather prefer them to be neutral than them.
That was not the shift. Everybody agree with the 2-state solution. Everybody, even Israel. I mean, America is saying it today. that the two-state solution is the solution. Everybody is saying the two-state solution is the solution. Everybody is saying that, look, hey, maybe there is a little bit of over high-handedness in the way US. Nobody is saying, oh, yeah, it was okay. Some are just saying that, look, the bombardment did not just start today. So we are looking at it, we are reducing it to what happened on the 7th of October. That it went, it goes way before then. I'm not defending Saudi. I'm not defending, and I'm just saying that Nigeria did not make that statement from a position of weakness, of wanting to call it.
No. I mean, I'm not even sure how this is a conversation. Nigeria is taking a position on one of the most high octane conflicts going on in the world at the moment from a foreign country. A foreign country, by the way, that is enraptured in that narrative, whether they have publicly stood or not. That position aligns with that country because they are also in that space looking for favors, looking for investment. Why would Nigeria be? Am I getting something wrong here? Why would Nigeria be making a high octane foreign policy position from a foreign soil if that is not to align with their host? I don't get it, but Larry.
Yeah, for me, if it's happened to be probably they made that decision probably United Nations. Yeah, I know.
Yes. No, that's different. You know,
that's
that's
different.
yeah. But
Because
in Saudi
that's why I'm not
Arabia,
really buying
of
to
course,
this
they are doing it to curry favors now.
Yeah, why not? If it's a United Nations meeting and every country actually had to take a stand, yeah, take your own stand, right? Every other country would take their own stand. But if you're going to Saudi Arabia and they are now saying this is your stand. For me, I don't buy it. I don't know why they actually came up with that particular arrangement. Probably when they get back to Nigeria, they still need some explanation to make, particularly with the foreign affairs ministry, because they need to make us.
Do you think, in terms of foreign policy thrust, Nigeria has been over years now, even decades, slowly weighing towards more of an Arabian lilt, somewhat of an Islamic tilt in our foreign policy positioning? Can Nigeria continue to claim to be a non-aligned country in terms of how we play our politics internationally?
You see, as far as I'm concerned, right? It's that particular thing. It's long. So that's why I'm more like I would rather prefer Nigeria to be neutral, because Nigeria that I've always known has always been this neutral, neutral, be on both. You don't want to be on any side. But particularly when we start see this issue of going everywhere, looking for loans, it pushes you to do a lot of things, right? And you also want to ensure that you are in the good books of all those guys. That's why I'm not a fan of going everywhere, telling them, please, we need you to come invest. I'm more of a fan of using homegrown solution for home problems. Then people will respect you, because you can't keep going. Take for instance now, China. I don't see any respect that China is going to give us, right? Because we keep going every now and then, ask for money, ask for loan. I'm not.
Let me ask you this: you say you prefer to use homegrown solution.
Yeah.
Don't you? Okay, with this colonial mentality that we have, we don't believe in ourselves, meaning our indigenous life, who we are, our own, everything about ourselves. So, with that mindset, how possible is it to now start a homegrown, look towards? I mean, it's not possible, man. Like, you literally have to eliminate those with colonial mentality as rulers.
Let's ask ourselves something. You need people to come in and invest, right? How are you so sure that they are coming in to invest? Because as far as I'm concerned, you want them to come invest, they just pledge, okay, we are bringing so billions, we want to put it into your economy. Is it that easy?
That can't even be a permanent solution to your problem because
Yeah,
those
that's
investors they can
exactly
pull their investment out anytime and your
that's
country will
exactly
collapse.
what I'm saying. Because
So it's a really stupid idea for me. I support your origin idea of we got to look inward. The best way forward for Nigeria is how about we start investing in the brains of our people so they
yeah,
can figure out to start being productive, breed whatever it is they are building in Europe or China. They don't have two heads there. You know, our own people can figure out to do it. It's either we start building institutions to start doing research on how to make things because it's almost like we have a vision of building a country and then we just rely on somebody outside to come in and do the things. It's just terrible, man. And
that's
I can understand we're doing it for the short term, but it's been like that since Nigeria was created. Investment, go on's government, same thing. Went out to go and look for investors coming. Every government go and beg the Americans to come in. And go on did it. He was able to be successfully bringing investors. They build plants and all those things. Later, those people pull our investment out. Nigeria went back to shithole, you know. So, you know, that's what I think, sir.
yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. You understand what I'm saying? Take for instance now, the same people who come, oh, we're giving travel alert, don't go to these hotels in this place, don't go to this hotel in this place, and you think investors will come in? How many, if you talk about crimes in the US, right? How many times as the US government, kind of like put some restriction, don't go to this place, don't go to Chicago, don't go to New York, don't go to this place. But I don't know why we just think, our presidents think until you go to this place, we need to go and beg them, bring your money, bring your investment. They will tell you, okay, we're bringing our investment. And at the end of the day, because you tell them, you make everything easy for them. Even you had to like break some of your rules for them. And you think, I don't know.
All right. Let me move you on to another topic, Larry. But on the way to that other topic, let me do a little bit of advertising. So, brace yourself for tomorrow's session. We've got Daniel Bwala joining us. Daniel Bwala, of course, one of the chief functionaries, one of the chieftains of the PDP party. Nobody needs Daniel Bwala introduced to them. So Daniel Bwala will be joining us tomorrow at 10 p.m. UK time. The stream is already on. The link, the thumbnail is already on. So go book yourself in for that. Let me send the link. So go and turn on the notification for this. It's going to be an epic session. So that's Daniel Bwala joining us on Saturday, tomorrow, 10 p.m. UK time. So go bookmark that. And go bookmark this as well. Duxie's session for the following day on Sunday. So go bookmark these two streams. They're both going to be epic. Daniel Bwala on Saturday, and then Duxie's session on Sunday. So go bookmark those. So go bookmark those as I take Larry to this last topic, and then we go on from you to Bishop. So Tinubu has breached federal character. 22 critical positions are occupied by his kinsmen. So this is Senator Abaribe lamenting to the space. But then, of course, there is no argument against it, is there, Larry?
Yeah. You see, for me, I think the president needs to really look into that. Because if you want to be a president of a united Nigeria, you need to spread things across. I understand. I think his own approach is more like, the people he trusts, they want to put them in those places. But that's not it. So he needs to look into that and look for a way to spread it across. Because if you need people to really trust your government and have confidence in your government, you still need to, there are smart people everywhere. It's not just Southwest, right? It needs to look at everywhere. At least let everybody have a sense of belonging, right? So if he's saying, oh, probably, he wants the smartest people are not just in Southwest, right? So I think he needs to look into
I think, what about trust?
You see, when we talk of trust, when you are talking about probably your personal assistants, people that are close to you, then you can talk of trust. But when you talk of statutory appointments, right?
You shouldn't put people you trust, eh?
No, I don't really think it's a matter of trust. It's a matter of competence. When you're talking about matter of competence, then you don't even need to trust anybody to be able to do the right thing.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, so Emefiele that was competent to be governor of Central Bank. So now see what it did to Buhari's administration.
Okay, bros.
You got to trust who you're appointing.
Can I ask you a question? Are you so sure that the person coming from Southwest won't do worse?
It's not. When I say trust, I didn't tell you that someone that from your tribe is who you trust. I never said that. What I'm saying is trust, meaning someone you know. And we all see that the appointment is making, people are even accusing of appointing Lagosians. It's not really Southwest that is appointing. It's really people he knew, people has known. And if you really look at it, those people that he's appointing are people that has known for years. You understand? Those are his close associates. So that's what I mean trust. So it's not really a Southwest thing. So my argument is not about saying
but what about federal character though, which is embedded in law?
But he has followed our guidelines now. I mean, appoint everyone from each state. Hasn't he done that?
What about the critical positions going to his clansmen?
No, going to who you trust. I mean, who you trust, to study. And to me, trust is most important than all these other things you guys are talking about. As long as you do within the ambit of the law. Like you mentioned, the federal character, the law says you have to appoint minister from each state. And you've done that. Everything else, you do your best. You do what is going to help you succeed. And if I'm in this position, I will focus on who cannot trust, who cannot put somewhere where I know that this guy, I know him very well, I know what he can do, I know his body language, I know everything about him, I know his capability, whether we can when he's know that this guy here, if I put this in here, I know he won't steal it. This guy here, I know this guy, if I give him this task, I know how he can get it done, and I know his strength and weakness. That's what I will focus on if I'm in this position. And I suspect that's what he is doing. For the fact that he's appointing those Lagosians, he has no.
It looks like a reward system to me. Is job for the boys.
Wait, sorry, let me come in. Good question you asked. This is very, how will I say? Somebody borrowed me the language. I don't want to say like hypocrisy, but Mike just said he already appointed one minister, which the constitution required. But the same thing Jonathan did, where everybody from the Southwest complained that Yoruba was not in government. The same thing Buhari.
Can you move to a quieter place?
Yeah, did the same thing Jonathan did. Jonathan appointed one minister from any state, but the Southwest leader complained in his government that they were not involved in his government. Did the same thing Buhari did. Buhari employed got one minister from each state. Yet we accused Buhari of nepotism. Now,
are you talking to me or talking to the Southwest? Because I'm now
I'm talking to you, Southwest, and everybody.
When did you ever see me come here?
It's not about you talking about.
No, it's about me. I'm speaking for myself.
No, hold on. Let me go to you. I'm speaking to your accession and your ideology of trust. Now,
but then you're mentioning the Southwest.
Let me land now. Yes, so I make reference to Southwest, which is a
you're challenging my argument and you're making reference to Southwest. No, make reference to me. If you can tell me when I came to challenge Buhari or this thing, then I can say, okay, you're making points.
Okay, you cannot use one point to make another point.
No, you have to argue against my position now. No, against my
position. Against your position. I'm against your position, not your position. So let me land. Let me land. Yeah, let me land. Yeah, so this every region complain about that trust issue, appointing somebody nepotism. If tomorrow South becomes the president, you will see that place locked up with South and everybody will complain. But the truth of the matter is, if you are appointing people on trust, it's like you're running a country on religious ideology, which you will never have peace, which Saudi Arabia is moving away from. Most countries that base their question on religion have problems, they never develop. Now, we talk about...
Is this one about religion?
Sorry, hold on, Mike. Let's mute yourself for a moment, Mike. How did religion come into it?
Look at this prince. I'm just saying, like country like this new prince of Saudi Arabia. What's he pushing for?
Hold on. Don't. You're taking us to.
I'm not deviating. Just relax.
No. Just stay steady. we were talking about Tinubu appointing too many people from his clan. So how did that? How did Baby John?
I digress. I make an example with religion. Like countries that build their ideology on religion to rule that country, they're always in turmoil. So what I'm trying,
we're talking about ethnicity, my guy.
Yes, yes. Welcome to ethnicity. Now, when you believe if you have to run the country on trust, there's a big problem in that country because
How can you not
everybody
rule
that
country on trust now?
hold on, let me land now. Let me land. Let me land. If you can listen, if you want to listen.
But you have to stay consistent with what's being said.
Yes. Yes, I'm not moving goalposts. Let me land. Not everybody in that house of rock Tinubu knows.
Right.
So security that is standing at his door, he doesn't know them. So must you trust the person that is at the door? You have to work on constitution. There have to be integrity. You have to be loyal to the constitution. That's what we need to have in that country, not trust. Who can you trust? You don't know the heart of a man. Everybody have an ambition. If you start putting on trust, that means you are saying the rest people in Nigeria, the remaining 180 million are not trustworthy. And yet you want them to work in your government. You have parastatals of 5,000 people. You only bring one person that you trust. What about the remaining 4,999? You don't trust. How are they going to work with you? So that's a very wrong statement to be making of trust. We should appoint people in integrity and people who are qualified and who are loyal to the constitution.
Right.
Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Back to you, Larry.
Yeah. So another analogy I want to bring is this. Let's look at Nigeria like a multi-billion-dollar company, like Microsoft or Google, and you are the CEO, and you need people in strategic positions, and you said you want to get people that you trust. Would they help you move that company forward? I think the major thing is, you see, there are competent people all over Nigeria. The basic thing is just for you to set actionable KPIs for them. And if you don't meet up with these things, once they know there is a KPI for them to achieve, and you set the benchmark for them to get those things done. So as far as I'm concerned, what I'm saying, it's more of politics than governance. That's what I'm saying. Because if you see everybody that Tinubu brought in, if you remember before he came to government, there's this policy document they did. And all those guys that did those policy documents were the people obviously he now, like Wale Edun, Kadosu, all of them were part of those policy documents.
Dele Alake and the rest of
them.
Alake,
all of them. So for me, I think it needs to look into it, because if you want to have a united country where everybody have the sense of belonging, then, there are smart people everywhere. Nigerians are smart. So you just trust them to be able to do the right thing. Once you trust them to do the right thing, give them the right KPIs.
Do you think the Tinubu already we're only 4-5 months into it now, but do you think it already is a more ethnicized administration than Buhari, which we never thought was possible? But even Buhari, at least he attempted some sort of a veneer of balancing. But we're not seeing anything like balancing at all with Tinubu now. It's just ethnic.
Yeah, I think it still has some opportunity to
what other opportunities? It filled all the key positions now. What other posts is there left to balance it off?
No, I think there are still agencies, there are still parastatals, and as far as I'm concerned, if he wants to make his government work, probably after he should try and check those people. If he needs to, probably after 1 year, if they are not achieving, then I think he needs to have a rethink. Because as far as I'm concerned, I don't really believe in this issue of, these are the people I trust, because you can trust people to be able to do the right thing, but they may not even achieve what you want them to achieve because they are close to you. But when you have people that you give job that don't even know you, but they want to prove themselves because they are professional, they will definitely give you the results you want. That's how I think of. If I'm a CEO of a company, I wouldn't even want to give key positions to people I know and trust. I want to give it to people that are competent, people that I can set goals for, that can achieve that goal, that their professionalism is what I'm really looking at. So that's what I think it needs to look at. It needs to forget about this politics. If you look at every appointment they've made, right, it's been more of politics. Little ones are just, are just more of competence. So it needs to look at those things. If he really wants a country that is united, that is ready to support him, so he needs to look at these things. These
Can
are
I ask you one quick question?
Yeah, you can.
What is more important to you, since right now in Nigeria? What's more of a priority? People's sense of belonging or actual performance?
So
hold on now. It's not an either or question now. You can have both. Can you not have both?
No, you can have both, but which one is more important is what I'm asking.
So for me, it depends on where you're looking at it. Because if you're saying results, right, you can only tell me that you can't get that result somewhere else, except from people that are close to you.
No, I didn't say. No,
Agree.
what I'm saying, which one is more important to you? I know both is equally good, but what I'm saying, which one is more
result
important?
is important to me.
Okay,
But I don't have
that's
the
my question.
guarantee that these people there, I don't have the 100% guarantee that they are going to give that result.
The man that's in charge knows, he's the one that know in his mind know what's the best step to take to get his best results. So if what he's doing, if he's convinced that this right here is the move I have to make to get my best results, then I mean, what so you answer a question, so you shall support it. If he tells you that, hey, this is what I need to do to get the best result, so you either say I'm against the best result because of sense of belonging, or I will accept the best result and abandon sense of belonging. So that's why I ask you that question. So what if he proves to you that, okay, for me to get the best result, this is what I have to do. I have to sacrifice this sense of belonging. Will you not accept it?
But do you know that the people that crafted Nigerian constitution and actually did that federal character, they have a reason for doing it. So you can't, anything that anything that is not legal, there is no way you could rub it in to kind of like put some cosmetics to make it right. So they said federal character, follow the federal character.
Well, he has done it now. He has followed it now.
All right, we must move on. Wrap it up, Larry, and then we're going to Bishop. So sorry, it's an engaging back and forth, but everybody else waiting.
Yeah. I think I'm good. I'm good for now. Woman.
All right, brilliant. Stay steady, Larry, because I'm going to loop around to you with other topics as well. But let's bring Bishop on board. So, Bishop, good to see you. We're still getting that echo, but that echo, it looks as though it's a StreamYard thing rather than your connection. But we'll endure it only because we enjoy hearing from you so much. So, Bishop, talk us through the politics today and then the headlines that we're discussing. Good to see you.
Good evening. Are you still hearing my echo?
Yes, we can still hear the echo. It sounds as though you have two devices on, but more importantly, your voice is low.
I don't know. Maybe something is wrong. I mean, I don't have any device on. That's number one. My volume is at its highest, as it's always been. So maybe something is wrong with Android. My phone is Android.
Yes, there's a notice on StreamYard to say that they did say there's an echo coming out of Android devices, so that we already understand. But I'll be quiet and then you speak as loudly as you can, and then just give us your submission to you, Bishop.
Let me just say good evening. I'll be brief. I'll just be very brief. It's 5 minutes past 7 here. I'll be very brief. Good evening once again, everyone. Please click on the like button.
And especially if you have any new topics, introduce them as well.
I don't know, but let's see. I don't think so, but let's just see. Let me just start from where you just stopped. Now, I'm surprised that characters like Abaribe will come up with this topic, and as usual, beating the drums of discontent. He was there when Jonathan. Unfortunately, I did not support what is going on, but it is not the likes of Abaribe that should be talking now. Abaribe was there when under Jonathan we knew what he did to the Southwest. It is there, the records. It's just that we have this amnesia thing. We forget things so quick, so soon, so easily. He did not complain that it was okay, it was perfect. It was not even South that dominated. It was the Southeast. from where Abaribe came from. And we saw it on that agenda. So, like, not that I like it. I was the one that first raised it. I mean, I raised it here when we started. I said I was not comfortable with it because of the optics. But if other people are going to talk about it, it is not Abaribe. It is definitely not Abaribe. Because if you did not see anything wrong with it then, when Jonathan was appointing everybody from the southeast, I remember the southeast practically were groaning and begging him, okay, we lost out on the speaker, we lost out on this, we lost out on that. Okay, give us the CBN secretary to the government of the federation. He rubbed it on their face and appointed his Ayin Payosayin. When he removed Salisu, a group of Yoruba elders went to him. Okay, appoint our daughter that is the deputy governor already. He went back and brought a Emefiele, only for him to come and bring one useless Arogbofa as chief of staff. I say he was using to come. What's the chief of staff? So for me, yeah, why I want to say, but from the quarters it's coming from, it's completely irrelevant, and I consider it to be a nonsensical. I mean, that's my view. So if Tinubu is going to deliver and is comfortable with people he's going to deliver with, without bringing in people that would deliberately sabotage his effort, then because he is the one we are going to hold responsible if he fails or if he succeeds. That's that. Like I said, on the issue of the Nigeria at the Saudi, it's just my view. It's not cast in any stone. It's not like it's a rule, kind of. But I just feel, because if you remember when they voted in the United Nations Security Resolution calling for a ceasefire, it was very diverse. Unfortunately so. Many people, everybody is justifying their position. But I feel very strongly that the position Nigeria took is not out of cowardly and out of fear, or it is to be brave, because whether we want to believe it or not, the Arab world, the real Arab world, the one that hold the pulse, they have not come out openly to condemn the action of Israel in, and I mentioned some of their names there. Yeah, I stand to be corrected, but they are just being how do you call it now? They are just trying to stay in between. I mean, when it comes to the issue of taking refugees, look at the position they took. None of those serious Arab world openly has condemned in strong words, in strong terms, the action that is going on there. They're just using diplomacy. So I believe that what Nigeria did was that, look, yeah, we want your help, Saudi Arabia. We want your whatever. But on this position, our position does not change. If you want to keep your money, keep your money. Because Saudi Arabia itself has not come out to strongly condemn the bombardment of Gaza. Go and check the records. So that's the angle I'm looking at it. I'm not saying that the support is, there's a different thing to, sometimes you cannot be neutral in this case. Unfortunately, the world, some people that actually should speak out strongly. Because, yeah, it was wrong that attack of October 7. But look, hey, yeah, I do say that sometimes when you slap someone first, you cannot determine the measure of the slap that person is going to return. In as much as you slap him first, the man can slap you and his own will sound like thunder. It will strike you like a what do you call it? Like a lightning. It doesn't matter, but because you slapped him first, unfortunately, it's not proportionate. It's not directly proportionate to the attack, and so many things is being politicized. The sad part is that, hey, innocent life are being wasted, and people that should talk are not talking. Qatar is not talking. UAE is not taking the strong point. Even Egypt is not. Saudi Arabia is not. So if Nigeria said that, I think they're just saying it from the point of view that, yeah, we are interested in you coming to invest, but hey, our position on this matter has not changed. That is our position. If you want to keep your money, keep it. So rather than condemn Nigeria for making that statement, I would rather commend them. Woman, Can you help me with the headlines, please? I'm actually on the road.
Yes. Yeah, we were talking about the cost of cooking a pot of soup. Lagosians spent over 100% of their salary to prepare stew in 2023. So I'm going to mute you just for a moment, just for the echo. So now, I'm sure you remember, we've often discussed how much actually cooks a pot of soup in Nigeria, and the price that this survey has landed on, although this is Lagos price, so you can maybe half that for the rest of the country. But the price of cooking a pot of soup in Lagos is 8,060 naira. Is that too excessive? Or is it round about where you thought it would be? I thought it would be more expensive than that. But then what do you make then of the faith of the salary earner, the lowest earner on 30,000 naira a month?
Okay, thank you. Let me paint a scenario. Number one, is a question. 8,000 for pot of soup can last how many days for one man, one person? Because we keep talking about this 30,000 minimum wage. I said, based on fact, that 30,000 minimum wage is the basic minimum for federal and some workers that were approved. Now, there is actually no family man that should be or that is on the 30,000 minimum wage. Is the entry level as the beginning for the lowest of the lowest. Maybe you are entering with primary 6, or you are entering with not even school start. School start, you go and do 1 or 2 training, they will give you, what do they call that? There are something that is a little bit up. So when we talk of this minimum wage, it has been seriously abused. So if 8,000 or 10,000, as you call it, is a pot of soup, is it for one person? How long will it last one person? Is it 3 days? Is it 2 days? Is it 1 week? Somebody went to Lagos and they wanted to go for dinner buffet. Sometimes, was it last year or thereabouts? Yeah, last year, December. Exactly, last year, December. And they were looking for where to eat buffet in Lagos. And was telling me that, look, they went to several places in Lagos because they don't want to wait. You know, they'll get to places and they say, oh, yeah, but they have to wait like 1-2 hours before it gets to them, the clear table, because their tables are overbooked in almost all the hotels. Some of them are 10,000, 12,000. Some are actually 16,000 naira for buffet for one person, and they are overbooked. I mean, when I say overbooked,
yeah, but that's the top end of society now. We're talking about the average man.
Agreed. I'm coming. Agreed. I agree with you. That it's for some class of the society. I was looking. I read the report of cows that were slaughtered in Agege Abattoir. From the figure of 1,400, it got to 4,000 cows per day. It got to 7,000. It got to 8,000 cows per day. You can carry Google and check how many cows have been slaughtered in Lagos every day. And the question is, who are the people eating those cows? And
the middle classes.
Okay, so it's only the middle classes. So who are the ones that are eating the goat meat and the fish?
Well, what are you talking about now? Are you saying there's money for people to feed? Sorry, where are you going with this argument?
Are you saying there's no money for people to feed?
Oh, well, we all know there isn't.
No, I don't agree with you.
Everybody can tell you anecdotes of people actually begging for money for food.
Let me make my position clear.
There's no money. There's no money for feed in that country. I don't know what Bishop's talking about.
I don't know what Bishop is talking about.
Okay, are you saying people are consuming more cow now because they have more money?
Yeah, it's a land of abundance. I mean, what are we talking about here?
That will be hungry. There will be always people that cannot afford food.
Yeah, more so now than ever before.
Well, it depends on now where you are looking. It depends.
Yeah, we're looking at Nigeria. Where else would you be looking?
I am saying let's go back so that we will not be doing this back and forth. One man. Your question is that is 8,000 too excessive? But you have not been able to answer my question. How many people is depending, or how many people are you talking about for the pot of soup for 8,600 naira?
For an average family.
How many? Average family of husband and wife, 1, 2,
and 3 children. That's the average Nigerian family.
If an average person, 1, 2, 3 children, is still depending, because probably he's been married for 5 years at the minimum. He must have been married for 5 or 6 years or more for 3 children. He's still depending on minimum wage as the sole income for the family. Then something is terribly, terribly wrong. Something is terribly, terribly. Yeah, we can look at it from the angle of, oh, because we just want to say it's not all right. Because, yeah, there is a need.
All right. Let's say somebody that is on 100,000 naira a month, and then that pot of soup it lasts for a week. So that's already 32,000 naira out of that 100 naira that just goes to a pot of soup.
Pot of soup cannot last for 1 week, yeah. I don't think for a family of 2, even for a family of husband.
All right. So how much then does that pot of soup take out of 100,000 naira wage?
No, what I'm saying is that 1 pot of food of 8,000 cannot last 1 week.
Yeah, no, forget that. How much will a pot of soup at 8,000 naira a pot take out of a person on 100,000 naira a month's salary?
Okay, so let's assume that the man is earning 100,000. How much
Yes.
is the man earning? Whether as a full-time worker,
A household income of 100,000 naira.
Say that again.
A household income of 100,000 naira.
Okay, a household income of 100,000.
Yes.
If they make soup of 8,000 naira, is that what you're saying?
Yeah. How much would that soup take out of that household income over the course of a month?
If according to you they make it every week, but it's not just that straightforward.
No, just answer the question now. How much will 8,000 naira per pot of soup take out of 100,000 household income in a month?
Direct arithmetic, I saying 32,000 naira. 8 times
right.
16 plus 16, 32, okay.
Right. And how much is then left for other living expenses?
If you remove 30 from 100, 70,000, 68,000.
Yes.
68,000.
Do you not see?
I've answered you.
No. Do you not see the point though?
Which point?
All right. All right.
Omar, let me say something. Can I interject real quick?
Yeah, come in.
You see, in Nigeria, I can't believe you grew up in Nigeria and you're talking like this. You know very well in Nigeria, everybody's a trader. We all trade. There's no family where where there are children grown enough and not selling yam on the street. We are all our basic income is usually based on what we are trading, and there's really no regulation regarding trading. So everyone in Nigeria in a family we trade something. We are selling something. It's either we are selling pepper right in front of our house, or we are selling minerals in that house we are living. There's that mama kini downstairs are selling mineral. You will send your son to go and buy mineral from that mama kini in their from a freezer. Everybody's a trader in Nigeria. So people earn money, but what they will tell you is as if the only income they are earning is what the civil servant income. My mom was a civil servant now, but most of the money we earn in the house was this thing we are selling. We sell Coca-Cola and this thing in our fridge. We're all traders in Nigeria. So most Nigerians, it's not what they are earning. It's that so-called salary is not their only income. In fact, it's probably not even 50% of their income. But they will make it look like, oh, this is what we are earning, oh, this and that. It's not true now. Even with this local inflation, price of things that went up, price of every goods went up. So that woman is selling Coca-Cola and Fanta. The price of Coca-Cola and Fanta has also gone up. And she's earning more now than before. So don't let these people just trying to present these things to you as if everybody do no money. Oh, we are suffering. Inflation is all over the world. In America, here, price of everything went up. I'm a businessman. Increase the price of my services too. My income actually went up too. So let's start looking at things from actual holistic perspective. Let's just not let people deceive us with these things.
Thank you, Mike. Look, I agree. Things are tougher than they were a few years ago. It is across board, everywhere. It is across board. I am in Polk City, Florida, as I speak with you. I went to Miami today, and I'm in Polk City as I'm talking to you now. And I went to a store to buy a pack of chicken wings. I used to buy that chicken wings for $9 in the one of the cheapest deli stores is Publix. People that are here. I bought that chicken wings for $15.99. Just chicken wings. And I bought unsweetened tea. The jar of unsweetened tea. I wanted to take chocolate milk. I said, let me take unsweetened tea. Unsweetened tea, the jar of unsweetened tea for $3.99. Just one pack of chicken wings, $15.99 in a public store. It's one of the cheapest. If I had gone to one of the other store, and we know how much we were buying this thing a few years ago, it's close to almost about 100 because it was $9.99 just like a year ago. So inflation is everywhere. Everybody is adjusting. Ordinary water. Today I went to buy. So in Nigeria, people have different sources of income. When we use the people that are earning the minimum wage as a parameter to judge, I think we're not doing justice. Can things get better? Absolutely, and they need to get better very soon. A few years ago, like 2 years ago, somebody did a research that I read, two research that I read in Nigeria. Number one, about the alcohol consumption, beer and alcoholic beverage and the rest in Nigeria. Nigerian Brewery, using Nigerian Brewery and Guinness Nigeria PLC as the profit they declared that year was humongous. That was just 2 years ago, 2021, was humongous. But that was the year that some people were claiming that Nigeria was the poverty capital of the world. Then somebody now did another party about parties in the southwest using Lagos, Ogun, and Oyo. The amount of money people were spending on parties averagely every month. The number of cows, the number of renting hall, doing.
All right.
So, yeah, there is a need to improve because there are challenges in the world, but it's not like a doomsday that, people. No. I hate to reference what
That's not the anecdote that everybody is hearing from Nigeria. I'm not quite sure what you're doing, but people are hemorrhaging quite heavily. But round it up and then we move on.
No, I'm not doing anything. I'm just trying to be a little bit realistic.
Well, you're not being realistic, though, is the thing. I mean, everybody on this platform gets all those phone calls. Ajanle Koko was in Nigeria just a couple of months ago. He came with stories of woe. Thomas was in Nigeria not that long ago. He came with stories of woe. I mean, everybody knows what is going on. So I'm not quite sure why you're trying to rebrand that things are not as they are.
Number one, you are not in a position to judge my position. That's a fact. We are exchanging ideas, so you can.
Well, yes, I differ from your idea. I differ from your idea. I can differ from your idea. I don't share your thoughts.
You don't need to share it, but you cannot judge it. Those same people you are saying are calling you, are telling you, go there and dig. Some of them are
all right.
They are building houses.
Well, of course they are.
They are just ordinary teacher or level 3, level 7 officers, but they are building houses. I said something here sometimes ago that Dangote cement production and BUA increased by almost about 30 something, about 38 or 39% data, but the price was not going down, and the thing was selling like hot cake. The question is, who they buy them? Are they using cement to cook now? People are building houses. Primary school teachers are building houses, buying land in some little outskirts, building 2-3 bedroom flats. They are building houses. It's not all like it's as gloom as the Armageddon is here. The world is coming to an end. People paint that picture to you because they want to extract.
Sorry, are they building houses from minimum wage of 30,000?
Hold on, let Bishop land and so that we can move on. Yeah.
I don't know where they are building. I don't expect somebody that is any minimum wage to build a house. You cannot be a minimum wage earner because that's the lowest entry point. If everybody in minimum wage is building house, then there will be no tenants. So if you are earning minimum wage and you expect to be building house, I don't understand what you are talking about. How can you be earning minimum wage and you expect to be building house, to be a landlord? How? Except that we are talking something different. How can a minimum wage earner be building a house? If the minimum wage earner is building a house, we should interrogate and investigate what is happening. Where is it stealing from? So that means there will be no tenants.
But you just said school teachers. You just said school teachers are building houses.
All right. Round it up, Bishop, and then we'll move on.
School teachers are not earning minimum wage. If you are school teachers, if you are a school teacher, you have some minimum training, whether it is teachers training, whether it is NCE, whether it is ASOSO, as they used to call it. So you are not earning minimum wage as a school teacher. You can only be minimum wage if they employ you in a primary school as a cleaner. So you cannot say, and a cleaner, if a cleaner is building a house, you need to investigate. Even if a new level entry teacher is building a house, you need to ask questions. I mean, these things are just, unfortunately, most time we use emotion. So my position is that, soup, okay, maybe that amount, and I really don't think a minimum wage, that is people that are actually supposed to be in that category. People will say I'm being rude now. If I say I don't think anybody that is a minimum wage earner should he doesn't have any business in marrying. Talk less of raising children.
All right.
That's my take on that.
All right, but
assault. You say what?
Okay. Carry on. I was going to move on, but carry on. If you want to comment on Nigeria.
Take me through my list now. At least I never. So, Ajero, I think we dealt with Ajero's situation yesterday. Unfortunately, we are seeing things differently, and that's fine. I believe that Ajero was being too partisan to be a labor leader, and he's taking it extremely very personal. It's taking it too personal. It is its interest that is pursuing, not the interest of Nigeria. You know how many days that Ajero has influenced his primary constituency to shut down the electricity in Imo State? It's been over a week now, because he belongs to National Union of Electricity Employees, and he has used that influence to shut down. So what we were saying yesterday, that some people were saying that he's doing what he's supposed to do. Unfortunately, it is not. Number one, I don't think Ajero should come in to use the influence of being the national president of the NLC to come and influence a local politics. That's number one. Number two, I don't think it is right for NLC to go and shut down Abuja Airport because he has a personal skirmish with his in his home state, and make it national. I sent you a video yesterday. I don't know if you saw that video of the incidents of the man that happened in Panama. Somebody was going to ask me a question about it yesterday, was questioning what I meant by sending that video. I'm saying you can push some people to the extreme, and you cannot dictate how they react to you when you over push them. They pushed that man. He knew the consequences of what he was doing. He was a lawyer and a professor. He got angry. There was a movie, I cannot remember the name of that movie, a Yoruba movie many years ago, but I remember it was Aluwe that acted in that movie. Aluwe, I think his wife was pregnant, and some people were having Owambe, the days they used to block road in Lagos. And he was rushing his wife to the hospital, and they would not budge, they would not move. When he went back to the car, he discovered that the wife was in labor and had given up. He took the car and he drove very violently into the crowd. You know, in Nigeria, something. I don't know if anybody remember that movie. Can remind me. It was one of those Yoruba movies then. He drove into the crowd violently. I don't know how many people he killed. But the question is, are you supposed to block road, whether you are protesting or you are partying? Other people did not know you are going to block that road. They are going to hospital in an emergency situation. They are going to their homes. Fire brigade is responding, and you block road. You have exceeded your own right. You don't have the right. Yeah, funny. Ajalengo was supporting it yesterday. I found it, and we have to move away from that. And that was what the man in Panama did. They blocked road. I'm sure they did not show us. I saw the video. They did not show us the beginning. It was when he brought out gun, when he was frustrated. He gunned down 2 individuals. We don't need to push people to that extreme before we start regretting it, if it is avoidable. You can protest. The first thing is that protest is tainted with bias because you are an interested party. The second thing is that why do you infringe on other people's rights? Because you want to enforce your own right. Other people have rights too. You said you were assaulted. Take the proper course and seek redress. Blocking road, even though some people support it, I think it's the height of rascality, and it should not be encouraged.
All right. All right. Thank you, Bishop. So Bishop, let's go on from you to Ekene just to manage the time. But on the way to Ekene, let me signpost tomorrow's session. We've got Daniel Bwala, the chieftain of the PDP, coming to spend time with us. So make sure you bookmark it. So I'll send the link into the comment section now. Click on that link. It's already up on the platform. So go turn on the notification bell so you don't miss it, and share it on all your social media spaces. It's going to be an epic session, a conversation with Daniel Bwala. So Daniel Bwala joins us tomorrow. And of course, Dupsy session for Sunday. Let me send the link to that so that you can bookmark that as well. So essentially, you'll be spending your weekend with a One Man Went to Know. So that's Dupsy session as well. So go bookmark those 2 links so you don't miss out on what promises to be epic sessions. So Daniel Bwala for tomorrow, but for today, we have Ekene, the Bashorunga of Alaba. Ekene, how far?
Oh man, you're fine.
Okay, kwata. Every time you speak, now so sleep the day your voice. Long day, Abi.
Yeah.
How about it?
Long day. We're there. We are managing.
Yeah, that's good. So yeah. Everything is back to full swing in the market.
Well, everything you just need to put too much hustle to meet up with inflation and everything. So we're just trying to meet up. It's not that everything is okay, but we thank God we are not complaining. But yeah, I thank everyone on the platform, but I have to disagree with a lot of points that people has made here that Nigeria is really well okay.
I was shocked, I mean, do you agree with that, by the way? Let me start you off with that. Do you agree that 8,000 naira to cook a pot of soup in Lagos?
How can I agree? People say what they want to say.
Not to rich soup, or just standard basic soup.
One man, just to get a chicken, maybe a chicken now is about 15,000, or if you want, when you want to cook, so most of the time you have to. Those days that you buy chicken, kill one fowl to make a soup, maybe two soup or so. You cannot just get that chicken easily now. A chicken now, for you to get a good chicken now is about 12,000, 13 to 15,000, and I know that by Christmas period it will be up to 20-something thousand for just a chicken. So, but I don't know what people take Nigerians for. We're trying to put that narrative here. We're talking about, do you know one man? Do you know that eating rice in Nigeria now is a big man food? Rice. For you to even cook a jollof rice now, rice is a big man food now. Rice of a bag of rice 60,000, 50 something. You know, Lagos is cheaper when it comes to rice, but when you travel down to east, it's about 65, 70,000, and the other part of the country. And I don't know how much are you go. You are talking
Everybody should
about.
start selling rice now, Abi. That's the solution. If everybody starts selling rice, the price will go down. That's the solution there.
It's not selling it now. Is it being available now? It's still an import. It's not the selling it now. It's the
Go and grow
availability.
rice now. Find solution to your problem. Why are you crying about rice is expensive? If they start selling something high in this country and it's high demand, I'll get into that business. I can make money. I want everybody to get into that business. The price will go down.
If you want to understand business, When demand is highly more than when demand is highly more than the product, inflation is how you say rocket high, be spike rocket, or how you say. If everybody starts selling rice, then who will buy?
Exactly, and then the price will go down.
I don't know how Mike wants to.
Business is not like that.
You see, one man, you know, it is increased every day by day in Nigeria.
In America, yes, things decrease every day.
That family size of bread now is 1,007 in Nigeria today, almost close to 2,000 naira. But when you compare, the only problem I have is that these government workers are still earning the same amount they earned many years back. Because I saw one thing on, is it on Twitter?
But somebody is telling us that a plate of the rice is 400 naira at Mama Put.
Who's told you? I bought it today. I bought Mama Put today 1,500 naira one man.
I think the person said without meat.
Yeah. What's your business with meat now? What's your business with meat?
A plate of food, a plate of rice now starts from 600 without meat. Then when you add meat, you're talking about 1,000, 1,200, and other rich cheese. So for you to eat a plate of Mama Put now, it's 1,500. It never happened before in our country now. It's not before now 200, 150. 150. 150, you just eat very good Mama Put. I'm telling you, now it's 1,500, 1,000 for 1,000. How can somebody buy a bag of rice 60,000 naira and be selling a plate of food 200 naira, 300, 400 naira for you? So I don't know what we are trying to paint. Does it mean that Nigeria don't know what they are doing?
No, the thing is, there are no starving people that we're seeing coming out of Nigeria. You just have to make a lifestyle adaptation. So you have to adapt to the new economic reality. That's just what has to happen.
It's not just it's not just if one man
when you are keeping 3 girlfriends and drinking beer every night, that has to stop.
Well, people, life has to be enjoyed now, no matter what. Like, you have to enjoy your life now. You not suffocate yourself because you are trying to please the government. What is the government you are talking about? Are they not keeping their girlfriend? Are they not this one that go abroad and be chasing women with some thousands of dollars? Buying cars for them. They still maintain their normal lifestyle now. They haven't reduced it to anything. They still maintain their normal standard life. Buying their SUVs when due, increasing their salaries when due, all the allowances are intact. So, to the detriment of the poor man, they're just using the poor man to cash out. So, if things are not well in the nation economically, we have to be seeing it in the lifestyle of our leaders. But most of the time, our leaders, you see them live very, very large, very expensive life. They travel with big jets, all that and all that. So people, a lot of internationals don't see us as a poor nation the way we say it here, because our leaders are living very large.
All right. Ekene, we have Daniel Bwala joining us tomorrow. Do you know who he is, and are you going to be available? Are you going to be here, Daniel Bwala?
Definitely, I know him. I will come. I have some question for him tomorrow. I will tackle him very well.
One
He's a
man,
PDP man.
yeah. One man, the question is, do you have a critical question lined up that you're going to ask him?
Don't worry, I'm prepared.
Okay, good.
Yeah. So now take us to the politics. What are you looking at in the politics today, Ekene?
Well, I'm really not looking at more. Just that Tinubu isn't in one of these Asia country.
Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, was trying to give them hope to come and bring their investment in Nigeria. Then some sort of agreement and all that. But I'm not really seeing the seriousness of this our government, one man. Trying to persuade this person, I will still continue to say that hand without number. It's not making any sense. We need to come home and rebuild our institution. We have a very weak institution. Our rule of law is very weak. Our economic policies are very weak. Many things are weak. And you think those guys who are meeting there are not seeing it. He wants to travel to, is it India or so? What is the outcome? We are not seeing any positive impact of it in our economy. Just travel, you say you make some deals and all that. We continue with all that. See, Buhari have done all these things during his time. Buhari is the most traveled president Nigeria have ever had. The most traveled. Meet a lot of internationals. Until he left office, nothing to show for it. Our economy became worse. All the money he got, I don't know, but if that is what they think they can use to achieve a good positive impact in our economy, then they can continue. But for me, I'm not seeing it that way. We have a lot of things to do in Nigeria. We have a lot of issues to tackle security-wise, build our institution, rule of law, many things. You see, when people talk about this inflation, food inflation, it's not you can just easily sense it that the way we used to farm before is not what is happening today again. All this yam we buy 3,000 naira today. We used to buy it 400 naira before. We can still get to that price if we are able to produce yam the way we used to produce it before. Cassavas, all that and all that. We can still get back to those days because we have the capacity, we have the land, we have the machines in terms of human. So, but we are neglecting all those things. So those things are the things I expect the government to tackle very well. Insecurity, get these farmers back to the farm. In the next few years, you see all this food. You know, tomorrow onions today is a very big, very expensive in the market now. Onions and tomato. Onions, a bag of onions is about 90-something thousand. Onions that we don't use, that is nothing in our space before. 200 naira onions everywhere will be filled up with onions. Today, just two pieces. Something that we almost get for free in our space. So all these things are the problem. But I don't know why the government are not seeing it. They can continue to travel, but if that is their own way of changing the economy, then
you know they have to go out and source the money. I mean, they can't sit at home and expect the money to come streaming in. They have to go out and source the money to rescue the economy.
They always source for money. They just signed approved some loan the other few days ago to fund this supplementary budget. But you just look at it. It's just like the money is not for production, just to service their own self. So the money they always get the money they want France is returning about $115 million Abacha loot. They always source for the money. They always get it, but they don't know how to use it. Those little ones that have been gathering the revenues, the custom service announced some, is it 11 billion revenue since this administration took over? But where are these monies? They continue to mention billion. The country continues to go down, go economically.
But it takes a lot to service a nation the size of Nigeria, you know.
I know, but at least there are some little things we need to see. Then we begin to sense that at least in a few years' time we are going to experience some changes. Everybody wants that change. Nobody wants to survive.
Are you not seeing any signs of improvement at all in any of the sectors?
I'm not seeing any sign of improvement.
In anything?
I'm not seeing, honestly speaking. It's just that Nigeria are very patient people. Nigerians are we love, we just want nobody even care what they do. What Nigerians are most complaining is this food inflation. Because once you give them food, Nigeria wants to give them food, you are good to go. The government can continue to do whatever they like. So, I don't know. I've not seen anything. I pray to see, but I've not seen. Honestly speaking, I've not seen any sign of improvement from any angle. But maybe they still have plans for that because they are still to bring their own budget. So maybe by next year, when their budget matures, then we know how they're going to. Is it education you are talking about, one man? Every university today have increased their fees to more than 300% increase. Some close to 400. University today is for the rich. Education today is for the rich. It's for the rich in Nigeria. So when are we going to get it? And the education is one of the critical things that we need to develop in terms of human capital development. But it's becoming expensive day by day. That even this you are talking about 100,000 naira. All these some salary earners, how are they going to pay those school fees? How are they going to get their children educated in a few years' time?
Ekene, good evening. How are you?
I'm fine.
Yes, one man, how are you? How are you, everyone? Good evening. Ekene, I still disagree with you. Education is not expensive in Nigeria. Yes, if you take your child or children to federal university, they pay school fees of the money I'm using for dinner here, or to go with my family for dinner. They pay as less as 40,000, 30,000 for their tuition fee. I'm talking of UI. I'm talking of OAU. They pay less. My sister's daughter, one man, we have the first university grandchild just enter OAU some weeks ago. I know how much they pay. It is not expensive. If you are running to private university, that you say is expensive, or some state university. But federal university in Nigeria, my brother, it's just like a free
Thomas, can I even
education
add
there.
to what you're saying? Do you know that some of these degrees, especially maybe most that they acquire in Nigeria, they are also accredited outside of Nigeria, where I know people that graduate from these schools in Nigeria with that degree, they can use it to work in America. And whereas
directly, yes.
Directly. And
yes.
whereas the people that acquire the same degree in America, they spend probably, here now, in America, I don't know how it is in Australia. Each semester is like $20,000. You are in debt.
Yes.
By the time you get that degree, you are holding like over $100,000 by the time you get your degree. But then in Nigeria, look what they're paying with the same degree.
Mike,
Okay.
my wife got her degree in Nigeria. When we came here, straight away, they get she's RN straight away. She doesn't attend school in this country. The same transcript, the same results you guys have in Nigeria. He's using to work in this country since almost 10 years now. So federal government, if you take your kid to federal, I'm saying this facts. Go and fact check this. I'm saying, Kekene. Federal government university.
Thomas.
Yeah.
What we'll be saying. Hold on. Okay, sorry, hold on. What we should be saying before, we'll have to first of all ask how much is the salary of federal from level 1 to level 17. Then check how much is federal university they are paying. If you compare it, it's not cheap.
That's what you are doing. What you are doing is what about? I'm saying that the fact.
Hold on. I have uncles that have children in federal university. We support them. I have one that is level 17, which is equivalent to the permanent secretary or appointed. We are supporting him in school fees. Don't say all these things like that. How many people can get admission to federal university? Every federal university have their mark. Do you know how many graduates we graduate every year in Nigeria? Do you mean everyone must go to federal university? It's not.
You do strong man fallacy too much. That's not what we are arguing.
No.
That's what we are arguing.
No problem.
Wait, hold on. Sometimes when you guys say things, I don't understand which language you are coming from. You said, Thomas, on your own words, like, you should go to federal university. Federal university is cheap. Now, are you saying that every Nigerian must go to federal university?
He didn't say that.
I'm asking you a question. Is he saying that everybody must go to federal university?
Even your private university is cheap compared to what we do.
No, Mike, you don't kill the post. Answer my question. Must everybody go to federal university now?
No, of course, everybody cannot go to federal university.
Hold on.
Everybody.
It's an easy question. Hold on. So what about those that could not make cut-off mark to go to federal university that will go to state university?
It has nothing to do with our argument here. What we are telling you is that
hold on. Then let me come back to my argument. Now, people that are sitting in federal university, some people there are some labor workers that are in 45,000 as salary, 65,000 as salary. Federal university up to date. Some universities have decreased their school fees to 120, 240, depending on the university. So tell me how that guy can pay that money.
In America, do you know that I couldn't afford to pay my degree money for my education, my degree here? Do you know that? You know how to take a loan, and that loan, by the time I graduated, I hold $17,000. So it's not like everybody can afford it here anywhere in the world, you know. So you are shifting the goalpost. What we are diverting, what we are telling you is that the degree that's equivalent to the same degree in America, people pay more to acquire that degree in America than in Nigeria. So that's the argument Thomas is presenting there. You can't say your education is too expensive. We are telling you that degree, the value of it globally is it's extremely cheaper to acquire in Nigeria than
Mike, let me even end it before Ekene took the floor. One man, I'm very sorry. This is a personal. If I'm telling you things, this is these people that I know. My firstborn in my house, her husband is a surgeon in Nigeria. He graduated from UI. Mike, all tuition fee, everything that my auntie's husband spent in UI is less than 400,000 for 8-year course as a medical student. Far back as 15, I'm talking about 15 going to 20. What their charge just clock 18 or 17. I'm talking about far back then. Mike, it's just like you are going to school, you are not paying. As a medical student, I'm saying as a medical student in Nigeria, UI, I'm talking of UI Ibadan, UI Ibadan. So I am not
in America.
Compare.
There's no one can even afford. You have to take.
Mike, do you know how much they are paying for university in this country?
But you guys, wait, sorry, Thomas, you guys want to do the comparison here. Nobody's talking about. Hold on, Thomas, hold on, please.
Let me finish. I am the one talking. Let me finish.
Hold on.
Don't cut me off. No, I am the one speaking. Please, don't cut me off. So I'm talking to Ekene. I don't know how you come to the conversation. Ekene, this is my own submission. Thank you. I'm not arguing with you. Thank you. Ekene, you can have the floor.
Okay, let me come in now. Sorry. I don't understand what people are saying here. Okay, hold on. Nobody is doing comparison here. We are talking about Nigeria economy to Nigeria people and the Nigeria situation. Why are you not bringing what people or the degree you are ending here to what you are paying in Australia is peanuts? Of course, whatever Nigeria is paying in university, even the private university in Nigeria, is a peanut according to university in any country in the Western world. We are talking about the people's situation to their country, to their economy. You are
Yeah,
giving a good position.
what pays, even relative to Ghana, is still peanuts.
Doesn't matter. We're talking about the people living in there. We are feeding our mothers in Nigeria. We're not feeding them in Ghana. We're not feeding them in Ghana. We are sending Western Union to Nigeria. Whatever we
Yeah,
send
your
to Nigeria,
argument is
whatever
not
you
holding any logic, man.
hold
Come
on, Mike.
Let's just
Mike,
move
your
on.
guy hold on. Don't tell me anything that I should move on. Because Thomas was talking, so he shut me down. I kept quiet. So respect me. Just give me that same respect, please. So if you're sending money to Nigeria now, you send $1,000 now, you become a 1 million naira. But you will not say because it is 1 million naira in Nigeria, it's 10 cities in Ghana. It's Nigeria economy we're talking about. The people there, people that is affecting. There are people who are still struggling to pay for federal university, regardless what you compare it to. We must at least, if Nigerian government want to subsidize it, then you subsidize it so that people can get it. Mike is sending a link just and saying 70 million people are on welfare in America. How many people are in welfare in Nigeria? If they're in welfare, then we are talking this, then we will say yes, it makes sense. But nobody's on welfare.
The
People are
point I'm
struggling to
trying
pay
to
money
make
for.
by let me respond to you. The point I'm trying to make by posting that link is that
Let me answer.
in this world, they're always going to be poor people. And unfortunately, when we want to discuss the problem of Nigeria, we just focus on only the poorest man's condition. How about when you see Americans get on podcast, I want to discuss problem of America, and they are talking about the homeless, the poorest, why they poor, and like, hey, yeah, we can solve their problem. Let's discuss how to solve their problem, but you can't describe it as if it's entirely a country's fault that some people are poor. America is the richest country in the world, but there are 70 million people as government assistance. They are poor. There's some people are just poor because it's just their destiny in life, or just their condition, or they do things, they put themselves in that position. You can't cure poverty. You can't eliminate poverty in any planet. America is the richest. That's why the government assistance government is still giving. You still see people still begging on the streets in America, despite the assistance. They are still begging. It's just some people are going to be just poor. So if you want to solve Nigeria's problem, it's not by talking about just poor people every day. God damn, let's talk about science, how we can build technology, build something. Why is it that we just talk about this one that can't feed himself? Are you kidding me?
What's responsible to those people begging?
Who's responsible for those people begging in America?
What is responsible?
I'm asking the same question. What is responsible for those people that are poor in America?
In America.
Hmm?
In America, people that you see on the street, what is responsible for them?
Well, it's not government.
I'm
not going to blame American government for them being poor.
Adele Koko wants you to say, hold on. Adele Koko wants you to say drugs. Yeah.
It's not all of them are on drugs. No, I know people. No, I literally know people. They just lost everything.
Why could people just, lost everything like that in America if there are no factors responsible for them? Homelessness, and begging on the street. What are the factors that are responsible? Why are we hold on? Why are we from far away, not on the street begging? Why are we not poor?
What do you mean why are we not poor? We are poor people in Nigeria now. What do you mean why we not poor?
And why are we in America? We that came.
Because you choose to work hard now.
Hold on. They choose to work hard. Why are those people why are they begging on the street? What are the factors responsible for them begging?
Okay, let me answer. They choose not to do the right thing. They choose not to figure their way in life, and they end up where they are.
Okay, so they end up where they are. So is it America that you want to blame for them to be where they are?
No, and that's you're helping my argument.
I'm not helping your argument. There are so many of them, like one man said, that they're on drugs. Do you know how many of them have been helped by the state to rehabilitate them? But yet,
I'm glad you mentioned that.
They don't want to get rehabilitated. They want to go back to doing the crazy thing that they are doing. And yet, you want to blame America for their problem?
No, I'm not blaming America at all. Let's not do strong man fallacy here. I didn't blame America for their problem at all. I'm presenting.
You guys, hold on. If you want to tell you guys now.
No, before you move further, before you destroy my image, before you go further, first of all, I never blame American government. I'm just telling you, I'm presenting an argument that there's no country in a war, society go in a war where you won't find poor people. That's just my simple argument. So I'm not saying any government is responsible. And in fact, you're helping my argument because that will come here and blame Nigeria government for every poverty in Nigeria. As if nobody inflicted it on themselves. No single person that inflict. I'm not saying some of it is not government caused. But there are many that are also self-inflicting. We made that argument one time. Like, why would somebody be having 10 children when they don't have a job? And you still blame government. And so you actually helping my argument here.
I'm not helping your argument. When you people are making this case that look, education is cheap in Nigeria compared to America. But then if we want to make a case that American government is so responsible that
compared to Ghana is cheap.
In order to, reduce poverty or bring poverty to the lowest ebb, they give food stamp, they give housing assistance, they give all these things. You people will say, "Oh, Nigeria is a third world country. Oh, we cannot compare.
Yes.
We cannot compare Nigeria with America." But then, when it comes to this thing, you want to say, "Oh."
But Johnny Coco, the question you ask yourself is: how is American government able to fund?
Are you telling me that Nigeria is not rich enough to give food stamp to
really?
Nigeria?
The answer is no. We are not rich enough.
Oh, okay, all right. Because you don't know.
Second of all,
you don't know how much of your money that they squander on the daily basis. How much?
Which money?
That
let me say this real quick. Let me say this.
We have to get back to Ekene, but
let me say this.
They are showing it to you every day. The way they are mismanaging your money, your resources, and the way they are squandering your resources in that country, and you are saying that Nigeria cannot. What America gives to them.
Okay, let me say this before we move on. First of all, in America, the way America fund the assistance for those people is they tax those of us that are working heavily. They tax our property. They tax our lives, and that money is what they use to now assist those in those poverty states to give them handouts. Now, does the Nigerian state have the means to tax enough people to raise that kind of money like America? The answer is no. So we don't have the means. Unless if you can assist them in doing that, I don't know how you can possibly tax enough people to assist those that don't have. So that's how America raised the money. So Nigerian government obviously are not taxing anybody enough like the American or to raise that money to start giving handouts to those that don't have anything. So you can't be saying, "Oh, why are they not doing it? Your money, which money?"
Who told you that Nigeria money? Who told you that Nigeria doesn't tax?
All right, we must move on at some point.
Do you know double and triple or quadruple taxation that is going on in Nigeria? What are you talking about? Do you know how much Dangote pay in taxes? Or some other people? Even can I go and ask him, ask him how much?
Whatever they are raising is not enough to give millions of people handouts.
Let's get back to Ekene so that we can get through him to other people. So Ekene, back to you. So Ekene, all eyes on Imo State. Tomorrow is the day. It's now today now. A lot of people anticipating a landslide for Hope Uzodinma, but the labor union are pushing aggressively. They've shut down the electricity in Imo State. They've shut down the airport, of course, but still, in spite of all of that, everybody anticipating a landslide for Hope Uzodinma. What is your anticipation for that space?
One man, before I speak to that, I just want to say something. Many things people talk about here to paint our Nigeria. It's not that Nigeria is bad. Nigeria have the money to give, especially our educational system, everything they need to make our education better. You go to our classroom. I don't know whether Mike can compare our classrooms with that of Americans, especially in our primary education, our basic education, all that. Even our university education, the classrooms and all that. They are not doing enough, and we still have we have more out of school children
They are not
compared
as
to
rich as America. That's why.
most
All
of
right,
all these
just let the
people
guy
you are
speak.
mentioning. So I don't know why you compare them to Nigerian. Is it that Nigerian out of school children, they don't want to go to school, or their parents don't want to send them to school? It's still based on not being able to afford that tuition fee and all that. If not, why won't anybody want to go to school in Nigerian space? We have a lot of out of school children. Even the federal schools you are talking about, most of their infrastructure are very bad. So that is why you see a lot of people prefer private universities, because they seem more equipped than that of the federal universities. They have more equipment, especially in science, compared to that of the federal schools.
What's the best university in Nigeria today? By everybody's what are people saying in terms of the best university? Ekene?
I don't really know. I don't really know the best university, but I know that most of the state university are much better than all these federal universities. In terms of
University.
in terms of all this infrastructure and all that, some private universities are more well equipped than most of our federal schools. So, and that is why you don't see a lot of people going to that federal schools and all that. Because if you want to study medicine, most of the private university have more equipment than the federal universities. So the government needs to do more. It seems that they're neglecting the citizens. What they need to give the citizens, they're not looking up to that. That's my take. If the education is so well, very cheap the way people say it here, why do we have most out of school children? And that is my point.
Can I add to that?
Yeah.
You see, I was listening to Mike and Thomas. You see, something we guys say sometimes, we are just being insensitive and we are not being realistic. You see, when you say education is cheap in Nigeria, I don't know exactly what you are saying. You are forgetting that whatever you are doing, you have to equate your income to what you are doing. So if someone is earning 2,000 a month and you are telling him that education is cheap in Nigeria, how convenient? You understand? Someone that is assuming you are saying someone is going to pay 100,000 and the person is earning 5,000 a month and you are saying education is cheap. All these things are just insensitivity. We can't just be doing some kind of conversion because America is spending dollars, and so we have to now convert directly from American dollars to Nigeria.
I'm sorry.
No, wait, Mike. Let me land. You will respond. You see, the thing is this: even right here in America, people still save money to go to school. In North America, it's not everyone that still go for student loan, and we should not forget our own value system directly in Nigeria, that parents are the one working to pay. So you have to look at that thing coming out from parents. If opportunity of loan is there, I'm sure that people will go for loan. People can as well decide not to go for loan here. It's not everyone. Yes, I know that medical school can be expensive, no doubt. I won't talk about that. I know that law school can be expensive. I won't talk about that. But there are some other schools that people can still work and still save their money. And government can still give you grant too. Government do give grant. It's not everybody that gets to them.
No. The conversation is actually how the conversation is around how expensive education is or not in Nigeria. And what people are saying is that in Nigeria, education is cheap almost to the point of being free. Thomas cites the example of somebody going into UI paying 40,000 naira. Now that is cheap.
When you say 40,000, how?
Yes.
Because Thomas is saying, "Oh, what I used to pay in that." The question Thomas you ask himself, say, dinner for you to spend 40, let's say Australian dollars to get dinner, how much you make a day? How much can an average worker in Nigeria make a day? That's the way you equate it.
How much is an average worker in America making a day?
But an average worker will struggle with that education anywhere now, so that's not an argument.
Exactly.
Look at it this way. Look at it this way. If a dollar is
no, forget the dollar. An average worker, leave the dollar. An average worker will struggle with the cost of education anywhere. So do like for like.
So see, people do get grants here. Get me right. It's not everything that is not loan. When I say, okay, you can apply.
No, we're not talking about getting grant. We're talking about the actual cost of it.
Wait now. Okay. I say when you want to consider education, number one, I'm not even talking of facility now. You understand? I'm not talking of facility, but I'm even still talking about even your earning power, your economy before you start talking about this. Government still give you grants. So it's not as if everybody.
No, hold on. Maybe I'm not sure you understand where the conversation is.
I understand.
Hold on. The conversation is the cost of education. The cost of education, and Thomas said is cheap to the point of almost being free in Nigeria. And then he cited the example of a family member who has just gotten into UI, and their fees is 40,000 naira. So it's not about grant or loan or any of that. It's about the actual cost and the affordability of it. So now the average worker might not be in that bracket, but the people in that bracket to afford, because the average worker is the average worker globally. And what is outside of the affordability of the average worker is outside of the affordability of the average worker globally. But the people in the bracket of that space is free to them as opposed to the cost that the rest of the world bears. So that's
one man. Let me say this. Let me say the average salary of a father. Hold on, please.
No,
our father is earning.
Don't tell me.
Let me say this, please. Yeah, our father is earning 550, 600,000 as a surgeon. So what are you talking about? 40,000 for a tuition fee. Thank you.
Thomas, I'm still telling you that you are being insensitive to this. See, we all know system A, and all these things we are trying to justify. Any vis-a-vis spending, not just look at it. Okay, you are earning, let's say average person is earning average of, let's say 50,000 in America, $50,000. And tuition fee a year is 10,000. Vis-a-vis your earning power. And in Nigeria, average earning is 30,000.
Sorry, average American is not earning 50,000 a year. That's a lie.
Who is selling
how can an average American be earning? What are you even talking about?
Average earning.
That's not average earning. No.
Don't.
The lower class American, they earn like less than 20,000. Something from 15, 20,000.
Hey, now is that average? Listen.
My goodness, I don't know why people get statistics. Some people are earning 300,000. Some people are earning 100. Some people are earning.
We are talking about the upper class now. The argument is about upper class.
Okay. Average is earning 30,000 a year in America. Is that
no? We are matching poor of the Nigerian.
Okay, hold on, Mike. Yeah, carry on, Ola.
If an average person is earning 30,000 a month, okay, let me make it in Canada. When you are going to school, if you are applying for student loan, government will give you grants.
Sorry, an average person where is earning what?
Let's assume that an average person is earning 30,000 in Canada, and you are going
a year.
A year, and you are going to school, and you apply for student loan. I can tell you that at least a third of that loan will be grants. And in most cases, when you even come out and you even graduate, you cannot even pay that loan. The loan will be written off. The only thing you can
it will not. It will not.
That's a lie. Loan don't get written off.
It will not. No. Don't worry about all that. The loan will not be written off. What they usually
Don't
do
argue what I know with me, one man.
It's a global system now.
It's not a global system. I'm
Okay,
talking about my
all right.
country now. I say Canada.
All
I'm
right.
not saying United Kingdom. I'm saying Canada.
But in the US, there's no loan written off.
The only thing when they write off your loan is
They
you
don't
no
write
longer
loans off
access
here
that.
either.
Wait, oh my goodness. See, one thing about our narrative in Nigeria is this: you want us to believe that, oh, this thing is so cheap, that you are not even looking at. You have a university in Nigeria that, okay, you are saying you are studying computer science. You don't even have computer in your lab. But we are talking of a university here that not only you will even have that computer lab alone, but government can even subsidize the cost of you even buy laptop for you.
Yeah, but that's a different argument now. Is that not?
You are saying it's a different argument. What I'm saying is this: the cost of education you are looking at in Nigeria, you are not comparing it to your income. And now,
no, that's exactly what is going on. They are comparing it to the income.
Are you going to deduct the time for this interjection?
I don't. Yeah, I don't know where our life is going. I'm trying to understand what. Yeah,
it's not as if I don't know. See, education is not cheap in Nigeria. Let's stop carrying these things, because I don't know whether we need to have a session one day and put everything on paper, and we now find average and let's put it mathematically. Education is not cheap in Nigeria when you compare to cost. You are looking at it that because you pay 40,000, you quickly divide by dollar, and by your own inference, education is cheap. Nigeria is spending naira. Nigeria is earning naira. What I'm saying is this: now, if your tuition fee,
what's the average income in Nigeria? The median income.
Let's even start from minimum wage, 35,000.
No, forget. Well, that wasn't my question. Now, can you answer the question?
No, I've not shared the statistics today, but I will say.
I think it's about 120,000, right? A month.
Hold on, Warpace. Just hold on, because I'm trying to get back to a Kenneth. So if you don't know the answer, Ola, then let's just move on.
So the thing is this: if you want to look at it that
you cannot make the argument if you don't know what the average income is in Nigeria.
See, that is why I'm telling you that doing.
Let's move on.
Yes, I think Ola is just arguing blindly.
Why we might use the entire day to talk and will be telling me now to let us.
I would use ID to talk now.
I was driving from another town entirely, and I listened to you for more than 30 minutes. All of a sudden, I thought
one man that won't let me interject for more than 10 seconds. We cut me off. So
I don't see one thing about you guys.
It's only because you see Emeka is already complaining. It's only because other people are waiting.
Once someone is challenging you, but
you're not making the challenge now. You are doing
you are doing your floor. It's like you're having your floor. That's what you're doing.
Mike, you have to.
If I want to go pedestrian like what Thomas is saying, okay. If you say you are paying 40,000 for school, then minimum wage is 35,000 in Nigeria. So it simply means that.
Yeah, but you see that's. Oh, hold on. You've already defeated your argument there.
That is why I'm saying that you don't do it that way.
Just hold on. It's not. Can you just hold on 1 second? You said the average.
Okay, that's okay. Let's continue.
Hold on. You've defeated the argument. Because I was waiting for you to do exactly what you just did. You said the average salary in America, and then you bracketed it at 50,000, and then you talked about the affordability of that. Then when you want to do the comparison with Nigeria, you go to the lowest denominator, which is the minimum wage. When we know that it's from average upwards, that the affordability of university is. So you have to compare like for like now. You can't compare average income America with a basic wage Nigeria. So what's the parallel?
One man. If you want to do it that way, let's assume your minimum wage, because this is why I say
and that, by the way, was why I asked you what's the average income in Nigeria is, which you said you don't know.
Let me speak for goodness sake. Can you please let me speak? If you want to say cost is cheap in Nigeria, and someone is cheaper in Nigeria, if someone is earning 35 a month, multiply 35 a month by 12, so you'll be getting close to 400,000, right? And someone is paying 40,000 from that fees. Now, someone is saying average cost of minimum wage, average wage in America here is 30,000, right? And you are paying like 10,000, and you are paying like 10,000 in a.
But 30,000 is not the average wage in Nigeria. It's the basic entry level wage.
That's not
minimum wage. Minimum wage. It's not the average wage now. It's the minimum wage. Do you understand?
The question is this. I will come to you to. I ask you, how much does an average professor earn in America? How much does an average?
What does
so this why this argument?
You don't get you don't understand the premise of the conversation. That's just
if an average professor,
who is the professor? Why are we bringing professor in?
Wait now, because we have to look at your income power. You have to
hold on. Okay. Ola, I'll let you have your thing, but let's establish parameters. The parameter is an average because usually that's where the medium, that's where the demographic comes from largely that goes to university. So not the minimum wage, not essentially the super rich, not the wealthy class, but the average space. So that average space is usually where the education flow comes from. So you cannot then, if we are saying the average wage in America, if we're saying the basic wage in America, which Mike is bracketing at about 20,000, and we're saying the minimum wage in Nigeria, which is about 30,000, both wages will struggle for their educational something. But if we're saying the average wage in America is about 50,000, and let's say the average wage in Nigeria is about 700,000, 750,000, maybe $1 million a month, then that $1 million a month would not even feel the notice of paying 40,000 for an education. And that's the argument that Thomas was making.
The argument I'm making is that's the danger you are not seeing there. You see, when you see because you have to look at the strength of that your currency, what you are bringing out. If you are saying what is 40,000 to you in Nigeria, if you are dropping 40,000 out of your 400,000 you earn a year, compared to what is 10,000 to an America, if you are dropping that 10,000 from your 30,000 a year, that's the point. That's the point you are looking at. That 40,000 is more difficult for a Nigerian to drop than for an American to drop 10,000 up to 30,000. So when you look at it that way, you will know that the cost to you is what you look at. It's not the cost of monetary that you are putting in the market there. What's the cost to you? How can you make this? And you forget that our system that we live on family value. What we get from A, what we get from B, what we get from C. Is that makes the thing look cheap to you? But if a farmer that will go and make ridges and just cut grass to pay, at the end of the day you are paying 40,000. How long can it take that person to make that 40,000 compared to an America that will be able to make that his own? Even if he needs more, he can even do extra job to pay. And not only that, I'm even saying that it's not only in Nigeria according to because the fake subsidy we are talking about. Fake subsidy we are seeing in Nigeria, because there's a big difference between you don't have money to fund your education and to say you are giving subsidy. That's why I'm saying that the education is subsidized. It's a lie. It's because we don't have funding for it. It's not that we are subsidizing. But when we are talking of America and Canada, those are the people that are truly subsidizing for you, because number one, your loan will be carried over to when you are beginning to pay will carried over to your tax, your yearly tax. At the same time, when you are even applying for those loans you are talking about, they will still give you grant out of it. So in the long run, whether 20, 30 years, your net, at least for Canada that I know, your net student loan will be zero. So that when you look at education in the long time, the net value of it, the net spending on your education, university education is zero. Is it like that in Nigeria? So the thing is this: the danger, the wrong narrative.
All right.
Is what I'm fighting against.
No, it's not a wrong narrative, but I think we're speaking across purposes. But
let me tell you one thing. I spent thousands of dollars to school, and every year when I file my tax, there will be some credit that government give me to repay. Now, when I calculate the period that I'm going to pay my education, it's net zero. I know what I'm saying. for my graduate education there, it is net zero
Oh,
at the
all
end
right.
of the time I pay. So let's just start doing as if Nigerians are doing the citizen favor. It's not. That cost is so expensive for people, but just because it
For
look
40,000 is so expensive for. All right. Ola, if you're happy, then we get back to Ekene.
Yeah, Ola, thank you.
No. Sorry, Dorothy. I want to move from that topic. It's held the space for too long. Just a couple more words from you, Ekene, and then we move on.
Okay, thank you, Ola. Ola have made a very big point that anybody that want to understand him can understand him, unless if you don't really want to understand him. So, but tomorrow is a very big day in Nigeria. It will be a very big fight because election tomorrow, Imo State, Bayelsa and Kogi. I will be following it very well because I know what tomorrow will be. It will not just be an election. To be a do or die affair the way it used to be. But tomorrow will be more because a lot of people, especially the opposition, really want to take power from APC, especially in Imo State. I can confidently tell you that 90% of Imo people don't want to help Uzodinma back. So, but with the power of incumbents, I don't really know how that will happen. But let's see how it turns up tomorrow. If they will allow the vote of the masses to count. If they allow that to happen, then definitely Hope Uzodinma is not coming back. But if that did not happen, maybe he will still come back. Because I saw him on television still begging. He has now come out to beg this Ajero. He's trying to
beg him, or what would he beg him? He said sorry to him on Arise TV now.
So that's he's trying to deny the whole incident and everything that happened. But the other day, people a lot of APC people we are trying to pull more so that they should slap him more. But now Ajero is giving him what he deserves in the states now. He's now coming out to lower his voice. So, but let's see how it happens. It's just today. So I think things are getting set. So we are watching one man. And if things goes the way we want it, Hope Uzodinma is not coming back. Definitely. He's not coming back.
All right, brilliant. Just make sure you're available when it does come back. But thank you, Ekene. So thank you, Ekene. Stay with us. We're still going to loop round. Stay with us.
Wama, please. Let me go next. I'm traveling to my other side, my yard. So I'll be hitting the highway soon. So I won't be able to do that. Let me just take my time now.
All right then. All right, speak to us.
Thank you, Wama. Thank you, everybody.
Are you using Bluetooth or something? Oh, okay. Just speak to
no,
us.
My car automatic speaker. Yeah, I'm speaking to my car. I'm hearing you. Then you can hear me. So it's okay. I'm good.
All right. The floor is yours.
Yeah. First of all, let me speak about this. Our president going to Dubai to is it Dubai or Saudi Arabia to source for fun? It's not a bad thing, and the statement he made there, I think it's political, but you should be careful making such a statement. There are other people watching you too. It cut deep for some people like Israel. They take some statement very seriously. You cannot be making such statement, and tomorrow you want Israel to give you technology or to help you out to sort certain things out. But again, going to Saudi Arabia to source for fun, and we all know Saudi Arabia is our great rival. Everybody wants to protect their investment. Saudi will do anything to stifle us. We have oil, and we have more than oil. And Saudi depends only on oil. And we expect them to bail you out, so you now be self-sufficient. We should be very pragmatic in what we do, and we know those who ask money for. Not all money is good money. So please, I hope they think they have all the information. I think they should look into it critically and know who they be asking for funds. That is what about the Saudi. Then quickly let me touch on the appointment. Yes, the appointment is becoming too pronounced. There's a saying in my town that when the sun is too much on a blind man's soup, he will start saying it. Even I was looking through the SSA, how they call them, special media, the special personal thing that they are appointing in Delhi, the Tribune and all that. It's so obvious now that you just open it. The first thing you see is a Westerner, Southwest people. It's becoming so obvious, and that's not good. Are you not saying that other people are not capable? Okay, you are appointing SSA, it's fine. from a certain region, it's okay. Man, other positions too that you need other people that can fit in. Same story. And people are saying if people you trust. You don't run a country on trust. You run a country on principle, policy, and loyalty. Because you don't know everybody in your cabinet and you want them to work for you. If so, that means people will be like 30,000 staff from Lagos that are bringing to just to work for him now. Those are people he knows and he trusts. And if the question now be those that you trust are not capable in the field you want them to come and fix, what will not be the question? What will you now do? You don't go and meet people you don't trust to come and do it. So at least we should be very mindful. But it's not like he started it, and it's not like he's going to stop it. Those that is protesting now, they are out of power for long. When they were doing it, they never thought we would get to their turn. They are not talking, they are waiting patiently 8 years' time to get to their turn, and they will do the same thing. It's a cycle in Nigeria, so I'm not blaming him. But if he can stop it, it will be a great thing, but I'm not expecting him to stop it. But he should be mindful. That for that. Then university salary, university in Nigeria, it's a very beautiful thing how we carry Nigeria. Somebody said we eat more meat now in Lagos. That means a lot of high blood pressure, a lot of red meat is very bad for the body. Is that what we now consume in Nigeria every day? Now, don't you see we'll be having a lot of cholesterol problem, BP, prostate cancer, and all that? People are eating red meat now because they cannot afford chicken anymore. They cannot afford snail, they will call Congo meat anymore. They cannot afford good bush meat anymore. They all default to eat the cheap meat, the red meat. And what part are they buying? Some buying liver, some buying blood of cow. They used to cook now. And we are praising and slapping for that. Oh, Nigeria is doing better because people are consuming cow or beef more. That is so wrong. 8,000 naira will cook you a soup that won't last you for 3 days. And we are talking about soup, that is supper. What about breakfast? Then what about lunch? So if you calculate 8,000, thank you, you're asking that gentleman 32,000 naira for just from the salary for soup for 1 month. What about the lunch? What about the breakfast? So maybe 3 square meal will just take your 100,000 naira you receive in a month. So how do you not pay your transport fare to go to work? How you pay your light bill? How you pay your house rent? People just say things, we forget about the rest. Just like you point a finger to the one person, 4 point back to you. Nigeria is getting hard. It didn't start now. True. Even in the 70s when things were cheap, people could not afford to build house there. Even things were still cheap. My father used to say it. Even when they say cement was 1 shilling, people couldn't still build a house. But that does not mean a lot of people didn't build there. The government have to look into it. We have to look into our food security, try to help the farmers. Insecurity is really affecting us. People are not farming well in Borno. People are not farming well in the southwest. More yams are coming out from the southwest and Benue. More cassava is not coming out from the south. We have to look into that so that people can stop the food insecurity, so that people can be getting to the market. And the roads, they should make the roads. There's no road, no logistics to bring this food from the farm to the market. You can have all you have in the bush, but you cannot transport to the city. So all those things have to be looked into. I'm not here to come and bash the government is not doing anything, but these are the areas the government should look so that can improve the life of people. People are suffering, hunger is in the town. And school fees, I don't understand people saying that school fees, my gentleman Thomas said his cousin or his in-law is giving 500 and something thousand naira is the soldier or what he said, guys. How many people is the soldier in Nigeria? Now we're talking about a single individual. His school fees cost 40,000. Let's put bare minimum is 40,000 naira for medical student. Now the question is, if that gentleman have 3 children in school, we are looking at one drive 20,000 naira. How is a common man or average man? The average man in Nigeria receive like from civil servants receive like 120 to 140. How is he going to pay that school fees for three kids? We only look at one side of it. To our economy, education is not cheap for us. To our economy, to our naira, education is not cheap. People find it difficult to pay school fees for their kids. They have to skip a lot of things. And the government have to do something about it. School education everywhere in any country is not cheap. I agree to that. That's why government have to come in. These are the area government have to bring subsidies. Education, government have to bring subsidies inside so that people can can afford it. Education, university is universal. It's not for only poor men or rich men. It's for everybody, both the rich, the poor, the deaf, the dumb. That's why it's called university. It's universal. It's not targeted for middle class or upper rich class. It's for everybody that can make it there. So if the son of artisan make it there, is there. If we die with people that his father is the president, if his son is there too, that's called university. So that's why the government step in and bring a something that unites everybody together. So we should stop all this that we start saying, compare what you are paying in Australia, what we are paying in Nigeria is a peanut. No, we are using Naira. That's a very wrong assumption. Except we don't want to move the country forward. That's for me. Then for our Juru, I don't care if it's politics or it's not playing politics, but there's something we have to put it. We have to say, when are we going to put a stop to this? We cannot just be putting everything in politics. A Labour president beating up in a state. Hello, can anybody hear me?
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, a Labour president, Labour, that is national worker president, beating up in a state, and we're still playing politics to it. No, that is wrong now. That's what we see during Ganduje's time when a bunch of ragtag bike people rode into the international airport and we were laughing. In a working country, those people will cease to be breathing. The Air Force One is going to land and you're obstructing the tarmac with bike because it's politics. At least let's call it spade a spade. There's a say, there's the village you beat a military man, that village nobody will see sleep. A military man or not even a Korofo, you beat him. They will come and wipe that village out, not to talk about LUC president, and we are still saying it's politics, we should leave him. No, even though it's politics, not politics, there's a limitation to everything. There's a red line. You don't touch him. He used what he has to get what he wants. That's why I said the president, Oshomole did worst. Chanja Jago go to come and speak here. What Oshomole was telling to Obasanjo during his time. You will tell Obasanjo, you are president of Nigeria and president of national workers. You can't do nothing. What made the first Labour governor to win Ondo? Oshomole was always there campaigning. Obasanjo told him, if you want to face the country, go nominate your party should nominate your own candidate. They say yes, they will do that. That's why they are Labour. If they can have their way, they will have Nigeria. Oshomole said it openly. Oshomole was on Obasanjo's neck every day. Obasanjo one day beat Oshomole up. Another day against Oshomole. If that guy went there, Uzoduma would allow him to have his say. Uzoduma is the governor, he will have his way. Now, if we are very short-sighted in Nigeria, we like everything very fast. We cannot build for the future. If Uzoduma allowed him to carry that protest that day, it would have been finished by now. It's not just one day protest. He will protest and go back to his office. But now see what you have caused. It's costing everybody. Now we are blaming him. Why is he shutting down the airport? We are not saying they almost took that guy's life. They mobbed that guy. They beat him up and all that. Ogbeni is a lawyer. As Ogbeni talk about the consequences about what they did to that man, in the same country, they will shut that state down. The PNSA like president, not even work. Gary said, you don't see that for markets. Everything will shut down. We need to have respect for the workers. If you touch a policeman, he said, if you touch a policeman, you are touching the AIG.
All right, what please? A couple more minutes. There's a lot of background noise from you. A lot of background noise.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so I'll learn it now. So for that, if you separate politics from reality, what he did, two wrong cannot make it right. If his politics are accusing me for that is wrong, but beating me up is very wrong, and you cannot use that to justify what happened to him. Mama, that's my take. I'll be on the background, listen to you guys, and thank you so much for giving this opportunity. Thank you, Mama.
All right, brilliant. That's the excellent Warpiece. So thank you, Warpiece. So from Warpiece, we go on next to Man of Prestige, but on our way
hold on. I thought I'll be next now.
Oh yeah. So sorry, we go on to you, Mike. Sorry, and then after you, Man of Prestige. But on our way to Mike, let me signpost you to what is on the screen now. So we have Daniel Boala joining us tomorrow for 10 p.m. UK time. The link to that session is already up. The thumbnail to it is already up. So go and bookmark it turn on the notification and all that. So Daniel Boala are joining us tomorrow. So get your questions ready. The man is robust enough to take on whatever it is that you want to put to him. So Daniel Boala for tomorrow. So go and turn on the notification for that. So go and turn on the notification for that as the mighty Mike takes the floor. Mike, you're up next.
All right, thank you. So I will start with the whole economy thing that we discussed, the whole Nigeria problem thing. I mean, I think a lot of time we compare ourselves with America, all these countries, but the thing is, what we don't do is take time to study how those countries do it and how they got to where they are and the way they do things. But it's just like Nigeria, oh, look at America, look at that, we too, and then we just run to government. You don't ask yourself, okay, the approach you are taking to become America, is that the same approach America took to get to for them to where they are? You know, I think Nigerians should start asking those questions, and then maybe from there they can begin to know the solution to their problems. You know, I'll give one example of a friend some years ago when I begin to stop listening to Nigerians' whining culture mentality was when this thing happened. This my friend in Nigeria, right? That time I was still struggling. I got still struggling where I'll make money, at the end of the month. I mean, I will have little left or sometimes even negative in America. So he always call, this country bad, it's so bad, Nigeria bad. The way the guy would talk, he got kids, see my children now, the school fees don't increase, this and that. The guy always cry. So every time, when I listen to the guy cry so much, I'll be forced to take out of a little I have left in a month and send to him, just send him $50, $100, sometimes 150. So one time now when I visited Nigeria, the guy would tell me his income, his salary. So based on that salary, I'm like, this guy can't survive, So when I now visited Nigeria, I spent time around him, spent time in his house. And then what I discovered was this guy, he has several businesses, like trades he does, like everybody now. First, in his freezer, he has minerals that he sells, Coke and Fanta. In front of his house, he has a goods he put on his counter where his children, they sit there, they're the one that sit there while he goes to work, And then I begin to see how many customers stop by every minute, maybe at least few hours. In a day, the amount of people that purchase his mineral from his fridge and pick and goods from his counter, from the desk, he's set in front of his house.
Mike, wọ́n ti gbé ẹni mugun.
Move on. So I started counting how many customers buy things from this guy. So then when I begin to ask him, I begin to dig deep, find out the goods, how much he gets them from the supplier, and then how much you end up selling them as a retail. You buy as wholesale and a retail, and then the profit they make out of each of these things. And then I begin to calculate the amount of customers that walk by that day. I'm like, this guy's making thousands of naira a day. You understand from this thing he's doing, And then I start to wonder, and then I begin to think to myself, oh no, whenever this guy is posting pictures of his kids, every birthday they celebrate it. They celebrate birthday. They don't look so hungry like that. And then why you going to Jimmy? Because at the end of the month, I'm sure this guy, he will have money saving. He's making money. So that's when I was like, I'm a fool, man. Me in America, yeah, of course. If I see what I make more money than him. But at the end of the month, after paying my rent in the thousands of dollars, pay some basic American government put on your head sometimes like tickets when they pull you over, you have to go and pay tickets in court. At the end of the month, I'm still paying my school loan. I really don't have much left at the end of the month, and I'm seeing these guys, the guy that's in Nigeria suffering, and I have to send him money when at the end of the month he's not in the he's not in the negative, he's in the positive because he's making money. But to them, they have that culture of just whining that we are suffering. Government bad, look, we are killing. So that's when I'm like, you guys are full of crap, man. From then, I don't even listen to that bullshit again. Like, hey, we are suffering. You're in America, you're the one enjoying. You're out of your mind, So that's why I stopped that crap that Nigerians do. And our problem is we focus so much on this least common denominator that the poorest are the poorest. We want to discuss problem of Nigeria. If we want to solve problem of Nigeria, how about we focus on actual solving problem? The things, like for example, we compare America to Nigeria. We say they provide free education for the kids. And then when I begin to dig, how are they doing it? And then when I talk to people, they say, okay, the way the government fund the school education in the community is through the tax properties. It's through the property tax. So basically, every house, every property in that community, you have to pay property tax, and that money is what they use to fund the free education for the children in that community. I'm like, oh wow, so it's not really free. And then they will go and say, what they used to also fund other programs. They will say, okay, the tax, maybe sales tax. They use that to fund the infrastructures, maybe to fix the roads. And this also, I'm like, wow. So it's really people that are paying for everything here in America. It's not really that the government is just selling natural resources or something, and then they use that money to just be giving everybody something. And then with the welfare, I'm like, this government are nice, so you just give people welfare. They said, no, they are coming to take it from this tax that they tax you there. You want to take from? I'm like, wow. So it's actually people paying for everything. No wonder at the end of the month we make so much money. Most of us just wonder where's our money going. You begin to realize, government don't take that shaking you. So, and then when I wonder, okay, how that look at the whole picture holistically, and I realize that most of the if the people themselves and most of the employment and also the organizations that actually build the economy or have the economy running are all private, like franchises, restaurants, small scale businesses. It's just people creativity. You understand? That's creating all this employment and allowing people to be employed, to have jobs. And what government is just doing is just collecting in America. Yeah, they collect, but yeah, they give back into, helping those that are now in the bottom. So I'm like, okay, so if Nigeria, if we want to become America, then so that means we, the people, have to become that creative too. We have to have more creative people, building more, maybe extend your business, make it a franchise. A group of people come together, put things together, So maybe we, the people, need to become more creative too. So that way, government can now see people they can be taxing. Because if the Americans are not creative, you start to be sit on their ass and be saying, government, come and give us free education. Come and give us this. Come and give us that. And government can find a way to people to tax to be able to fund those things. Then I think America will look like Nigeria then. So that's why I begin to say, we need to start changing our conversation. But we, the people, begin to look and say, what can we, instead of, just like John Kennedy said when he became president of America, I said, listen, don't ask your country what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. And I believe that philosophy is what has made America great. And the Americans, even they are innovators, they look at society and say, if we can have this thing, society will be sweeter. And that's why they go into research and figure out how to create that thing. Even all this technology we are enjoying, the YouTube, the Facebook, all these things, it's just individuals. And I'm like, you know what? If you can create this thing, everybody can, communicate, people can enjoy themselves and become rich. And creativity is what people promote. And I think we Nigerians, if you want to solve our problem, the thing we need to start talking about is how creative can be. Creativity is what we need to start pushing and promoting, celebrating, and just live. Government cannot solve any of this. They can't solve problem, in America, even the government that's how they survive. Just the progress of the people. That's how they survive. The employment in America, 85%, 90% is private sector. The government cannot go and employ entire population now. With what? They'll start businesses and be employing people. So we have to just figure out how to be, we want to get that in our mind that it will take creativity. Even we that are talking here, some of us are in a good position to start one thing, one village somewhere, and just turn the thing around. Maybe change the one village like that. Maybe we just bring one strategy, something like that. Just turn that place around. I don't know if you follow one story about some group of white people in South Africa, right? They created one small town. They call, I forgot, it's something Oranium or something like that. And when I ran into that story, was Kaizo now. He was covering that story about some group of white men and some. They decided to create a new town for themselves. They want to get away from everybody, so they set up that town.
I think that was in South America, not South
No,
Africa.
in South Africa. because it became so those group of white men set up that town. They bought the big land acres. They set up the water, this thing, every basic need in that town. Right? They make it a private town, private village. So because the town looks so attractive, blacks wanted to start moving in, and they started saying no, no blacks. We don't want blacks. Racism. So on kinds of everybody are crying victim. Oh, racism in South Africa. They should ban that town. They should close it down. But me, I begin to think differently. Like, okay, if this group of white men can come together and say, let's go and build a town, why can't group of black men do the same in Africa and say, oh, me, I have some money, you have some money, group of us. If you have this amount of money, we can build this beautiful town and set it up, and then maybe others can look and maybe from there we can expand. So I begin to like, so this is the white men think. You understand? This is the way they think. They think it's not the South African government that built that town. Whereas there's no single town that looked that good where a group of South African black men got together to build. All they do is just cry. So we have Shanty here, Shanty town, government. I'm like, why is it our culture to just be crying? I don't know. Even in America here, it's the same thing. The only people that cry all the time is the black Americans. The Hispanic, they figure something out. Even when they are in the lowest, they get to do something. Everybody else is building. Asians, you see, they'll have Chinatown. You see, American government a big Chinatown for them. You go to some city. I remember this city in America, Houston. When the first time I came to Houston was many years ago. There was one street like that. It used to be black and Hispanics and white, everything. The Chinese, the Asians started coming in there, and today they bought everything. Like they turned that area to Chinatown. Even they're now changing the streets. They're writing the name of the streets in the Chinese language, or maybe it's Korean. I don't know. Is that Korean or Chinese? I don't know. So the way those people reason is just the reason why they're advancing. And now we are encouraged with blacks. Maybe we should start learning from them and we should start focusing on how they think, not what they have. Because it seems like what we do is look at what Igbo people have, what Chinese people have, and then we start telling our government to give it to us. We look at America, they give them this thing. Why can't at least our government useless? Can't give us the same thing. You go and ask your question, how they end up having it. Don't just say you want it. How did they get it? What's the process? What was their thinking process? And then maybe you can figure like, oh, this is how they are thinking. Because when I saw the story of those black, white South Africans, they created town. The idea now came to my mind, like, oh boy, one day maybe I can get us some Nigeria guys from Yankee here. We can put where we don't make money. We can just go and find one place in Nigeria. They just build our own community like that. One fine community, turn it to one beacon where everybody go there, even they come. Even Las Vegas. It was a group of gamblers now. It's some notorious guys. Cartel that came up with the idea like let's go and build our gambling city, so that's how these people think. But anyway, I just thought I told you that for Nigerians to maybe we start learning from other society and stop this complaining culture. It's just getting irritating because since I was born, all I hear, I see my uncles, my dad, they just sit around and blame Shagari, Babangida, they just blame government. I'm like, I can't do this. I can't inherit the same mentality now. I'm passing on to my children. So I move on my children now with blaming government all their life. We pass it to their children. I mean, come on, we have to change it.
And the Imo State politics, are you following the narrative there at all? The Ajero versus Hope Uzodinma, who is Ajero, that is the Labour Union president. He has effectively shut down that state, closed down the airport, switched off the electricity. The elections take place tomorrow, but the anticipation is still a handsome win for Uzodinma. So what is your reckoning of what's playing out there?
They are playing their politics there. It looks like they are. But the guy that said they beat him all over that stuff, I'm yet to see like video and evidence. The propaganda is a lot going on in Nigeria. I can't even, especially this nowadays, man. This Labour Party people, whenever they talk now, you really can't trust what they are saying. They say they beat him up and then no proof. So that the assignment, I'm really not paying too much attention, to be honest. Like I don't. Yeah, well, we'll see, but I don't know what's going on there, man. But
Tinubu's trip to Saudi Arabia to beg for money. A lot of people feel that we beg too often. All this Russia's Africa Summit, India Africa Summit.
That thing is so embarrassing, man. It's so embarrassing. Like it's just so embarrassing. And this has been going on. It's almost like since Oyinbo just came, I don't know how. I will send one this thing to you, man. take one white lady make about we blacks. What in fact, I want you to play it. I will forward it to you. Play it before the show is over. Maybe you wake everybody up. She was breaking down the psychological thing they did to our minds, man. To the point, like it has to the way our people leaders here, all these people are thinking. Like they just believe that it's almost like you just think you can't your problem. It's something you can't solve in Africa. You just have to go to these other race of people. Like we just have that mind, and there's no shame in this thing. Like someone like me, not the having think the have this mind that I have now. If I become president of Nigeria, the moment I say African summit, I won't want to go. Even if I see something there, I mean, maybe I'll just send somebody to go. But I don't want to be standing next to the rest of those Africans because it's so embarrassing. It's like you're going there to go and bow down to. It's embarrassing, and they will all take picture. All 56 head of state, however many are there, and next to the. So you are all there to go and basically submit to somebody, one single president of one country, to now give instructions on. They all go there to take instruction. A singular instruction for all of you. So you basically all in the same category. You're all useless. That's what you're telling me. So none of you have your own. I mean, if you have your own, let's say, unique interest, apart from, you say Nigeria don't have unique interest apart from the rest of these black countries. Do we also Israel as one? So what makes you think all 54 of you will not be able to present your interests all at once? So it's obvious you don't go for your own interest. Just go there to go and see what they have to offer you. So you buy now. Very soon I heard Indian African Summit. Even countries like Mexico start doing Mexico African Summit now. That when it gets to that point, I mean, I'm just gonna bleach my skin, man. I'm no longer a black man because we have got to that point. Because India was just another third world country, even still a third world country. Now, if we get to that point where we start doing India African Summit, where we all were colonized by the British, the same way India was colonized. So
they are doing it already. What are you talking? In the African Summit.
Yeah, it was there last month now for the India African Summit. Are you serious? Yes.
No, that wasn't a summit. That was economic.
Their own too. I mean,
no, it invited all the African countries now. And then
what is Michael?
India African Summit. You already happened. Hey, I missed that one. The same India where they were just another useless country. So it comes to like you must not believe in your people because this other India. Okay, look at India now. The India figure it out because what they realized was that America, when they want to do something, they just look into their population to find people that are talented, and then they say, okay, this guy is
I just wanted to correct that impression. It was not an India summit. The G20 meeting was held in India.
Right. That's what I thought, man. That's what I thought.
No. Hold on. Yes.
No. I think Emeka might be right. Yes.
Yeah. That's what I thought, man.
Emeka is the one that Tinubu attended.
It was the G20, right? Then he now also discussed with India businessmen.
Hold on.
I agree. Google it. That was his first.
I'm not arguing with you. Hold on. But what I'm saying, Indo-African Summit, they held it before. Maybe it was last year or something. I watched it, and I was even aghast. Let me surprise. Let me use one. I was saying, American African Summit, Chinese. And if Dian is doing his own too, maybe you guys are not following. I saw it. I watched it.
Okay, anyway, so one man, so he goes to tell you that these people just don't believe in their population at all. I was reading one story about the Soviets, like during that Soviet era. So the Soviets were trying to figure out how to build the supersonic jets, And then they could all their scientists couldn't figure it out. So there was one guy, one physicist now. The guy, they just thought the guy was a genius. So the guy committed crime. So now the Soviet government now told him that, okay, we'll put you in prison for life. But the only thing that can buy you freedom is if you can figure out how to design this aircraft. That's the only thing that can buy you freedom. They held the guy. The guy eventually went to lab, and the guy figured it out. You understand? He figured out to design an aircraft. So that's an example of how this country use their people to solve their problem. You understand? So now, if Nigeria are serious people, if your government are serious, if you're having problem, you want to solve your societal problem, why don't you look into your population and find people that are very gifted and just put it on them? Like, okay, you are born with this special brain, you're just too good, you're too smart. I'm very sure if you spend time what we doing research, you've come up with how these people can do this thing, you to do it for us. You know, these are the things we should be doing. Like, we should be going to our schools and finding these children that are just like, they are just hazing out. They are special in arts, special in physics, science, maths. We should start investing in them to help us solve our problem. This is how India figured it out now. Like, India was like, look at North Korea. This country has been sanctioned for all these years. How the hell are they? How are they figuring out how to be making all weapons to challenge America? If they have to look inward now to their population to use their people to figure out to make this. I mean, Ojukwu did it now during the Biafran War. When the guy didn't have weapons, they had to turn to the professors to say, nah, you guys have to figure out to make weapons, though. You understand? And they did within a few short time. So this is how we should be thinking. We should be looking into our population, looking for people that can change things. We can't be sitting around. Politicians are not designed to change anything. These advanced countries, their politicians are not the ones changing things now. It's their poor people. They're using their people. And if the government can't do it, we the people can say, I'm investing in ourselves. I mean, this is how we do things. This is a conversation we should be having, man. None of this, we can't sit around and talking about which president will come and change Nigeria. It's impossible. It's never happened in history of people where president come and change the country. Are you kidding me? It's not going to happen, man. Let me talk about Abaribe. There's nobody
Let me put up the headline for you. So Tinubu has breached federal character, 22 critical positions to his kinsmen. So that's Abaribe lamenting to the space.
You know, I give credit. The one thing I learned about Abaribe, according to where Prince, I think it was Prince Adiwale said, he said the guy is actually a hardworking senator. They say the guy is well, that's what I heard. So if that's true, I kudos to him for that. But what I heard about the man is, the guy's ridiculous, man. So is this what you should be coming up with talking about now? Is he not one of the contributors to the problem we're having in Southeast right now? Is he not IPOB member or one of the sponsors of IPOB that led to the disaster in the Southeast today? And that's my issue with these guys. I mean, this leadership from that space, man. They spend more time going after people from that region. And I mean, I respect the political part, but the politics part. But West Abaribe has been quiet since this unknown government things going on in the Southeast. And he's the same guy that amplified this problem. They're putting on 300 million, however much it was, to bail Kanu, and then you come out to be when I ask them what's going on with this thing. Oh, hey, IPOB is not this, IPOB is not that. Yeah, now it's coming out. I want to start with Tinubu. So now, this is what you want. I haven't heard from you in a while. I'm thinking next time we hear from Abaribe, we'll be addressing the insecurity going on in Southeast. Now, this is where he wants to go. I think that those people. I mean, it's ridiculous, man.
So Abaribe is now an obedient, right?
Now this is an obedient too. I didn't mention it obedient.
It's not an IPOB.
No, you could have just said it's an obedient now.
I didn't say. You see, I could have just said. Okay, now put what in my mouth. Then. Say it for me. Then say it for me. I didn't even mention anything obedient here.
No, you could have said it now because that's where you're going.
Based on what? Based on what?
Rational mind, biology. How do you know where you?
Hold on now. Mike, you said here that the chunk of obedience are IPOBian, right? So
today.
No, I mean that's what Mike has said here before.
No, but forget before, guys. We are here today, man. Don't take me to some. I don't know, bros. Let's focus on today. We are talking today.
You see, you cannot be changing.
No, challenge anything I'm talking here. Don't start talking about. You said this. I don't know why you're like a woman, man. You keep on. Me, I don't even remember this. I talk after some time.
But sometimes your argument here is not even coherent. Sometimes,
guy, I wasn't, bros. Let me continue my talk. I wasn't talking about obedience today.
The same way you say my own. Look at yourself. Just listen to yourself. You said somebody's an.
I know it came for me today.
Yeah, it came for you. Yeah. Because you
I don't like obedience. We know that, but I'm not talking about obedience.
Fine, no problem.
Let me focus on what I'm saying.
No,
I'm not denying that I don't like obedience, man. They are
now make I interject you now.
But you're not interjecting me now. You're trying to bring something else in. Interject what I'm saying today, no something else.
What you do a lot.
Don't interject what I said 3 months ago.
Let him interject now. You've interjected plenty today.
But it's not interjecting what I'm saying now. He's bringing up something about I don't even remember saying.
Let him land it, then you understand what he means.
You said that because he got a secured release of Kanu, is an hypobian, right? And this is the same you who said here that any the chunk of obedience are hypobian. So if this guy is an hypobian, then you might just say he's an hypobian. I mean, he's an obedience that is disguised in another party, but is criticizing Tinubu. So because anybody now that is a hypobian or that has helped somebody before should not criticize Tinubu. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know how you learn verbal reasonings, man. Honestly. Now you're mentioning Tinubu. It's like you're just introducing all kinds of things. I think, oh Lord. First of all, if I say a chunk of obedience are hypobians, it doesn't mean all hypobians, all obedience are hypobians, all hypobians are obedience. I mean, come on now.
No, yeah. You see, you like to.
Where it goes to now? I didn't change anything. I'm consistent.
Okay, it's okay. Just move on. Say your whatever you want to say. You know,
I mean, I call Abaribe hypobian because he always defend IPOB and he built and IPOB never do wrong, even when they are creating disaster in his region. And he's a leader there. But he rather blame he will start blaming Tinubu for hypobian disaster in the southeast now. Same way he was blaming Buhari. So I just feel like the guy's a terrible leader of his people. Though, I mean, I like the fact that he's the one that has sometimes he's time to speak to the problem of the country, which I respect. That's why I didn't doubt when somebody says a hardworking senator, because sometimes he addressed the problem going on in the country on our Senate floor. I don't see many of them that do that. So that's one area I have respect for him. He does that. But the only problem I just have is he just he doesn't. I mean, when it comes to leadership of his region, he's ridiculous, man. It's so ridiculous. That's my issue with him. Now, someone was arguing with me about Tinubu's appointment. Guys, I won't lie to you. People saying federal, follow federal character law, appoint the people the constitution required to appoint one minister from every state. After that, if you want to perform, go and find people you know that you trust to, or else you end up like Jonathan that wanted to perform and he started appointing people he didn't know, he didn't trust, and they were looting his government. People like Desiani, so many people. How long have we been doing this? Okay, let's make everybody feel belonging, all that rubbish. If you become president or you need to focus on performance. So if Tinubu has seen appointing people he has known for years in those critical area where he wants to get things done, anyone that's against,
Sokwe Fashiwa for years, Abi. He knows what's his name, the other guy, Fela Duro to for years, Abi. Come on,
how do you know? How do you know he doesn't? How do you know?
The bulk of this.
How do you know he hasn't known them for years? You've been hanging out with him.
This lady, minister of whatever, what's her name? That lady. Told him for many years, and people command jump on me.
So how do you know? No, prove to me that he hasn't known the president for years.
Besides Edu and Wale Edu and what's his name, the other guy Cardoso, and maybe what other, but maybe the kitchen cabinet within the what do you call them? The Aso Rock there.
Cardoso served with him when he was governor of Lagos State.
And so what other people has he known?
And Wale Edu served with him.
So
how do you know who has known? Rational mind.
All the those that are with him, he doesn't know the
president. He doesn't know them. You know, you are Tinubu's best friend, so you know who he knows.
Yes. People come. I'm like my promoter to coherent.
Well, you are making argument. Can't present any.
To your Abado, go on. You Abado.
This guy, man, this is your ally. Anyway, I will advise anybody that become president. People will always claim marginalization regardless. Focus on performance. I just want people to perform. The guys should not listen to all these. You're doing one-sided rubbish. If he's I'm not saying you should just be appointing one-sided and just based on just because they're from your place or anything. If what he's doing is appointing people he can trust very well, he has known that he know he get things done, do that. Don't listen to anybody, because to me, I feel that's the only way. In Nigeria, it's not to trust anyone, man. What Emefiele did to in that central bank to Buhari, yeah. I mean, that alone just made me feel like if I become president of Nigeria today, I literally will not appoint anyone I don't know. Or if I even appoint in Nigeria, I don't know. I'll do what Ahmadu Bello said. I'll go to China, I'll go to a foreign country. That's how dishonest many Nigerians have become. Man. I'll go to a country where the people are known to be very honest. I'll bring them to Nigeria, I'm going to appoint them there. Because, like, the way people, I look at Emefiele now, I mean, come on, you can't just, I mean, the way the people are so corrupt today, and the way some of them don't care. So you have to find people that are buying into what you're trying to get done and really want you to succeed and are willing to put in the work and are on board with you, regardless where they come from. If 100% of them are from somewhere else, do that. If they're from your place, do that. But they're likely going to be people you have been close to. And someone, Tinubu say, people he has been close to will likely be from his ethnic group. So that's why he's probably looking like that. You know? So, other noise about sense of belonging bullshit everybody's talking about. What's more important? The same Nigerian, the crying sense of belonging, where it doesn't, at the end of the day, they will still swear for you that he didn't fix anything, you know. So, to me, guys should focus on getting things done. You know. So,
can I add to what Mike said?
Okay. Yeah, go on, and go on, Ola. And I think Prestige wants to come after you, but Ola.
I think I agree with Mike totally, because the thing is this: when we say Nigerians, even if I must appoint someone even across the country, it will still be the person that I know, like I thought to, because how can I appoint someone that I don't know his characters, that I cannot vouch for? I get it. I get this idea about.
Do you not see a bit of hypocrisy in that? Not from you, Ola, but from what's being said. Because
I will see
a lot of people wait the argument against Fulanization for 8 years, but now a Yoruba man is there. It's okay.
I said it myself. Let me make myself an example. So no point. I said it. I went totally against Buhari doing it, because, and what made it worse just because of the situation we were, because I knew quite well that Jonathan did the same thing, but I never made comment during the Jonathan period. I only made comment during Buhari period, because his appointment, if that thing was only lopsided to Fulani side and we were not feeling the negative impact, then maybe I will not comment, just I didn't comment under JEJ. So, but as it is now, I don't want a situation whereby I have someone that I think should be helping me, or will be undermining me just because of political interest, and just want to see that he is showing,
or even regional interest.
It's a reality. Look at what you see. I never believed Sanusi for one day, because Sanusi undermined Jonathan seriously. Why? Because, why am I saying it? Because I could see hypocrisy from the side of Sanusi, looking at all those LGBT he did in the taking over of those banks. So to me, I don't see anything wrong. But over time, we have this idea of juicy post. If you look at that appointment legally, if you look those appointments legally, Buhari has not breached anything. Because when you talk of the ministers, did they distribute according to the federal character? I would say yes. But personal assistance, I don't think except the like of Ogbeni or Enigmatic can correct me if we're wrong. I don't see anything he has done wrong so far there, because these are supposed to be his personal staff, right? So to me, it's just because of this mentality of juicy position. I think that is what is bringing this. But when you look at this thing overall, you will be surprised that this man has actually made those appointments according to the constitution, and I don't see, personally, correct me if I'm wrong, tomorrow I will say sorry. I've not seen when he has breached those characters. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
All right, round it off in a couple more words, Mike, and then we go on to Man of Prestige. So, Prestige, instead of the interjection, you take the floor after Mike. A couple more words, Mike.
Yeah. So, on the final note, the issue, follow the constitution. regarding appointment, federal character, once that's followed, just do everything else as long as you remember the constitution, the ambit of just do it your way, perform. That's what we need, because this election was ethnically, like, I wish it was rather unfortunate. That was very ethnic, man. So now if the guy failed, more, I don't even want to see any Yoruba man to run again, man, because now they will blame the entire ethnic group, man. So that's only one of the main reasons I wanted to perform, because his entire ethnic group is judged based on that performance. That's why I'm like, don't anything that will hinder his ability to perform, don't listen to that shit, man. Just do what it takes. Let them talk shit now. At the end of your 4 years, we want to see something great. Yeah, that's it. All right. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So Prestige is up next. But
one man.
Yeah.
One man before Prestige move forward. One man, if truly you call this our platform, I know you don't normally call it your platform. You always choose collective now to say this is our platform, because without us, this platform can't be.
I'm just the doorman. I'm just here to open the door. The platform belongs to everyone.
Yes. So if you can permit me to correct this, it will be good. Ekene came here some weeks ago, show us about Alaba. Then when you left, Mike, if you could remember, you can protest what I'm saying. Bill Kibiu came with video facts. He sent the video on the platform. I watch it. You said we should not say people are lying, but there's a misrepresentation of truth in what he told us here, which was why, Mike, you remember that day? You were here. So please, if you were talking on this platform, is a global platform, as Mama Zita always said. And secondly, he make a comment today. He doesn't know much about this thing. He just saw people. He made comment today that our federal government university, they are not equipped enough. One man, that is the misrepresentation of a truth. My auntie is a senior lecturer in School of Nursing, Abeokuta, in FMC precisely. I visited there often, and I saw Bangkok University coming to Federal Medical Center in Abeokuta, Idiaba. I'm mentioning name and their venue. So Abeokuta people here, they are here. They know where I'm talking about. I asked my auntie, where is university as Bangkok, as bigger as Bangkok? What are they doing here? My aunties told me that all these universities, they are not even equipped like the federal university or federal hospitals. They always come here for training every time. They would draw from Ilishan, Ishaga to Abeokuta every blessed day to come and learn in federal government parastatals university or clinic. So sometimes we speak, let's speak with facts. This is what I saw with my eyes. My auntie is a senior lecturer for 15 years in School of Nursing, Idiaba, Federal Medical Center, Idiaba.
No,
Thank you, Mama.
Sorry, please, can I clarify something from what you just said?
Yeah.
School of Nursing Idiaba is not a federal school. School of Nursing.
I said don't misrepresent me. Okay, they were, hold on, please, before you castigate me. They were situated in Federal Medical Center. I said the student of Bangkok, they came to learn in Federal Medical Center facility. I don't say they came to School of Nursing, Idiaba. So don't misrespect what I'm saying. What I'm trying to tell you is all these universities, even private universities, they are not equipped enough. They still come to federal government parastatals to teach their students. That's what I'm saying. Thank you.
Sir, I won't agree that they are not equipped. This is just more like you do nursing in Bangkok. And when you do nursing in Bangkok, it's just like probably, I don't know what they call it in the medical profession. These are like probably want to do IT. They don't just go to FMC. As they are going to FMC in Abeokuta.
They're going for clinical.
They are going for clinical, thank you.
Yeah.
They are going to Sacred Heart neuropsychiatric hospital in Abeokuta. If you want to learn, as they are learning medical there, they are going to neuropsychiatric hospital to learn psychiatric. So, as far as I'm concerned, if they say they are not well equipped, I can say yes. I can say yes, they are not well equipped. If you want to talk about School of Nursing, the only School of Nursing in Abeokuta that I can tell you today that is well equipped is Sacred Heart School of Nursing, Lantoro, and it's very expensive. Averagely, for you to be in Sacred Heart School of Nursing in Lantoro, you are spending nothing less than 500,000 naira. So let's not mix it. It's true, right? That school is not well equipped. Government need to do a lot. When you want to talk about medical profession, there's a lot that they need to do. So I'm saying this because I'm very close to that place. I'm very close to that profession. And I'm very close to that Abeokuta that you just said.
All right. But to your prestige. So thank you for that. And thank you for that clarification, Larry, as well. So to your prestige, but our prestige, we have an epic session now today on Saturday. Daniel Boala will be joining us 10 p.m. UK time. So I'm posting the link for that session in the comment section. Everybody to go turn on the notification. I'm sure you'll have prestige there. And by the way, people turning up for tomorrow's session, as many of you as possible have your camera on because we have an esteemed guest. I'm not going to insist on it, but as many of you that can have your cameras on. So, Prestige, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Woman. I greet everybody here. Yeah, it seems like you have a banger, this weekend, So I'll be trying to join. Of course, if I may mention that, you don't like people mentioning on a different platform. I think Dr. Damage supposed to be having a B. I don't know when, Sunday or Saturday. But anyway, having said that, so we have a bang on this weekend. I hope I have more time to join, because it's weekend, I have a lot of other things that I do, like watch college football and all that kind of thing. So I'm going to be dividing my attention. But
how did you get into American? How did you get into that? I'm not aware that Nigerians are into American football.
Wait a minute. Have you looked at the college here? It's a lot of Nigerians, playing. If the other day, a Nigerian guy, one Yoruba guy, I think, is that Cleveland or whatever, he's a runner. He kicked a field goal because he's used to kicking soccer. He won it, but that's not his normal position. There's a lot of Nigerians playing. There's few Nigerians playing in the pro, but when you come to college, level, I can count because I watch that, most of the school, I watch my school, UCLA, I watch, a lot of schools. And of course, I watch my brother's school in Florida, which is exactly where I am right now, which is in Florida. So there's a rival that's going to take place tomorrow in Florida between FSU, maybe I'm talking to the United States people here, between FSU and Miami. So that's another big banger. But anyway, let me go to the subject. I don't want to waste time on that. Let me start with where we start from. I think when some people come here, they kind of try to shift the goalposts, and start making what I consider to be not necessary comment. I'm not going to use any bad word. I get it, Like the last speaker that speak, just shifted the goalposts. Instead of criticizing Abaribe, or whatever, give his opinion on what Abaribe said or whatever is wrong. I don't know how IPOB, the Southeasterners come here, because there has been a lot of people that have spoken earlier. Other guests from the North and everybody, they have criticized Tinubu, and so on and so forth. Nobody here didn't even hear the speakers, some of the people. Before I proceed, there's a disclaimer. We have people that behave like that on both sides. Even on your platform on Dr. Damage, every tribe has people of that extreme. Yeah, so it's not just one tribe. Every tribe has their own representative of that extreme. So I'm not going to start naming them. So having said that, which is not even good for Nigeria. I mean, you see the ghost post calling him a phobia, calling people over there a phobia, and all that kind of POV. So everybody, anybody that speak against Tinubu from the Southeast, has become an IPOB. That's my narrative. That's the way I understood it. You may use the word most or 50%. It doesn't really mean. But the way I hear some people talk, which is definitely wrong. So that's it for that subject. Let me
Can I quickly clarify myself?
It don't make any difference to me. You don't have to.
No,
You
it
don't need
does.
that.
It
You don't have
does.
to. You can
No,
clarify to
no,
the
no.
audience, not to me. I
The,
don't care.
the fact of the matter is, everyone else that has come to criticize Tinubu, none of them have contributed to terrorism. You understand? So they,
So every Southeastern that has a government has a position, a protective
I've
position in
never
Nigeria,
accused any other.
has become an IPOB.
I
They don't
never
have any
accused
right.
any other. Hold on now, hold on. I never accused any other Southeastern that are against Tinubu as IPOB. It's only
Mike,
Abaribe.
let me reclaim my position. I'm not here to talk to you. Okay, I don't have
It's
time
only
for you.
Abaribe now, but it's a statement of fact that he
Okay. Let me go back to my
contributed
subject.
to terrorism.
I don't have time for.
He's a sponsor of
People
terrorists.
who
He
believe. I
sponsors
don't have time for
terrorism, so
people
that's
who
a
believe in
fact.
tribalism in Nigeria. Okay, I'm
No,
a
it's
true
not
Nigerian.
tribalism. The man
So
sponsors
I'm
terrorism,
not
so
into
let's
that.
accept
One
it, man.
man, just move the person. I'm moving to this.
Carry on, Prestige.
Okay. So let me go to the subject. Where everybody start. Let me begin with Tinubu government. Okay. Nigerian and favorism in Nigerian government has long been a subject of concern in Nigeria. There's no doubt about it. If you look at some of the statistics that was posted, recently, beginning in 2019 or so, more about 70 to 80% of what's happening in Nigeria has to be nepotism, secure your job by bribery and nepotism. This is where we're not. It's not about your credential. I'm not saying any no tribe is qualified. So that has been the prevailing situation in Nigeria. Tinubu is not the first, but at least the last person that ruled the country, playing nepotism to the highest level. And Tinubu has taken it to a different level right now. Everybody, a lot of people qualify from other tribes. Of course, you have to meet the federal character, which he did. But that's not even the subject. Look at the juicy, the juicy position. It's pretty much one-sided. I mean, and I don't even have to go there. But the nepotism has been happening before. So he should have learned from the previous administration, their nepotism that was very high. And where did that get him? The country was at the worst shape. He started all this. I mean, the country has been declining. I'm not going to say he started, but he took Nigeria to a very, very deplorable situation. And of course, Tinubu inherited it. And look at where he is right now. So he hasn't learned about that nepotism, that it's not gonna, it's not gonna help his country. Even at all the people here, employ like this Cardosa. Yeah, my own understanding, he worked under Tinubu during the, within the Lagos station team, I mean, they are not the only qualified people. I mean, it's pretty much southwest, but mainly concentrated on Lagos. All the juicy position. But it is what it is. According to the law and the constitution, he has the right to do that. There's no doubt about it. He can do that. But we see where that help him. If he doesn't, it's going to help him. I believe diversity, regardless of credential and qualification, it's always good for a country, particularly a country like Nigeria. If it is country like here, USA, let's say a Democrat or Republican, like when Trump came over, he appointed predominantly, of course, from your party, to help you. That's different. But Nigerian case, we have very, very tribalistic, country.
He should have appointed IPOP.
You see, that's what I'm talking about. Look, I don't have time for you, Mike. Okay, that's not why I'm here. I'm only going to contribute to what I know. So, it would have been good, I mean, just know that equity and distribution of resource opportunity to prevent any kind of, marginalization, that would have been a fundamental principle of democracy when it comes to Nigeria. Let me be very specific about that. That's the only way it's going to work. So, he has a right, like I stated, to do whatever he wants to do. So I don't know where that's going to happen. But nobody can come here and deny that he's not reproducing what Buhari did, because they had a lot of hypocrites that was there. I started following Nigerian politics at your platform one month last year. A lot of people that was there was criticizing, what the former administration did. But Tinubu came and never learned his lesson. So let it be whatever. We see where that takes us. I wish him good luck. That's what I'm going to say. He's our president. So there's no doubt about it. So let me go to the next subject, which has to do with I think Tinubu in Saudi Arabia. Okay.
Yes, Tinubu in Saudi Arabia.
Right. This is a problem. It's not just our president or Nigeria have. This is a problem with Africa. They like to beg, and it's just like what happened in Uganda. The AGDB something. With that man ban, he says he's going to keep people, like death sentence. America meddle there, put their flag, put the LGBT flag, inside their I think inside in their office. And right now, Uganda, Uganda is paying it. They ask him for loan. They don't want to give him the loan. But it's a matter of colonization, That's what that's doing to us. But going by what I'm seeing Tinubu is doing, that shouldn't have been the right thing. Of course, you need to solicit money to help Nigeria, but are you not going to pay for it? It's just like loan. There's an attachment. Saudi Arabia, we know how Saudi Arabia operates. They don't even give a damn about They try to cooperate with USA and Emirates. We know they are the worst. They are the worst when it comes to what do you call it? I lost my thought. They are the worst about doing the wrong thing when it comes to human being or something like that. There's no doubt about it. But United States, is kind of respecting them, doing whatever whatever they are bidding and everything. But they don't care about USA. They're not going to care about Nigeria. If they give us anything, we go there to beg, 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 which is the same a country like Nigeria, that have the, that should have the forest to help that country. But that's not the case. I don't think that's going to help Nigeria. We've been borrowing, and nobody's going to come to Nigeria to invest. That's my own opinion. I hope I'm wrong. If you have not cleaned your house, what I mean by cleaning your house, I'm talking about electricity. We are short. Of course, there's some people, I think in Abiyokuta area, I have some family member that live over there. They live in more industrial area. They just moved like about 2 or 3 months. They say since they have been there, they have taken light. I spoke to them 2 days ago. So they've been there about 3 months. So they have taken light only 2 or 3 times. So they don't use their generator anymore. So some part of the country maybe things is working, to a certain degree, but we basically on average Nigeria, nothing is working, electricity, security probably the highest. If you survey Nigeria right now, what is their most pressing issue? They're going to tell you security is number one. You'll be surprised. That's what everybody don't know. People here be surprised. People think they're going to be talking about economy or whatever. No, their number one is security. Nigeria are people who can actually actualize their need if there's a security, there. So that's probably what Tinubu needed to do. Try to secure. Every day, look at the West, of course, you have the Southeast, which has to do, people all this what they call it IPOB and some other things, but it's very minor compared to what's happening in the north. Every time it turn around, it's kidnapping and all that kind of things, So security is very paramount in Nigeria's survival economy, regardless of what you do, getting forest, loan. Of course, USA do, USA used to borrow money a lot, particularly from China, But you need to ask about the strange attachment. What kind of interest they're paying? They know about Africa, we being very poor and something like that, they're going to attach heavy interest in it or seize that, whatever, if you don't pay them. So that's the problem. We need to go back, and find where things are wrong, Security is supposed to be number one, Economy is going to come by itself if they secure this security issue, and make electricity better than it is right now. I know some places, like I said, it's getting better. So we have a problem in that regard. I think that's pretty much what I'm going to say in that. Then let me go to my home state, Imo, my darling Imo.
Yes, it's fire for fire tomorrow, isn't it? Fire for fire.
Okay, as an Imo, like my parents, they're in Nigeria right now. They're waiting to vote before they come down here. They're like that. But anyway, the situation is bad. It has shut down the electricity or something like that. A lot of people, of course, a lot of people has generated. That's what they're using. He's from that state. Does he have right? Because I hear some APC people like Bado here criticizing him. That man was actually beaten. I think somebody said it's a propaganda. There's no video. Come on, everybody saw that man, with the wound and everything, how he was beaten. He was beaten at the airport, no, I think.
Yeah, but who beat him though is the question. Who beat him? That's the question.
How do you know it was not his wife that beat him?
Okay, you see, this is
Prestige. Some people are arguing that it's a faction of the labor union that beat him up.
No. The real fact. This is the real fact from what I understood. Okay, I'm not in Nigeria, but I got the real fact. When they was lining up to go protest, this is what actually happened before. Of course, there's different factions. I think the leader of Labour Party in actually Imo, is Hope was stooge. There's no doubt about it. So he created his own faction, So there was an argument between them. So when they came there, they picked him up. He was actually beaten in the police custody. It wasn't the different faction, the kind of protest or riot. It wasn't too much at that particular time. He was beaten at the police custody. That is an evidence about that's where he was beaten. So that's what is crazy about it. I mean, people in Imo State didn't vote for Hope Uzodinma, but he has been there almost 4 years. It is what it is. So he's been there 4 years. Believe me, if election is free and fair, if there's 4 people contesting or whatever, Hope Uzodinma is not even going to come forth. This is how they hate him. But if you ask me right now, Hope Uzodinma is probably going to get 90%. I don't know how many people is going to show up. So that's where I fought this Ajaro for I'm not talking about when he went there to protest and everything, and he got beaten up. Yeah, he has a right as an indigenous of Imo. Did you know that a lot of public servants have not received their salary? Forget about what Hope Uzodinma come here and tell you. They have not received their salary for more than 2 years. Private, the civil servant in Imo, they have not. I mean, he paid some of them and some other things, but a lot of them has not received their salary. So they've been planning for this, that they're going to, but I guess he used this as an opportunity time. Yeah, he's a member. I don't know if he's actually a member, but he supported Obi or obedience, you may call them. So there's no doubt about it. Being a political, party doesn't deprive him his right, to speak about it. There's nothing wrong about it. So whatever is going on in Imo right now, it's like a dark place right now. I don't know what I find my state to be, because Imo State used to be very flourishing. I mean, we own a hotel in Imo, and guess what Hope Uzodinma did? I don't know if I've said this in this platform.
Yeah, so you have a personal grudge against him, don't you?
Yeah,
We know
because he
that.
killed my business, one man. Until it's gonna be open on by I think about 12. What is it? No. I think about no. I'm talking about Nigerian time. It's gonna open by 6 something p.m. on Sunday, which is the 12th after the election. That's when all the hotel. I'm not even talking about 4-star hotel or whatever, because Imo State on average, just an average, I'm not comparing with hotel in Lagos, I mean that's it on a different level. But on average, they have the highest number of hotel in the country. Yeah, because even I thought with what's going on, the whole people from the southeast, south side, River State, they come there on the weekend, to enjoy, because the amenities and everything that's available. Of course, there's a lot of show. Yeah, so the Imo State never ban or truncate that means. So people come over there on the weekend. But anyway, my business has been non-functional. He said he's going to compensate us whatever is going rate. Forget about that. Hopefully, Zanama is not going to compensate us for anything. So. I have a personal grudge about them, because he has truncated our income. It's a family business that we have there. But anyway, so whatever is going on in Nigeria is bad. Okay, I don't need anybody here that have know about Imo State. Being a very prosperous state before Hope Uzodinma come in. But right now, our income we derive from the state is what is I think about 10 to the last. We used to be number 1 in the southeast, and I think number 7. Because we have some oil, and number 7, I mean, I'm talking about internal generated revenue. We used to be at about 10 or 7 before. But right now, we are close to the bottom. We are 10, we have like about 20 something ships. Hope Uzodinma is coming. So what is he doing? Apart from they are going to paint some gutter, call it a road. Buhari came down, commissioned a gutter. They call it a road. I mean, the road is a little bit decent, but that's not the point. Even people are suffering, even the whole resources they have or something like that, nothing they're gaining. I mean, Hope Uzodinma has turned the state upside down. I mean,
Man of Prestige.
Yeah.
I want to ask you something.
Yeah.
Since you are from Imo State.
Yeah, I'm from Imo State.
That place they have palm oil farm, or is it palm fruit farm? I want to know the name of that local government, because that is the best source of revenue for Imo State.
That's Uguta area, Uguta.
Kuguta area. Yeah, I used to forget that name. But why is the government neglecting that side?
Why is what?
Why is the government neglecting that side? Because we are talking about palm oil, lack of palm oil in Nigeria today. Imo State used to be the most palm oil producing state in Nigeria.
But the guy, I mean, it was a little bit okay after during the Rocha regime or something like that. But this guy has neglected everything, and using politics of impunity. I don't know if he went to wicked school of politics, but he has taken it to a different level. He bribe you. If you don't take a bribe, everybody probably going to say, yeah, do you have a fact to back what I'm talking about? Yeah, it's a narrative that I'm hearing from Imo State, not just from my parents. If you don't back him, he's going to try to eliminate you or eliminate, somebody. I know that's more prevalent in Nigeria, but Imo State has gone to a different level. So if he win, if you ask me here whether he's going to win, I say about 90-something% he's going to win. For one, what this Ajaro did wasn't good because people may not turn out to vote or something. I mean, what he just did recently. I'm not talking about the first time when he was beaten. You know, people may not turn out and vote. Of course, the people that he wants to turn out and vote is going to come out and vote. So it's not going to be a fair election. I hope Uzodinma is going to win, unless I might be living in fantasy island when I wake up. Is that Sunday morning? Maybe the result will be maybe halfway or close to be. You see Uzodinma leading or Uzodinma is winning.
But I think
I'm talking about losing.
I think Tinubu is not giving him enough support.
Who?
I think Tinubu is not giving him enough support.
What has Tinubu got to do? What does Tinubu have to give him a support? I don't think Tinubu care about him because Tinubu know that he's
I don't think Tinubu care about him.
And Tinubu know that apart from being his party person on the river, Tinubu know that Hope Uzodinma is a snake. He does. That's why you don't see him close
Tinubu does not need to give him support.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. He doesn't need to give him support, but Hope
he has
Uzodinma
a
is a
federal.
snake.
Hold on. He has a federal might. He has a federal might. He has been getting the means of violence that's in the control of the APC. He keeps getting it. So if he can use that, if he can use the military, the police, and all whatever means of violence to intimidate people from coming outside, then they can write the results, and then they will declare him winner.
Oh no, rational mind. The result will be free much. Like I said right now, unless I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. About 80% is going to favor him because he used the police and everything to truncate, frighten people. Remember, the last police when Ajaro was beaten, there has been a complaint about him for a long time. He has been deployed by the present commissioner of police. What's the name of that guy from Yoruba? Which I applaud for what he did.
They deployed him.
Yeah, he's not normal. They have another one right now. He already been deployed. Yeah. Because people were protected. Yeah, he already. I think Abaribe is right now.
And their games. Okay, we shall see what in a few hours. We shall
but that doesn't mean anything. The cake has already been baking, so nothing is going to change.
Please, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Okay. Will you say the way they actually cut power in Imo? Do you think Labour actually has that right to be able to do that? Because for me, I think Labour is supposed to be for government workers, right?
Right.
So what rights do they have to cut power to Imo when they said electricity is being privatized in Nigeria?
Mm-hmm. Even at all, electricity being privatized, each state has to, get their own electricity grid going on or something like that. No, I agree with you. It doesn't have a single right, not even 1% right to do that. But in Nigerian constitution or whatever in Nigeria, nothing. I mean, everything goes. So you're a Nigerian man, you person that's just spoke. Everything goes in Nigeria. Everything goes. It doesn't matter whether you right or whether you have it right or not. That's what it goes on. So I'm against him for doing that. But previously when he came there, he's a citizen of Imo. So he has a right, and they invited him to, whether it's politics. Of course, there's politics when it comes to everything in Nigeria. He can't tell me that he didn't go there at this particular time that is close to election. I think that happened like about a week before last week when it happened. Yeah, he went there for political reasons. He doesn't like Hope Uzodinma like about 80% of people in Imo doesn't like Hope Uzodinma. Except people in his own caucus, and with the way he's handling Imo State. Yeah, he's going to win. So I'm not going to lose the sleep about it. So.
Yeah, another question I want to ask you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think if private citizens in Imo, if they sue Labour and they kind of sue the power generating company, don't you think they have a point to sue?
I'm not a lawyer when it comes to Nigerian judiciary system. I hope Ogweni is here. Maybe when Ogweni came next time, he can enumerate on that. Even at all, it's my state. I don't have a knowledge when it comes to Nigerian politics.
Yeah, because I'm just seeing a lot of impunity, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of impunity that it's supposed to be condemned.
Yeah, that's me personally. Even my parents, they did condemn him, but I'm just saying, even I thought what he did was wrong. It's not even if he was trying to achieve his maybe for Hope Uzodinma to lose. He has played into Hope Uzodinma card. This even help Hope Uzodinma. I guess in Nigeria when we think, we just do something out of emotion, with that, No, this part of the road that he's played, doesn't
But even
help
in
any
the
other
law,
party.
in the law, is it right to beat up a labor leader in the
No,
state?
he's wrong because he has came out and said. Remember, initially he was denying it, and Uzodinma
Yes,
has come out and has said that he was sorry
he,
for what
he
happened
was
to
sorry,
him.
he was begging.
Yeah, okay. He was begging or sorry or whatever, but he apologized for what happened to him. But initially, he said that never happened. But yeah, it happened on his. If his police people, security people, did that, it's some hope was on my watch. Of course, he did it. We know hope antecedent when it comes to violence.
And the IG of police are giving order for thorough investigation of the people that really beat the man up. He gave the
Okay,
order to
but
them.
I'm not holding my breath when it comes to Nigeria. If anything is going to come out,
Yeah, I know, but he really give the order. The IG has give the order for the
No.
police
That's what I
people that
just said.
is involved.
I just commend the guy. If it is during Buhari regime, no, that would have
He will not say
nothing is going
anything.
to
But
happen.
the guy came out to say all the police people that are involved in that act, he need them to be. He need them to be brought to book. So he has given an order
I
for a
hope
very
so.
thorough
We should
investigation.
start selling. Setting an example of something evil, something wrong. That's the only way it is going to help Nigeria. To me, I'm not ready with beat it like people think, but I may come here kind of with a brash mindset or whatever, But I've supported Obi, even contribute to my own minimum level, minimum money I did. But that doesn't mean election is over now. So Tinubu has to do anything to progress that country because things are not going good. It's regressing. So that will lead me into the Nigerian economy, like we were saying. People was talking about people buy 800. Is that 800 for a pot of soup?
8,000.
Oh,
8,000.
8,000 for the pot. Oh my God, 8,000 for a pot of soup. Okay, what is the
It's too.
average salary?
Is it too cheap?
It's too expensive. What is the average salary in Nigeria? What is the medium income salary in Nigeria? Is it not about 85,000 or whatever? So how much is that? To my own calculation, what I can do here, that's like about $75. So I'm not trying to equate it to that because people are trying to compare US and America. You can't compare that. The medium income salary in USA, particularly where I live, which is California, it's about 77. It's about 77,000. That's the medium income, per year, 77,000 per year. Of course, you have some state like Alabama that's about 54, which is lowest. You have even District of Columbia, which is no, I think New Hampshire is the highest. New Hampshire is about 88,000 per year. District of Columbia, which is where Washington's, the capital is, their own is about 87. Even California is very expensive, believe me. If you're making 77,000 a year, you can't survive in California because the house that I can buy from here, from California, that's about 3 to 4 million. You can get it, you can get it less than $1 million in any place like Georgia because I frequent Georgia, Atlanta, their housing rate, is cheap, and Florida is reasonable, which is where I am right now. So people are talking about, free college and something like that. That college is cheap in Nigeria. Yeah, it may be cheap depending on the perspective you are looking at it. Particular people, in diaspora, a lot of people, that is speaking. I don't know where Bishop is, but some other people that are speaking, make it sound like they are giving false equivalent. This is why I comment Ajale Coca. Sometimes I agree with him because I don't agree with him, sometimes. But I agree with him when he come with the brilliant, what I consider to be a brainstorm brilliant when he challenged that speaker. I think it was Bishop or somebody he was challenging. The narrative that he brought here was perfectly correct. It can't be comparing the medium income, like I stated earlier, the medium income in USA, which is the poorest state or whatever, which is Alabama, about 54,000, and you compare that, to Nigeria, what they make a year, if I may convert it to weight, that's close to about, it's not close to about 900. Yeah, 900. But the inflation of Nigeria is about 26 to 27 right now. So you have to convert all those things you're talking about. We are talking about everything is things can be affordable because university in Nigeria is almost free. But in USA, but like in California, I'm keep on using California because I'm very familiar here. Junior college is free. You can go to 2 years institution. It's free. You can obtain trade. You don't have to have your AA or whatever to before you start paying school fees. You must have obtained at least 60 credit hour or more than 60 credit hour from a junior college.
In California or the whole country?
Huh? No,
Where?
California is free. I don't know about other.
When did they make that law?
It's not a law. Junior college in California. I'm talking about junior college, 2 years institution. Here is free.
I didn't know that. Maybe it's something they started. I don't know.
Yeah,
But I never heard of that.
junior college here is free. Then when you start going to a 4 years institution, which is very astronomical high, like some of the top university, USC, UCLA, I mean, they are very.
It's free in our own state too.
In almost all states in the US, community
Yeah,
college
maybe.
is free.
So the point I'm trying to make is that USA actually subsidize a lot of people, a lot of things, even with what they are making, even with how rich they are. That's what people don't realize. Because if you go to school and get a financial aid grant, people sometimes become so selfish they start getting loan which they have to repay back. But grant, you can go to school free. Grant is the kind of is the kind of financial aid you can get from the government. You don't have to pay back. That one is pretty much free. You can use it and manage, maybe work part time and go to college, to pay for your, but that one can pretty much pay, the grant money you get can pretty much pay your university level, depending on the school you go, I mean, if you go like school like USC, which is the school I went, or that Harvard school and something like that, they are very much expensive. Some of them are private. So they're, but on average school, why not start from junior college? Like in my state, you go to school, you get at least 60 credit hour from there, All you need is about 60 credit hour when you go to 4 years institution, and you can just use grant without, you can't pay, you don't have to pay that back. Maybe work part time and they didn't support where you live and some other things, So the point I'm trying to make, a lot of things here is subsidized. So when people in Nigeria say, they are subsidizing us, petroleum is cheaper in Nigeria compared to Ghana. Yeah, that may be the same, but why are we comparing Nigeria with mediocre country like Ghana? I mean, we should be way above that. Look at what our GDP per capita income, which is, what you use, I'm not talking about the money, the forest we get, I'm talking about GDP per capita income, which is the money based on average, what personal income people are bringing. Do you know that like Nigeria ranked 38? I'm not making anything up, Google it. Nigeria ranked 38 in Africa. And you are comparing with just a mediocre Ghana, which is higher than us, that kind of thing in terms of personal income. If you convert it with their money to dollar right now, yeah, they are making more, and their school doesn't close like ours. You go to school, it takes you like about 7 or 8 years, sometimes, unless you go to private school, then you can finish in 4 years or 5 years, depending on your major. Like somebody say, I think it was Thomas, 8 years for medical school. Yeah, you can do that. But Thomas is saying that, but Thomas, you're in US, you're in Australia, you're making good money. So you don't really see it from aspect of somebody in Nigeria, which is making that like 30,000 minimum. I don't need to have increased it yet. I mean, where does that get you? A pot of soup, 8,000. How many families that's going to feed? Of course, Nigeria. We like to populate.
It's not everyone that live in Australia is making good money.
No. I just use the word Australia. Of course, we make a lot of money here in USA compared to
everybody.
Man of prestige.
Yeah.
Before you continue, I make a point here. Thomas came to counter it. And the point I made is not my opinion; it's the opinion of the actual president. That their institution, a lot of federal universities are deteriorating in terms of infrastructure and all that. And it's not my opinion; it's the opinion of
No. You're definitely right. I mean, if you want to talk
about Thomas came here to say I'm misleading the public. How am I misleading the public?
That's why I mentioned Thomas' name. But you haven't said that. Look at our institution, in Nigeria. I mean, when I was in Nigeria, I didn't go to university in Nigeria, but I visited some university. The last time I was in Ogu, I visited some university just to see, and of course I see a lot of universities. It's not even up to standard like high school here, in terms of infrastructure they have there. Every, particularly in California, every high school has a computer in their desk.
Let me ask you, how do they fund the high schools in America? How do the government fund it?
High school is free.
How do they fund it? How do they raise the money, fund it?
It's funded by state.
How do they come up with the money?
It's a budgetary,
No. It's property tax. They tax every property.
What does that mean?
Now let me ask you this: Would you?
You just want to make? How do you want to make?
Hold on now.
Hold on. Let Mike speak.
They don't pay property tax.
Can I speak? God, Lord, man.
Go ahead, Mike.
Would you suggest that they should introduce property tax in Nigeria and start taxing property? Maybe they.
It's in Nigeria. They have it in Nigeria too.
They are
You don't
taxing
know. Go and
property.
ask.
Yeah,
They have
yeah.
property tax.
And
That's
there is
what
Now
they
we
call
pay
it
the guy for my
tenement
property.
rate.
You know what you can do? You know what you
That's
can do?
what they call
If you
tenement rate.
redistribute their
tenement
income
rate.
level,
No,
tax people that are making about millions, like Dangote, them increase their tax. Not
And
person, not mama, this thing,
even in
mama, this,
Abuja,
that.
So are you paying property tax?
But
That's what
even
it
at that, the amount of
even
prestige. I tell
Yeah.
a lot of people here that Nigeria pay even more higher tax than people think. It's just that they are not documented.
Well, do you have a house in
I know
Nigeria?
where I know where my
I'm telling you for a fact. When a market,
I'm just asking you a simple question. Nah, I'm not saying you're not telling me for a
man
fact.
of prestige. When a market woman
You
that
guys
is
are talking
selling
about
tomato,
tenement rate. I'm talking about property tax. Meaning, if you have a
even
house,
the tournament levy, all of them,
no,
everybody is
no,
paying
no,
it.
no, no.
I'm paying it
When
in my
you
shop.
the house
But
you
I want
build,
to make this point. Even Mike is
don't
putting it as
interrupt
if
now.
One voice. Yeah.
Mike is putting that as if Nigeria are not experiencing anything called tax. But I'm telling
No,
you
I
that
didn't say
Nigeria
that.
are even paying. Yes, but let
I
me
just
tell you
asked a
this.
simple question now. The house you build,
Yeah,
are you paying property tax on it?
you used to put it like that. Your suggestion means that
It's
most
a
of
simple
Nigeria don't
question.
pay
It's not a
tax.
suggestion. It's a
Let me
question. I don't know why
reply him.
Nigerians do this.
Okay,
Let's
okay.
be simple
I can
now.
only speak for myself, you know. The
Let,
house
let
that we
me
have.
reply him.
The house that we have in Imo.
Man of
You know.
prestige.
Yes, sir.
Let me reply Mike.
No, don't reply me. Answer my question. I don't want all these
I'm
other.
asking.
Someone will ask me one thing. You say something
Hold
different.
on now. What is reply? What is answer? What are you talking about?
Do you pay? Do you have a house? And do you pay property tax on that house?
Is paid. They pay. That is what they call tenement rate in Nigeria. If you don't know, go and
Right.
ask.
We pay that. Even at all it's their
Tenant
house.
rate is
Those
you're
are
talking
not
about
the
Paid.
equivalent
what you
to
take from tenants.
Is paid. Is
Mr.
paid. The
No,
Mr.
no,
Mike,
landlord
no,
have to
no.
pay
Ajali
you.
Koko, do you have a
Mr. Mike,
house?
I pay tenement. I pay.
What is
I
this
have a
guy?
house.
What
I
are
have
you
a house in
talking this
Abuja.
On the
nonsense?
house you built
Yes,
in.
I have a
yes.
house in
You still
It's
have to
Abuja.
called
pay tax.
tenement
Besides that,
rate.
I
You don't
take
know.
ground.
Okay, how much do you pay? Hold on. How much do you pay?
Why you
It's
gonna ask that man that is not
Wait
in
now, it's a
just
simple
get away.
question
That
now.
is
Why you
not
guys
a.
making it into argument?
That is not. You are asking a question that
No, I'm not
doesn't
asking you,
make
Ajali
sense
Koko. I'm
now.
asking the man I say he pays, and I'm asking. Let him answer his question now.
He
Okay,
paid. You don't need to
Ajali
know how
Koko, let
much
him
he
answer for
paid.
himself now. We'll listen him there.
Why do you
Okay,
want to know how much he paid?
don't worry
If
what I
they
want to
pay you,
know. It's not your. You don't worry what I want to know.
I have
Okay,
answered your question
I won't put it
that
I
they
this.
didn't.
pay
I won't put it.
Nigeria,
property
Lord,
tax.
man.
You are
I
saying
pay
how
close
much
to
he paid.
1 million naira
How
every
does
year
that
on my
matter?
property in
How much
Abuja.
he pay? How does that matter?
So I
Okay,
How
actually
does that
I
matter
pay.
to you?
this night, Nigeria, Lord. Aye.
Do we
Okay,
They
pay?
will turn
Do we
everything
pay
to wrong.
Do
our
you know
property
that even
tax
in
here?
Abuja, do
Is
you
it
know
the
that
Ajali
tax
Koko, how
rate?
much do you pay for property
Can
tax?
you wait? Can
Ajali
you
Koko,
wait?
don't pay any
Mike is
property
trying to
tax
ask
in
me a
Nigeria.
question.
Stop
Mike, go
yes,
lying.
sir?
ahead.
Can I say something?
I'd like to hear a different point of view.
Even in Abuja, if you have a land, an undeveloped land, you are supposed to even pay ground rent.
In Abuja.
Yes,
What
sir.
about in Igbo, Anambra?
Yeah, every state. Actually, I don't know how. I'm talking about where I know, right?
No, we do pay tenant, rent. Yeah, even I think
Maybe in Lagos and Abuja, but you can't tell a house that have built in outside of.
Anambra tax is the highest in the south, in the whole south and southeast.
Mike, you use
Anambra
go to the
particular.
policy. You go to
properties in Nigeria. I haven't paid that for tax.
wait, Mike.
Property tax.
Mike.
Every shop pays 65.
Mike,
Every
when was
shop
the
pays
last time you
That's
65.
came to
shop now.
Nigeria
We are
or
not
you
talking
stay in your
about shop.
house?
We are talking about.
All of them are property now.
No. I'm talking about no. When I say how they fund American Disney, it's the neighborhood, the houses there, the tax. Those houses they pay property tax. That's what I'm saying.
Right,
I'm not talking
right.
about commercial. That one is different.
Mike built that inside the forest. That's why he's not paying.
It's still part of it now. If I build that in the forest, I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not paying. I'm not paying. They go and build house in the forest in America. See if you don't pay.
we pay property tax here, but it depends on it's an individual base. I mean,
He
because
built his house
I
in
know
Ikorodu.
how much we pay for property tax in Florida, but compare that to California, it's about 3 times. Everything is about expensive in California. Even at all, we are not the highest we are right up there, but we're not even close to 88 or 87, which you have District of Columbia, Connecticut. Their medium income, is higher than ours. compare, but California is expensive. Believe me,
But
if it is
President
not
is
because of
All right, bring it home in a couple more minutes, Prestige, and then we go
thank
on
you very much.
to
Let me
Emeka.
conclude my statement. It's very expensive here in California, if not because of my wife, which is a teacher, which is a professor here. That's where we're in California.
Are you a kept man? Is this what you're telling us? Are you a kept man?
I'm a project. Okay, I'm gonna say it here. Not a bragging song. I'm a project director. Not even, yeah. That's what
All right.
that's what I do. So I can't be. Remember, I'm a Nigerian man. It doesn't matter how much my wife is making. Well, and anyway, it's not about my family business. Yeah, I'm
I'm
still the
only
man in charge.
joking.
I'm
I'm
still the
only
man in
joking.
charge because if I don't be the man in charge, man, I don't know. I go die, yo. So regardless, I'm here to support. I take care of the family. That's the way I look at it. Let me just summarize it like that. So, but anyway, one man, it has been pleasant. Johnny, I've been, sometimes I be busy because I try to jump, but every now and then, I pump it, and just make a comment. Then I leave. Most of the time, I be busy, but I'm free to do. I said, let me join one man. So I appreciate you, and I like the way you moderate. Regardless of sometimes you make some catchy stuff. Try to annoy people, but yeah, it is what you have your own. The way you moderate your own thing.
Yeah, it's the annoyance that keeps them coming now. If you don't vex
I
them a
don't have
little
an issue.
bit.
Like I said, I've grown. I used to, Mike, one man. I used to have an issue with him when I grew. Everything you say, we make my blood pressure go high. But,
Shall I tell you a secret, Prestige?
Yeah.
A good 80% of the things that I say, I neither oftentimes mean them or even believe them. It's just, I just go with the flow of the.
I completely understand. Like I was saying, when I was a novice in your platform,
I just like to push,
I wasn't thinking about that way because when I left here, I was mad, and I think it was the Dr. Damage when I was here. I was saying this one man is from a different word. I was using different kind of word against you, but I don't even do that anymore. Even with my adversary, people who support a different party, everybody has an opinion to express it.
Give us an example of what you say that get under your skin. It's probably nothing. Probably because you disagree.
One man know what I say about him. Sometimes he be there. No, it's not. I don't miss word. I'm a very transparent person. It doesn't care. I'll tell you how I feel. Like, yeah, I said in prison on one man.
You started hating him because he wasn't obedient. That's what I remember.
Mike.
Okay, that's a long history.
Hold on.
Mike, I don't know what time a John one man prestige.
The moment that Obi movement started, everybody that wasn't obedient, you guys started attacking them. One man is getting because it's not doing
I castigated one man, but right now I'm not.
One man was always one man from day one, but you never had issue with him.
Sometimes, Mike, I don't share your view when it comes to
what I'm talking about.
It doesn't bother me anymore.
Let me shock one man. Do you know that this same Mike that we're talking about here, he has gone to other.
Want to make it about Mike?
He has gone to other platform. He has badmouthed one man.
Where?
Oh my!
Don't damage it.
Don't get me started. Where?
Pull it up.
Oh no!
Let's
I'm not want to. All right. I appreciate.
No, you can't accuse me without telling me. No, you can't just make accusation. Tell me where.
Let's just move on. Let's go on to.
I don't mean it.
You are a pathological liar.
No, don't go that way.
That's what he did now. He just told him he's a pathological liar.
You ask me a question. Let me answer your question.
No, let's go on to King Emeka. Emeka has been holding. Sorry, but that always ends up in a bad space. But Emeka, are you still there?
Yeah,
Nichols.
I'm here. Yeah, no worries. Good evening, everyone.
You held your now, so it's you are getting more mellow these days. So what's going on, Emeka? Usually you cannot contain it, and you say no, that's not right. But you kept your.
I don't know. You're the moderator, and probably you know best. So I just felt there was some topic we allowed so much time on, and then the argument was not going in the trajectory that it should. We should have moved on to other space and other people to discuss, especially the one on the which universities is better and which one is cheaper or which is not cheap.
All right, kick it off from there. Right. The floor is yours.
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone.
Yeah, one man, please. Can I say something? Can I ask a question? Probably, Emeka, you can add to some of the things you want to. There was this thing that you read today, particularly with the European guys saying, our CBN kind of like lacked the experience when it comes to monetary policy. Probably when you're answering things, you can actually help address that too.
Okay. Anyway, it's still part of the topic I wanted to discuss. So anyway, welcome guys. This platform is the best for intellectual mind, and even um, satanic intentions, and those who have satanic frequencies still come around to express their opinion. Still invite your enemies to come, my
Emeka, where do you
friends.
get this your satanic, my brother?
I borrowed the word from the therapy center where people go to cry every time. Satanic evil government, satanic evil people, satanic evil
You know
politicians.
their latest you know their latest fight now. That space now wants to start supporting Tinubu
Oh,
and
really?
the yes,
Oh, that's an interesting one.
it's usually my background noise. It's just light entertainment for me anyway. But the
No,
space wants to yes.
if I'm so bored, right, I just said, okay, let me just go there and have a laugh. And the next thing I hear, oh, satanic evil politicians, satanic evil people, government, so satanic. And they're like, the rant, I just, oh my goodness. But at some point, you get tired of hearing people crying, wailing, and shedding a lot of tears. It's tiring all the
You
time.
know they don't know where to go is the thing because
It's a therapy center.
the obese thing has come to an end now. So where do they
Yeah.
go? So they are now
So
looking for where
it's,
to go.
that dilemma of, oh, what do I do next? How do I move on? How do I unpack myself? It's a therapy center. So they keep coming back and they just want to keep, honestly speaking, it's not like a parasitic disease for them and they need a cure. They need to get out of that space. I hope they do because they can't continue for 4 years, right? It's going to mess up with their mental state. You can't continue saying and repeating the same thing. I remember one show when one of them came on, the lady, and the way she was like, oh my goodness. The other lady was like, it turned out to be a very massive fight, and I was just busy watching and laughing. But it's not a good space. It makes you um you have this dark energy in you, that now surrounds your frequency. That's why I keep saying the darkest of the dark satanic frequency. So I borrowed the word from them. Anyway, let me run into what I wanted to say. So the first thing, I listened to many of us speak about, the Saudi Arabia African Summit, and we said we are going to beg for funds. One thing we need to also understand is Nigeria is broke. One, yes, it's clear. We're spending over 70 to 90% of our revenue at this point for consumption activities and for debt payment. Now, we have a president who has said Nigeria is open for business. Nigeria is open for investment. There's no better way than the president demonstrating that practically, going to different continents, different countries around the world, and meeting with their head of state to see how to sell Nigeria and unbundle what Nigeria has. Currently, now our bond yield is trending at 16%, right? That is very high. It's attractive, right? A lot of people, especially those who have money, would look at our bond yield, especially our 5-year and 10-year bond, and they say, okay, we can make some good money out of this. Let's put in funds. If you have that free cash flow with you, and now with this, with you, if Saudi Arabia is calling from an African summit, and you are saying Nigeria should not be hopping around and going there, who in the African continent should lead that contingent of African countries? If Nigeria is missing, should we relegate our position to Kenya, Ghana, South Africa, or Botswana or Rwanda to go in? And we know that the Saudi Arabia have a sovereign wealth fund that is so massive that many of them. What's that noise? Yeah, that's so much.
Sorry, what noise?
There's a background. Yeah, that noise. Okay, so that Saudi Arabia word for they have a sovereign word for that is very massive that funds a lot of 500 Fortune companies in the United States, likewise like a lot of funds in Europe. Why can't we also see now that Saudi Arabia is redirecting their strategy? They are now looking at China. Everybody's looking at China now. Russia is looking at where China is going to. China is investing heavily in Africa. Russia is like, okay, we need to, since we're having troubles with Europe and America, let's redirect our economic strategy to Africa. Likewise, Saudi Arabia, based on the plummeting price of the oil, and they do not want to keep being dependent on oil anymore. The Crown Prince has said, let's re-strategize. You see what they're doing with football. You see that they want to host the World Cup. They're trying to do that in a couple of few years. They're trying to invest in other things, diversify their investment as well as their portfolio. And they're like, okay, let's also go into Africa and see what we can do in Africa, right? I don't know if some of you are aware, they are also building some houses in Kaduna and Kano. I don't know if you guys are aware. Now, we need the pie of that fund. We need the pie of that cash flow that the Saudi Arabia is going to want to plunge into the African continent. We should not be missing out of that pie. Yes, you can coin it so that we are begging. For Christ's sake, we need the money. We need investment in our country. If our president is not doing that, guess what the mainstream media will be saying? If that investment is not coming to Nigeria and going to Ghana, what are we doing? We need any investment that should be coming into Africa. The first doorstep must be Nigeria, because we have set all the restrictions that are holding people back from investment. We want to unbundle them. We want to remove fuel subsidy. We want to remove the fixed exchange rate and let it flow. Let the market decide. We want to also attract foreign investment, whether it's foreign direct investment or foreign portfolio investment, whichever. Let them come in so that our people can benefit from it. If it's the foreign direct investment, we benefit from the concrete investment through employment, through corporate taxes, as well as other foreign inflow that will come. If it's a foreign portfolio investment, we benefit through the inflow of forex coming in and buying up our bond yields, our treasury bills, our our securities from corporate securities in our Nigeria Stock Exchange. We have to benefit from it. So when I'm hearing those words, I didn't want to interject because I said I was going to talk about it on my own time to provide more insight and more light. That yes, you might want to call that we're begging, but it's like salesmen. You have a product, you have to go sell it. You look for customers who are going to buy your product. You just don't stay in one store and wait for customers to come meet you. It doesn't work that way anymore. You must change your style. You must move with the trend. Take your product and go meet with the customer, explain to them, sell yourself to them, and see reasons why they should come into your country and buy your product or invest in you. So what the president is doing is awesome. I think I sent one man a couple of pictures that the president had with the crown prince, as well as now the Saudi Arabia, what they now want to do. As a result of this now, the crown prince is now saying, or the Saudi Arabia government is now saying, they are going to invest in our refineries, as well as bring in inflow of dollars to help shore up our foreign exchange. Those are tremendous good news that we should be celebrating. If the president didn't go there, we won't get something out of it. That will go to Ghana, who cannot pay their own debts. They're having debts. They're having a liquidity issue in Ghana. So we must compete, and Nigeria is a big market for other for the world to come in. So we should stop saying those kind of words and see what the president is trying to do and encourage him. Not for us not to forget, the German chancellor visited Nigeria. And how did the German chancellor visit Nigeria? Was as a result of the president going to the G20 summit in India. Went and he spoke with the German chancellor, and the German chancellor promised he was going to come to Nigeria, and he did. And after the meeting with the president in Abuja, they signed a treaty for the gas reserve to go to Germany to sell our gas reserve to them. So the president is doing a lot of good stuff, trading, hawking Nigeria to the world, and ensuring that the world and big players come into the country and invest into the country. We didn't see it with the last administration, and when we see this with this present administration, we are trying to castigate what he's doing. Come on, guys, let's wake up and let's encourage the president. He's doing a lot of good stuff that will yield good result in the future, and not just in the near future, but in the long term. So we should encourage our president. If Mexico calls, let's go. If India calls, let's go. If China calls, let's go. We need the money. We need it. We need the investment for our people to be employed, for us to move out from the space we are into the industrial world. We need it. So Saudi Arabia are interested in either coming to help with our or with our recent or fixed in refineries, or they want to build new refineries for us. That is a win-win for us. It's a tremendous win-win for us. So please, let's change our mindset and let's encourage our president as well as our government officials who are going on and what they're doing.
Who is building refinery?
No, they said they will want to invest in our. So we don't know if it's the existing refinery or they will want to build a fresh one. And then they will be bringing in inflows of dollars. I know they want to invest in our securities like government bonds or yields, because our government bonds and treasury bills, the yields are very high now. It's attractive. You know, we're trying to fight inflation by increasing our interest rate. We're trying to suck up the money supply out of the system. You know, recently the CBN just did an OMO operation, that's open market operations to suck in the supply of funds, and that's a way to fight inflation, to reduce liquidity in the system. So as they increase the yield, increase the interest rate, it shows that okay, we are setting a standard for the interest rate that we want to take. And then the other people who will like, okay, I want to buy into your securities, I want to buy into your bonds or your treasury bill. You say, oh, this is our interest rate, this is what we can offer. So it makes it attractive to foreign investors to put in money so that they can make good profit or returns from it. So a lot of people are interested, and very soon we'll see them bringing in funds into the country. That's foreign portfolio investment. But actually, we need both. We need both. We need both foreign direct investment and foreign portfolio investment to help the country. Both are okay, so that we can keep moving. We need the foreign portfolio investment to sort out some of the backlogs that we have, the contract deals that we have, and also fight these satanic people who are satanic speculators, satanic evil speculators. That's the right word. So let me move on to the next topic. I think a lot of us were trying to do comparison between our educational system or the cost of education in Nigeria as well as the United States, or what's the poverty in Nigeria and what's the inflation rate. But that comparison is not fair. Now, food inflation in Nigeria is 31%, 30.6%. You can't compare it with food inflation, which is in the United States, which is about 4 to 6%. They are not the same. They are not the same. Regular inflation, if we factor in other inflation, including food inflation, gives you 26%. In the United States, it's 4%. It's not the same. So when you are talking, oh, there's inflation here too, no. The rate of prices of goods and services in Nigeria is way higher than that in the United States. Though there's inflation, but it's way higher in Nigeria than that in the United States. You can't compare it. So the goal there is, I would want us to express empathy when we are trying to establish the fact that things are really bad back home. They are bad, so we should not. That comparison is not a good comparison, and it doesn't show that empathy that our family back home or relatives or loved ones back home are really going through a hard time. You know, or not that, oh, where are they spending? Oh, they are still having a good. No, things are really that bad. Yes, but people would eat. They have to eat. So they don't have to stay or suck up and be lazy and stay at home and not go out to go work and get something to do. They have to eat. Customer preferences or consumer preferences will change. If they are eating chicken and chicken is now expensive, like what Ekene is saying, they will move to alternative products like red meat. Though someone has clarified that red meat is bad, and which is true. So they will go to cheaper alternative, but things are really bad. So we have to express empathy to reflect the current situation back home. We can't compare the West, the inflation in the West with the inflation in Nigeria. It's a total different situation. If your inflation is at 31% for food alone, then there's a problem. So in that respect, I'll be hoping that the president or the minister of agriculture, I don't know what the man is doing. I looked at the supplementary budget. I saw a lot of weaknesses on that budget. I saw a lot of dabu on that budget. I saw that they were just putting a lot of 11.6 billion and seedlings. That's not it. And I also will be looking at state governors doing something. We need to get our food production intact. Our game needs to be intact. At least 90% or 70% of what we consume in that country should be produced back home. Not we are always dependent on food importation, and it is bad. We import a lot of wheat into the country, which is used for bread, flour production that we do, bakeries and the rest. We do a lot of importation of wheat. I think it's the fourth highest imported product into the country. And I've noticed that the Minister of Agriculture is trying to see how to grow, we can start growing locally wheat in the country in Nigeria, but the production, the way we consume a lot of wheat cannot meet the production rate. We must invest in wheat production in Nigeria and look for a way to expand that. If state government can do something, we are so fixated on the center, and that's why Hope Uzodinma will not pay staff for 4 years. Pay workers for 4 years, right? That's ridiculous. Our governors should live up to their expectations and live up to their responsibilities. And this is also a rally call for me to also use this opportunity to criticize our governors. That's especially the Southeast. They're very useless. All of them, they are a bunch of useless people. The 5 of them, including the one that went to carry Julius Berger logo and dropped in one site, and everybody started dancing, even though they've not fixed the road. That's my own state governor. And I was like, what the nonsense is this? What's going on here? You have not fixed the road. You went to carry Julius Berger, came and dropped their logo on the junction, on the T junction, and everybody were dancing, and the road has not been fixed. Why should we be celebrating a governor that is expected to do the right thing? Fix the road and move on to the next. And you are fixing road, you are cutting ribbon. What nonsense? What are we doing back home? What kind of nonsense is that? So I'll be calling on Uti Aletuti. You've worked in corporate Nigeria up to the zenith, to the top of it. Being a bank CEO in Diamond Bank, you know what KPIs are. You know what performance metrics are. You know what being a top achiever should look like. You shouldn't be doing all this nonsense of cutting ribbon where you fix how many kilometers of road, 25 kilometers, you're cutting ribbon and everybody is dancing and say you are performing. That's nonsense to me. You should be doing things, be innovative. Look for a way. Okay, can an Abia State be the Southeast hub for production of cassava or yam, right? Because I read today that Benue State, they're having security issues. That is why their production for yam is dropping, and also Bruno and some places in the north, due to insecurity. So insecurity is affecting our food security, our food production. What are we doing? So we can't leave our food production for a certain sector of the or geographical location of the country. Other state governors should begin to look at ways that they can invest in agriculture. Probably, I don't know if that man has sense. He's busy fighting and beating up people in labor. Invest in agriculture, invest in other productive activities so that the state can move on. We cannot produce things. If it's just producing for your state alone, that is fine. That's food security for your state, and with that you do economic of scale. You scale up and you begin to produce and move.
Emeka, I have a question for you, my brother.
Yeah.
Sorry for you. Do we hear from the state where Otom govern? Have they stopped the killing there?
because
good
all
security. I get to
through
the Benue State. So the
Benue State, yes.
Benue is the where we get they are the highest producer of yam in the country, right? They produce about 1.5 million tuber of yam every year, and that's way lower than our consumption of yam in the country. So and Benue State is the highest. So currently now, due to the insecurity, that production has gone down. So now, which means we are also importing yam into the country to meet local demand. So we are importing a lot of the where we have a huge population, and that as a result of that, we would, if we cannot get our local production up, we will have to get that importation.
But
The supply to
Emeka,
come into the country. Yeah.
Emeka, sorry, we have some, at least there are some areas in Nigeria that we don't have insecurity, and we have a lot of lands there. So what stop us from making use of those areas? If
that's
we,
what I'm saying, right? That's what I'm saying. I'm not using, rather than me now saying, oh, others say government, I'm challenging my own governor, my region, Southeast region, and my governor.
But no, the question is, yes, if we can challenge the leaders, we can challenge the government, then the people themselves, what are they waiting for? Do they need to die of hunger before they know that they have to cultivate and produce food for themselves?
Let's be realistic, right? For you to begin to produce, it depends
I'm
on
not
what.
talking,
If you're a farmer,
let me tell you, Emeka, if you read agriculture in the secondary school, the basic agriculture, we have what you call the subsistence farming and then the commercial farming. Subsistence farming means that you produce what you
I know
eat.
what subsistence, yeah, but
do you understand what I'm saying?
Let's match that to reality.
Do you need somebody to push you to produce what you need to eat?
Okay, let's come
I'm
to
not
reality.
talking producing it for commercial, but I will use it to make money, but for you to eat so that you not die of hunger.
The reality of things here is that there's a mass transit or mass migration from people in the rural areas to the urban areas. We have more people in the urban areas now than people who are in the rural areas. Now, people in the urban area do not have that arable land where they can do, whether it's commercialized or subsistence farming, where you can find what you want
I
to
think
eat.
maybe, Emeka, what we should be talking about is maybe to sensitize people. You understand? Instead, you have a compound. You understand? In Nigeria, what you see that people they will flood their compound. They will put interlockings and all those things. Areas where they can have green areas where they can even grow vegetable and all those small things that can even
you can plant vegetable for yourself, right? You can plant vegetable.
You understand? But we are not doing it. That's what I'm saying.
Alone.
Everybody just sit down, then start complaining.
But you know you don't eat vegetables alone, right? You eat beans, you eat yam, you eat cassava,
you cannot produce everything that you need. You understand,
exactly.
Ebeka?
So, but there are
but
people
what
who are
I'm saying, they don't need to buy everything also.
No, I agree.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong, but what the government can do is to enable.
I'm saying this. Let me tell you, Emeka. I'm saying this because I know it's practicable, it's visible, and doesn't cost much.
I agree.
You understand?
But what I think the best way is enable that production, enable that farming, right? Provide a huge area of land and give it to farmers. Or if we don't have, there are South African farmers, Zimbabwe farmers that are very good. You bring them into the States, you tell them what you want, you specialize on specific areas. Is it poultry or is it yam tubers, cassava, or whatever? Now you focus on that area and begin to produce for the country. Is it tomato? We just focus on it.
What I see, Emeka, is like we have a lot of unproductive populations.
Can I say something, Emeka?
Yeah. Say that, and then after that, let Emeka bring it home so that we can hear from Ajande Koko. Larry coming.
So if we say something, can we say in the South we are beginning to be the South is beginning to be more lazy and dependent on the North in terms of food supply?
Um, yes, not lazy per se. I think the South is transiting into a service-oriented region, right? Like in the South now, that's where you have your financial services, like banks, insurance. Then you also have your telecommunication, firehouses in there. So it's more tailored towards the service-oriented aspect of things. And then in terms of manufacturing, I think the South also is not doing is almost 98 or 97% of manufacturing companies in the country is in the South, right? Is in the Southeast, West rather. So the Southwest, that's Ogun State particularly is the but in terms of for food production, the North has it. So the South must begin to think, okay, now, with the insecurity frequently going on in the north, the south must begin to look at ways. Okay, we cannot continue to rely. It's not that we do not have probably enough land for that, but let's see how to begin to produce food that we can eat. Let's see what we can do to reduce, that dependency on the north. That I'm challenging the southeast, where the southwest they can also want to do that, but I think the Southwest is more looking into the manufacturing side and the service oriented side. So with that, I think the North too, if we need to address the insecurity in the country so that they can continue to do what they do and do what they know how to do best. So let me move on to my final topic, which is Ajero.com and its satanic influence. Anyway, I listened to Ajero today, and he did a rundown of what actually happened. I could see the reason why he took it personal. He spoke about
Are you there? Oh, I think a call is coming in from Emeka. Okay. Are you back?
I'm back.
All right.
I'm here. Can you hear?
Yeah, carry on.
So I think Ajero took it personal in the sense that this issue has been a while. So I could see where he's coming from. I could see why he took it so personal going into protest, right? He explained, I saw some light into it, and I saw some reason that, okay, why would the governor fail to pay workers for over 4 years? Even if it's a month, why should the governor fail to pay workers? It's wrong. It's criminal, and it is sad. So, but again, my criticism for him is going far and above the required activism that should be done. Where you went in, you were trying to get involved. You should have done this action the first vote or the first year you are aware that the governor is not paying Imo state workers. Not wait till when is election, because now they are not criticizing you that you are not turning into a politician, and they have a point. But again, the governor brought it on himself. Give the people good governance. Give them what you. Though you didn't promise anything, you came into the Supreme Court anyway. But it's still expected for you to deliver governance to your people.
No, it campaigned now. It campaigned before that election. How can you say he didn't promise anything? Came to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, he didn't promise anything. He didn't win the election. He didn't win. So that's
it's
why
not only person that won the election that made campaign now, that promised people now. Everybody made their own promise before the election.
The people didn't buy his own promise. That they saw him as a double
okay.
man. So they came into, but you understand, they didn't like what he was selling. So and now you see why it is like a do or die for him, because he has something to prove politically. He now needs to show his worth. He has never won an election through the ballot system. He won through the Supreme Court. So to him is very personal for him, because politicians are like telling him, hey, you are nobody. You didn't win. You have never won election through the ballot system. So now he has to prove himself. And again, the deputy gubernatorial candidate for Imo State was on Arise early in the morning, and he was saying, the governor is going around, telling people what he will do instead of telling people what he has done. And that's a very sad one. And they're criticizing him. I'm saying that he doesn't have any electoral value. So he wants to prove that he has some electoral value. And my eyes will be on Imo State tomorrow, tomorrow rather, to see how the election will go. I know the arithmetic on the platform is that he's going to win, but I want to know the margin. I want to know how his strength is like. And what he's going to do, because they've accused him that, okay, and that was one of the reasons they are calling for the rec to be removed, because he didn't win up to 25% for Asiwaju during the 2023 election, but during the House of Assembly, the House of Representative election, I don't like everything 27 out of 27. That how come? What happened? That something is going amiss. So they are like, oh, it appears that the government wants to rig the election. You understand? So my eyes would really be on Imo State as well as Kogi, but I'll be fixated more on Imo State. Let's see what he's going to do, and let's see how Atani is going to come up. Then again, you see the other faction of, I'm rounding up, sorry, woman, the other faction coming up with the Papa faction coming up to see what they can do to.
They rejected them in court today.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't follow that space. I was so busy today. I wanted to see whether they got an injunction, but I think they are still going to come up again. What they are waiting for is that their Supreme Court ruling, and if they make Apapa the chairman of Labour Party, everybody is gone. You understand? Both Obi is gone.
Emeka, sorry, how is that going to be possible?
Well, because they've said what's his name? He forged a signature of some LP candidates, and the police has confirmed that he forged it. So they've taken that situation to court. Now the appeal court has actually ruled in their favor, right? And then the Abure now is appealing to the Supreme Court on that judgment. So we'll see if the Supreme Court is going to uphold the judgment of the appeal court or dismiss the case. So once they uphold that judgment of the appeal court, that is final. Abure and P2B would go seek for a new political party.
Do you know
sorry, I was waiting for Emeka to round off, but I asked that question. Have you lost weight?
Yeah. So I'm at work now. I never lost weight. 5 children.
Okay, I was wondering what all the noise was. Are you in some breaker's yard?
This is one of my yard. This is one of my yard. This is where I do heavy equipment, cars, parts, generators. Then the second one is for a boat engine and solar panel. So I came to drop some luggages because I'll do containers soon. So after I do container, I take free luggage from like clothes, anything, whiskey. Hold on. I just bought this luggage here now. This one. I want to send it to Nigeria, put inside container.
Okay. So you are packing your containers there with spare parts, and then you are putting luggages in as well.
Yeah.
Are you sending a container or a vehicle?
It's free now.
Is that you? Is that your vehicle?
All these cars. Okay. Yeah. Let me change the camera so you can see the version properly. Hold on.
I didn't know they did this in Japan as well. They do it in the UK.
This is what we do. Mostly in Japan now. Okay, can you see these cars? We chop them. They see this one now, it hasn't chopped, but this one has been chopped. This is like 4 cars or 6 cars chopped. So you can put into a 40-feet container with all these parts. All this other thing will go inside. Now these are engines. After I just brought now. This is my co-owner. I can't be paying for 2 yards at the same time. So now I own this one here. After I will come and say hello. Oh yeah. There's no money they look for.
Is it Japanese? Is it Japanese or?
Bro, it's from Owerri. This is my trusted.
My brother. You know what great us.
Hold on, let me move for. I'm using earpiece. Okay. Let me give you hold on. Make I remember order for speaker. Okay, can you say hello now? Say hello.
Hi.
My brother.
Who's the camera?
I know.
How they pan?
Hold on, my change camera. Hold on, my change camera.
My brother. How Japan?
My brother, don't see us. They do mechanic here.
They do mechanic. You mean say you they make millions? Now millions are they see. So I know. Now millions are they see.
Now millions they see.
They go
with the manager, if then I just there better everything for them finish for us. So now Nigeria, if you do finish, they go just spoil them there.
Don't worry. What are the thing where they say for your back? So he built 2 houses for Lekki. You think say we don't know? We know now. Look at this guy. Young millionaire.
Well, man, this is my trusted Owerri man. This is the only person I can go and sleep.
Not the only woman where trust. And I go kill him. I don't know how he don't die.
Yeah, he don't do business for more than 12 years. You know, like I give out money for goods to supply goods, load them, I don't worry. Yeah. You know, I leave goods here, I don't worry.
So let's talk to him a little bit. How Japan? You don't sabi the language?
I don't live here more than half of my life. I don't do here, so I dey speak. I dey try small.
But that your brother there, you know, even if he say one word now, he don't say
no man now, because if you see you now, when you see woman now, you gonna say they speak. If you see now, so if you see woman now, you go Japanese go come out.
Tell her my nickname.
Your nickname na Ashawo.
Tell him say make it slow down for him, madam.
He don't slow down already. He don't tire. You know, like you meet. I mean, recently, you know, he don't slow down. He get the time when you say, now, wahala where they have no degree and come out.
Now every year they born pikin. Every single year they born pikin.
I bet this guy married for here, but within space of 5 years, he don't born 8 children. I know that when I
can't be.
Yeah. I don't know. They take money home. I don't know.
He won't turn Japan to Edo.
It's in London.
Okay, you there UK.
They see for the world though. So maybe see your show. We want buy things. Made every money. Cause nobody going to watch you now.
I know they like
that one though. Oh my God, play war peace. I live in Okinawa, Japan before, man. Those Japanese women.
Okay, you used to live in Okinawa.
Careful. Yeah. I was in Okinawa now.
Oh yeah, that's
I was in the military now. The military base is there now.
I know. And even there's a lot around this area. Zama.
Those mama stand there.
Yeah, we know
Zama. Atigi base, Zama base.
Yokosuka.
Yokosuka.
Yeah.
And what the other one?
It's the rest of Japan, like Okinawa, where the population of women is like ratio 6-1 to men. Like there's 6 women to 1 man. Is it the old Japan? That's like that.
Women population past men.
That time, I just see women everywhere. I say, what's going on here? I ain't that close, like 9 women to 1 man.
Now what do they look for? Now they see. No, be say men no day. Your eye no day where men.
No, look at the look of men. I just say like I never seen a place where women just full everywhere. Like I just they come tell me say the ratio of women to men. Now they even told me, man.
But they know they are 2 to 1.
Many women are much in Japan.
Women are much in Japan.
My brother, then talk say the Japanese people they know they born anymore.
They know that, you know, say with the population where they be, like even if they born 2, 3, you go to see the add up. The population, they are the same. We are like Nigeria. 150.
We are 150 million here in Japan.
Like 150, 160 million.
Really, in Japan?
Yeah. Of course, 150, 160. Not now. For more than 20 years.
For more than 20 years now. I think it's even more than that, or maybe it's going
more than that. Yeah,
more than that now.
150 million, 160 million.
You know, I don't know why, but I've always thought that Japan was about 30 million something.
No. Even Tokyo is more than that.
Tokyo
is about 60 or 40 million.
Tokyo and Lagos is the most populated, one of the most populated in the world.
In the world, if you go to Tokyo now, you'll be surprised.
Do you know about Shibuya crossing? When 1 million people cross in a minute.
In a minute, like
1 million people.
1 million people.
1 million people cross in a minute.
So these vehicles wey na the break. So now don't get ready market for Niger.
Oh, of course.
Na cash and carry.
Well, mostly, but even almost there's customers for everything we buy here now. We don't buy something that's no customers. Ready-made down customers. Some are willing to deposit money for you to do this. For you to do two container.
Do they send you orders? So they send you what they want and then you get it and send it. Do they tell you what they want?
But I've been in this business for a very long time, so I know what Nigeria wants. But the only new thing they still tell me, give me the sample, this, and so I go to put out.
So the Japanese, they know say money they inside this thing. Don't be saying that just they give them 2 naira they collect. And then they take.
It's not like that though. You go know Nigerians. Once there's competition now, so if you know now we just they raise the money for themselves, so that they will give it to you. Yes. And at times they sell due to what they call it, the metal price, like iron gate price. Yeah, obviously if you go below that price the way that they sell here, they won't sell to you. But naturally, you know.
All right. Okay. Yeah. The melting price.
Yes. But naturally, you know, Nigerians now with the hustle, everybody want to dominate. Now so we they put price, and most times if you don't put that price, if you don't raise the price, they don't go even get that.
Yeah, they'll get that. You know, here we put like this one now, like this engine now.
And the fast for this kind of engine.
This engine, we remove the metal. You know, I'm touching now. This is my camera now. Do what arrange well. Anyway, let's go to. I just came to my yard. We walked. I saw one man. Back to you, one man. Please, this is what I do. People in Japan, this is what I do. I have 2 yards. One is for boat engine, one is for cars. Anything, cars, heavy equipment, generator, solar, anything. Just get to me. And one man, these days I walk mostly these days. And my diet, I just finished my diet. I lost 10 kilos. I dropped from 77 to 67. Now I'm getting back now to 70 now because of my doctor, this thing, my cholesterol was going up. So, Wama, this is what I do for a living. So, tell my people. You can go back to the floor, Wama. Thank you for this short album.
All right, brilliant. So keep up the good work. So that's what pays earning the dollar. So thank you, what pays. Back to Emeka. Thank you for yielding that space. I just saw the landscape. Yeah. Yeah,
Weather Warp is congratulations on your hustle. We pray you continue to grow higher. And at least woman has given you free advert without any payment. Anyway, let me finalize. Yes. So back to me trying to cure some satanic evil frequencies. So then, with Hopus Odima, trying to want to show people that he can win an election is going to be very difficult tomorrow. Put your eyes on Imo State. It's going to be fun. I don't know if Woman is going to turn up very early to monitor that space so that we can have whether coffee, whiskey, cognac, or whatever you drink, or beer, or you can monitor the space and enjoy yourself while we're having a conversation. But okay, that's it for me. So signing out, and hope there are no any more satanic evil situations anymore again.
You're obsessed with that phrase now. But so thank you, Emeka. So that's the inimitable King Emeka. So the majestic King Emeka, but a man whose majesty brooks no rivalry, the one and only, the man with the golden gun, Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, you're up next.
Woman.
So sorry about the long wait, by the way, Ajanle Koko. It gets like that sometimes, but yeah.
No problem. You can go to someone else and let me come after that person. I'm at the video.
All right, brilliant. So Rational Mind should be up next, but as I go to Rational Mind, let me hand over to Thomas. Thomas.
No, Woman, before you go.
All right.
Hold on. No. You are not. No, you are not about to. No problem. I just want to say, have you been watching crypto lately?
What was he doing? What's he doing? I know Bitcoin is spiking high, but I've just held, and I just thought, because my thinking is if Bitcoin doesn't hit 1 million, I'm not moving my
You're not
position.
selling.
So, sorry to interject. Sorry to interject. Woman, are you opening tomorrow for the election?
I might not be, because we have Daniel Boala joining us in the evening, so I have to prep myself for that. But if you're willing to host it, then I'll open the space, but then you take charge of it. If you're happy to do that?
Maybe I'm not prepared. It was something that yeah, I'm probably not prepared for it. All right, but no worries. We'll meet in the evening. Let me go prepare for the Daniel.
All right, back to you, Rash now.
So yeah, I mean, it's just we're waiting for this ETF, electronic traded fund. I think that's what is spiking it, because there is there's speculation that the US SEC, Security and Exchange, might
they want to regulate it, Abby.
They might allow is it Grayscale? What is it, Grayscale? One of those ETF might fall through very soon, and if it falls through, then it might launch the crypto space into the orbit. So everybody's just like keeping their fingers crossed, because if as soon as that thing, if they approve it, a lot of some other ETFs will also fall, because so many other exchanges and so many other, like even these what's it called, Fidelity that I think they manage about over almost like 2 trillion assets, $2 trillion assets. So they are also doing they're into crypto too. So all these big firms, they are all getting into crypto. So it's just one of those rumors that we hear once in a while, and then everything just pump up. And we know that sometimes when people do that, they want to dump they want to dump massive Bitcoin into the system, and then they will just cash out.
We see that a lot. It spikes high, and then it pulls back sharply, but then it always plateaus higher than where the original start point. So that's always been it. So it'll go up by, let's say, from 100 to 180, then it'll pull back to around about 100. That's not those are not actual figures, so just for the purposes of example. So it will pull up, let's say, from 100 to 180, and then pull back to 120. So you're still up. So but I'm somewhat disappointed, actually, because I thought you would have hit the million.
That's
because there are only 25 million Bitcoins ever going to be created, and all of it should be out by now. Then it should be a seller's market already.
Yeah, it should. It's just people are just trading with caution. A lot of people wants to go into it. Fidelity and some other asset managing companies here in America, they are all just waiting for that ETF. As soon as it hits, many other ones will follow through. And then when it follow, it's a lot of people will just will fall. So that's just the only thing holding back. And this what's his name? These other Ripples, Ripples, they've been able to, I think, get the SEC to get off their back. And now I think they are managing, is it Switzerland or one other country? They are trying to manage their digital currency for them. So when
the reason why I'm not into Ripple is that they will only ever release half of whatever it is and then the other half is so they can manipulate the market.
Exactly,
and I cannot bear that.
Yeah,
that somebody is holding 50%.
A lot of people are just being careful getting Ripples. I've had Ripples for a long.
I've had it for a long time as well. I don't even know where they are anymore. I have to go.
They're gradually going up. It's just like you said, they manipulate.
The safest space actually is Ethereum's, because that's the engine.
Ethereum and Bitcoin, basically, those two are the. If
you don't know anything about cryptos and you just continue to buy Ethereum I buy every month and I just because I've set
buy a long time.
I've set a continuous buy order on Binance. Just a set amount that whatever the price is, this amount is already set for continuous buying.
I can't even remember the last time I bought. Oh, that's over like a year or two ago. I mean,
Yeah.
I stopped buying because when I bought at some of them at 60. I mean,
Did
almost
you hear that Bittrex crashed?
A lot of them are crashing. I mean, a lot of the exchanges that I have my cryptos to, they're all gone. I mean, some of them they're gone.
Along with the cryptos in them, you know.
Yeah, they're gone. Yeah, some of them are gone. So
you know,
that's
just
a big loss. I have to write that on my chart.
yes, I took a loss on Bittrex as well. But the lesson there is to move your cryptos, the bulk of it, to Coinbase.
Coinbase is not the only. I've had issue with Coinbase. That was the first exchange that I traded with.
No, you shouldn't be trading on Coinbase. Is meant to be like somewhat like a bank,
custodian.
like,
yeah. But it's just that there are some exchanges whereby you can loan them your crypto and you make small. I mean, those small airdrops or whatever they call them. They call it. By the time
did you buy EOS? Did you buy EOS when it was
You see, I don't. You see, any of those new cryptos, I don't. I'm heavily into Bitcoin and
Just Bitcoin and Ethereum.
Yeah, I have other ones, but I don't want to mention names. So yeah, but then I don't.
Why not? Is it a trade secret?
No. It's just It's
you have Solano.
No, for security reason. Like, you don't know it.
What about Casino Coin?
Casino Coin.
Sorry, what about
Casino Coin?
Forget Casino Coin now. Hold on. You know your background noise always interferes with the.
The drive now. This is the drive.
No, it's in his yard. Did you not see his yard?
Yeah, I saw him when he was talking. So Casino Coin, I don't know about. You see any of those new stuff? I mean, there are some I bought that they all gone into oblivion. So I just leave there. I don't think they were.
What about NFTs? Are you into NFTs?
No, I did not do NFT. No.
Do you know my avatar on the screen? I think I told you was is an NFT.
Person, yeah. It's just we also hoping that this new. I wake up this morning from $34,000 that it was.
Did you feel tempted to sell?
Just say what?
Did you feel tempted to sell?
I feel tempted to want to sell, but no. If you know the price I bought some of those here. Some of them at $60,000 per Bitcoin. I mean, almost like not actually 60,000, like 59, 50. I was looking at some yesterday at 59, 58, 57. Oh my goodness! When would I ever get? And say, okay, let me just hold on. Though there are some I bought at a very like when it was like $100 per Bitcoin. There were many like that I bought years ago. So yeah. So for me, it's just I just hope that this thing will shoot beyond $60,000 so that if it shoots, we'll start selling. But I know a lot of institutions are coming in with big money. I mean, people are bringing in money into this crypto. It's just
there was a time I was tempted to sell it and put it into properties or into a property.
One man.
Yeah.
If you look at it, is it really a business? If you look at it holistically. It's really a business because just like you put your money in stock, and it's not working. Your money is not working for you.
Exactly.
Your money is growing now. Your money is growing.
It will grow. You see that's there's a way they say it in Yoruba. I mean, like some kind of money. When you hit it big. As in, if by the time let's say you buy it
over how long do you think you can?
That's the thing.
It grows quite rapidly immediately.
It does.
You know, in 2017, it said, and that was when I first started buying Ethereum. It was selling for about £7. That's 2017. Do you know how much it is now? If you go to coinmarketcap.com. It will tell you that it's about 3 grand from £7 in 2017.
Just imagine if you have bought it that time. You bought
yes, you just look back and regret when you think about that crypto.
Yeah.
The times you sold, what you should have bought.
2017 to this time.
2017 till now. Pull it up now.
I know. I'm not saying. I'm not saying it.
You know what? One man just explain to me what you just said now is not clear to me. He said you bought it £17 or something like that. 2017. How much is it now?
£7. £7. It was trading for
2017.
in
How much is it
2017.
now? How much is
Yeah,
it now?
a lot more. Hold on, I'll tell you. But
In
hold
dollars,
on.
now it's over $2,000 now.
Yes.
Imagine you buy it like $30-something back then. It's over $2,000 now. You are making money. So I mean, if you have fixed that money in a fixed deposit account, I'm not sure you get.
No, it will not yield that. It will not yield that at all. Fixed
Okay.
is useless.
So there it is. Yeah, there it is on your screen. So that's the latest, and it's falling. By the way, you can look at that.
It's
So
falling
there
and
it is on
rising,
your screen. Yes, it's $2,047. But if you go to 20, I mean, I'll post the link in the comment section. It's a license to print money for anybody
exactly. Yeah,
that wants to
those
dedicate
people
their time to
who got
it.
into it early, people who got into it early, like I mean, too. I came late almost when it was like they were selling like $150, $100. I think the cheapest I bought was like $90-something. That was way
For
back
Ethereum.
No, Bitcoin.
Even that still is still now. That still is still.
Yeah, but so imagine you bought it then, you keep it now, and then you are selling it.
Let's look.
Just,
BTC.
You know. So, but then
okay,
it's
okay. If you remove a digit from, in fact, okay. So that's Bitcoin now, $37,000 dollars.
It got to over 38
in 2017. It was selling for £700.
Just imagine.
2017, 2018, just imagine.
Just imagine, yeah. So
imagine if you had put £7,000 in that.
It's just if you have some kind of money that you don't want to use it right now, you just want to keep it. Just put it there. Just like
money that you are just follow it that you don't need for anything for now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you know you don't have any, but just put it somewhere. Just let me because it's the only
my recommendation is you know, don't buy anything. The market cap. If the market cap is lower than 150 million, don't buy it. Don't buy it. So and then if you go to this gives you a daily chart of what's going on in that space. If you go to coinmarket.com, what I used to do, but I don't do it anymore now. What I used to do is I just look at the top 10 coins and then pick one. That was when I was still naive to the market, and that's usually but no.
Yeah, it's something that people should consider if they want to go. But it's just that we're all waiting for that ETF. That's the only springboard for it right now. That's what everybody, because if the U.S. security, U.S. Security Exchange, if they approve it, grayscale ETF, I tell you, so many of them. In fact, so many of them, I think Fidelity, they will go massively into it because they manage like 2 trillion assets, $2 trillion assets. But they are doing custodian already. I mean, they keep your crypto. Now these are about big investors. You know, people that have maybe 100,000 Bitcoin, that has 20,000 Bitcoin, 10,000 Bitcoin. I mean, you can imagine if you are investors. So if we're just waiting for that ETF,
there's one country like that, one Latin American country that you see this coin right here, this one right here, this one Dogecoin. This was meant as a joke, but this coin now,
but Elon Musk is big on it now.
It's been adopted by Elon Musk.
There was a time you could even buy Tesla with it. There was a time you could buy Tesla.
Yes, but this is going to be the coin for Twitter now. So this
really?
is going to.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, no. That's my suspicion. That's my speculation. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're just hoping that El Salvador, that's what the Bob said.
El Salvador, that's the country that is stockpiling Bitcoin.
Those guys, they have a very young president, vibrant guy. It's just that sometimes this manipulation that we see from IMF and World Bank, that they're trying to discourage them, and but as soon as if they can, that ETF can go through.
I own quite a lot of these coins. So I have Cardano, I have Solano, I have Chainlink.
No, I
Yes,
don't know
I
those ones.
I have this one here. This Polygon Matic. I have polka dot. You see this polka dot right here? It's a utility.
I have Polkadot
I have
too.
so
I have
many.
Polkadot. I have Polkadot too.
Is it locked in? There was a time you could use it to buy altcoins, but then you have to lock it in for 3 years. So my polka dots, they are locked in for 3 years.
Mine
My
that I
Ethereum
locked
is
in, they
locked in.
released it because
It's locked in for
I
3
don't
years
want to
as
mention
well.
the exchange name. The exchange name is going through a problem with the United States. I don't want to mention. If I mention it, some people will
Is
understand.
it that boy that they caught in whatever?
No, not that
Is
one.
it
Not
that boy
FTX.
that's
No, FTX.
yeah.
I say Sam. Is it Sam? Whatever that his name was. Yeah, I mean, they said the
Yes.
guy who's going to jail is going to go to maybe life imprisonment. I mean, so many other ones have the collapse. So many other big exchanges that kind of like you give them
The one that knocked me out was Bittrex because I have this habit of always leaving my coins on the exchange, and
That
when
is
it
it.
collapsed,
You
it
cannot
started
tell.
sending me emails. Yes.
I don't want to mention names of the exchanges that right now they filed by Chapter 11 bankruptcy. That I have lots of I have lots of crypto there. So you can imagine. So if that their bankruptcy just goes through, like okay, they just want to liquidate and just give it to only the invest, because when it comes to things like that, you have to give it to the biggest investors there. Whatever remain, they will share it among them. And maybe we that are just at the bottom of the whole thing, we might not even get anything, or maybe we'll just get like fragment of whatever we invested there. So it's just it's a gamble. It's a gamble. But if you know what you are doing, if you can keep your crypto to yourself, like if you put it on, I used to have Coinbase, but I had issue with Coinbase at the beginning. They were thinking maybe I was laundering money. Then I had to tell them no. I moved them into a private wallet. I moved them around, and then like that, they said no, we cannot allow you. And that was how they just shut down that they shut down and I moved all my something from there. I mean, I trade with other big exchanges in the United States here, So the point is, it's just about you just knowing when to buy and sell, And if you don't have any money you want to use now, just put it into that Bitcoin and forget it there. The next run we are expecting now is to go past that $59,000 or $60,000. And if you go, you should now, maybe you might go into like the $100,000. Imagine people that bought it maybe like now, that bought it like $30,000 now. If now it gets to like $100,000, you've made money now. But
rational mind one man gbogbo kìíní ló máa padà crash ẹ lọ sọ́dọ̀ owó kẹ́ gbowó yín.
Ọlọ́run máa jẹ́ òun ṣe pé Ọlọ́run máa jẹ́.
Convert it to money and use the money.
People have invested heavily into this. People like one man, So
all right.
All right. Let me go on and do the closing for yourself, and then let me take the floor. Sorry, I'm sorry.
All right. All right. So the super chat, Kulata in 1857, Yoruba land exported 114,000 something of cotton to Brazil. 200,000 cotton clothes were also exported.
That's tons.
Yes, I didn't know what they meant. That's why I skipped over. Thank you, Simba. I'm glad you have an education to cover me up. Now, in 1857, Yoruba land exported 115,000 tons of cotton to Brazil. 200,000 cotton clothes also exported as well. What happened to that industry and Brazilian export? So there it is.
That's when people were not relying on government, waiting for government.
No. It's the oil. It's the oil that happened to it. The oil.
Everybody's waiting for government to solve their problem.
Destroy that. Yes. The cocoa industry, everything destroyed by that oil. So thank you,
Do you know if we don't discover oil, maybe it will be much greater than this? Don't you think some countries don't even have oil?
Yes, now. That oil is like a cost.
All right, Kulata again with another super chat. Ola comes in both on screen and in the super chat space. Thank you, Ola. Of course, we are going to mention Ayo, and there is Ayo right there. And Ayo never once, never even twice. That's still 3 times Ayo, and that's 4 times Ayo. And Ayo, the big super chat he did was in response to the call out from Aiko Geome. And Aiko Geome, of course, he started off the super chatting. So keep the super chats coming and bookmark yourself for Daniel Bohala to join us tomorrow. So here now are the military administration of General Thomas. Thomas, over to you. Kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀? Sorry, Thomas, I'm still here. Ajande Koko still to speak. Ola yet to speak. Mr. Triumph is here with us as well, and Dewale too. So over to you.
Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, Ajale Koko is the veteran. Ajale Koko can speak at the end of the platform. Yeah. Rational man.
Yeah. I don't know. Can anybody hear me? Am I?
I can hear you. I can hear you loud and clear.
So yeah, for me, I think you have to give me those topics as they come. But I know I want to do my Tinubu today. You know, there's no way my weekend does not complete without hitting on Tinubu. You know, so anyway, yeah. So
I like that. I like that.
You know me and Tinubu, I'm for Jurira. Yeah, so
that's all right.
Yeah, so for me, I was just looking at this Saudi that he went to meet the crown prince. And one thing I don't know if you, I wish one man was still here. I wanted him to even play that. I saw that video clip where every head of state were speaking for them, representing that. You see, this is what I say when I say the Agbado people here, they will come here and they tell us that we don't need his body, we need his brain. Brain will go to we call him strategists. I don't even know what the strategists. I don't know if people listen to what the former SGF said. His former body man that was with him. I mean, that used to be with him. David, what's his name? Babachi Lawa. I mean, if you people see what that guy said, I mean, you listen to what that guy said, you know that, yes, this is just a description of what Tinubu is. I mean, you people you are overhyped this man. I don't think he has anything to say. So, about going back to that.
Do you remember a lady that come on the national TV that Tinubu cannot even hold the teacup?
Well, let's forget that one. That's we're not.
It's not ridiculous of this, my brother.
I know I've heard that before. Yeah, but that we're not doing the absurd here. That's very absurd that they can hold the cup. Well, even though maybe people have reason to believe that, that's not me. I'm not here to talk about. I'm talking about what he's doing, what he has done, and what he's doing and what is yet to do. That's what I want to talk about. Now, looking at that, if you look at, I wish you can go to Symphony. Maybe you can borrow their clip and play that clip where Tinubu was caught on camera with his arm akimbo like this. You know, the usual way he always look, even when he was beside Showore, he was sleeping on duty while they were talking about how they would make peace. I mean, I just look at him like Alassane Ouattara spoke, Kagame spoke, the Tanzania president spoke. Virtually all the whole heads of state, they all spoke to represent their country. Now, who speak on Nigeria? In front of other African countries, it was the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I started wondering, and this guy just sat down there with his hand like the way he usually carry his hand, put this on his chin. Like, do we have a president? I mean, what is going on? I mean,
but is this speaking the problem? Can Tinubu not speak?
I mean, you people should ask him now. You people are the one that you.
No. I'm just asking you. Is he speaking the problem? Can't he speak?
That's what I'm saying. Does he have phobia? Does he have phobia of crowd? Does he have what they call it, social anxiety or walking long way? No. I mean, chief strategist. I mean,
but you can't tell me he can't speak.
I'm not saying he cannot speak.
He chose his strategy. He chose how you want. Yeah. That's it. Choose not to speak. That doesn't make it can't speak.
No, you people say you need 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 the body. So we should not talk about he cannot hold up, he hand the shake. We call him strategies, right? So why can't he address the committee of nations, his own fellow brothers from Africa, with the Saudi what do you call him, Crown Prince bin Mohammed? Why can't he address the whole crowd there? He has to speak through the Minister of Foreign Affairs. I just look at it and say, I mean, are we a joke of a nation? You know?
No, rational man. I'm still asking you. Can't he speak, or he chose not to speak?
I don't know. He chose.
You have to clarify that.
He chose.
He chose not to speak.
I just give you an example. Alassane Ouattara could have said, my Minister of Foreign Affairs address. Kagame could have said, you, Minister of your address. Look, it was this president that spoke because they went for a meeting with a head of state, which is the Crown Prince now is the head of state of Saudi Arabia. So they went to speak to him. Why must you? I mean, let's just leave that. I know one man was throwing a picture here. That's what the Agbado people do. They will throw a picture that everybody will see, so that everybody knows that he's having one-on-one, tete-a-tete communication with the Crown Prince. That's what they do. The same propaganda.
I'm sure the picture is not Photoshop, sir.
Well, go and ask them now. Go and ask the Agbado people now. What about
that's your next thing. That maybe the photo is Photoshop. You know that.
Can we put anything beyond the Agbado people? Look, you know what the shape picture is. I didn't know for propaganda. Let's just leave that besides one side. I know somebody came here and said we should.
That's what I might name one person that do propaganda more than you here.
Surely, most often, if I do propaganda, you just
so you don't even know.
Tell me now, just point it out.
Everybody I know you. Come on, you deny your own character.
Listen, I said maybe I'm just joking. I'm just making fun.
No,
hold on. I just gave you an example. Now go and look for Symphony. They'll go on that. I don't want to promote anybody's channel here, but that channel, go and look at it. You look at it, you see there. I did not make it up. I did not go and I wasn't in Saudi to go and be taking the video. It is what I saw. That's what I'm commenting on. So it makes me wonder what has Nigeria put themselves into? Another one chance, another Buhari pro Max a big long way.
They are not making any sense now. I mean, this thing because other useless African leaders spoke. You should have spoke too.
You call them useless African leaders. When your leader is not useless, Abi. Kagame was speaking.
Mike, that's Ajale Koko, Professor Ajale Koko. Mike, I'm asking rational mind. If he delegates somebody to speak for him, does that mean he can't speak?
What?
Doesn't mean he can't speak. He chooses what he wants to do.
You see, I mean,
rational mind, you and me know that Tinubu can speak. You know that.
You know me. Even though you ask me all this kind of question from night to tomorrow, I will not say anything more than what I've said. So let's just move on. So my point is this: is that they said 25. Imagine a country, one single country, promising to. I think the total money they said they want to invest. I think it's about 35 billion, or if not, like $40 billion. But I know he said of $25 billion. Just imagine. Are we? I mean, I will swear for Africa first. Imagine a whole African continent, 25 billion. I mean, we can say, well, because we are all poor, we're all in the same in poverty-stricken countries. That is why they can say, okay, we are going to give you 25 billion. There's only one state here in America. So even some counties here in America, their budget is more than 25 billion. $25 billion. And then you are giving a whole continent. I mean, well, that is, I would say they try.
Is a gift now. Gift is a gift.
No, it's not a gift.
I said gift is a gift.
It's not a gift. It's the pledge to invest, I think, 25 billion, then 110 billion, another 5 billion. I don't know if everything total.
Yes, that is what they want to invest. Can you force them to do more than that?
But what I'm saying is that Nigeria does not have business being among those African countries going to Saudi Arabia. Where was Saudi Arabia when Nigeria was existing? In the 60s, in the 50s. Where was Saudi Arabia? We hear of stories.
Hey, rational mind, don't say that. What are you talking about? That Saudi Arabia when Nigeria was existing?
Now in the 60s now.
So when do you think that Saudi Arabia became Saudi Arabia?
Okay, okay,
Oh, the partner for me now. So what you need to learn on it to the to my for my paro to my paro mi pa. Oh yeah, jẹ́ ká gbọ́ tán ọ̀rọ̀ tó fẹ́ pa, ya pàtó tó fẹ́ pa.
Ẹni tag mi lórúkọ mi báyìí pé òpùrọ̀ ni mí àbí. So
No, you are not a liar. You are far from the truth.
Okay. Yeah. At least
I want to hear your history.
I'll go
10 minutes.
If you want me to go and dig that video out from the internet now, I'll go and dig it. When King Fahad and King then came to UI in Ibadan for medical checkup because they back then.
So what does that mean? Saudi Arabia does not exist then?
Is that what?
Does that mean that Saudi Arabia did not exist that time? Or what do you mean?
You see how you're twisting that? Did I say Saudi Arabia did not exist? I said economically we are prospering more than them then. We are promising more than them. I'm not saying they were not rich then. Don't get me wrong. They have oil. But then the level that Nigeria was at that time, it was the
so for the fact, let me tell you, is that the conclusion you draw that because King Fahd came to UCH Ibadan for healthcare, it means no, that is your conclusion now.
Hold on now.
You have not said anything different.
Well, hold on. You can say that.
Does that mean economic prosperity if somebody just came to your country to come and seek healthcare?
Can somebody mute himself there because I'm hearing myself? I'm echo. So the point is this: I'm saying the progress that we've been having over the years, if the way we started from the 40s, 50s, going to leading to our independence. And just 2 years after independence, Nigeria was progressing. Where was Saudi Arabia then? I'm not saying that Saudi Arabia did not exist. Don't get me wrong, and that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying in terms of.
Do you? Let me tell you because I told. Is that the story?
Let me talk. Let me land the thought. Where was Saudi Arabia in a sense? When I mean countries that people were projecting that this country is. I mean, you want me to go and dig ITV, some old ITV, journalist that was talking about the Western region, and because by then when they talk about Nigeria, the Western region was just that place that used to represent the whole of Nigeria. They were talking about Nigeria being promising, talking about the nightlife of Nigeria at that time, talking about how Nigerians were like the prosperity that was experienced in the late 50s, leading to the 60s. I mean, you want me to go and dig those ITV?
What happened? Tinubu spoiled everything, have you?
No, I beg. Let me mute all these people, all these Agbado people here. I'm not here for this your Agbado side talk. Let me make my point. My point is, what I'm making is this. I'm not saying Tinubu is responding to that. All I'm saying is that Nigeria has no business being at that forum because it's an insult that a country that has the potential of $1 trillion, $1 trillion economy, will be going and be sitting down and be talking about $25 billion. You insult to Shiwoniye. Tẹ́bàdé kò tẹ́fẹ́ fún ordinary Côte d'Ivoire or if fún Togo nìkan àbí maybe Rwanda nìkan, we can hear of that one. At least we can understand that one. But you say $25 billion for.
The question I want to ask you, Rasinama, why do America? You cannot compare economy of US with economy of Saudi Arabia. Why did they do
now
this
you cannot
to Saudi
compare.
Arabia? Why did they come to Saudi Arabia to come and even see them to come and invest in America?
I know the answer to that.
This thing that you are talking, any country can go to any country for investment. It doesn't mean that. What do you mean?
And people in Sherry, no, what you
are saying, the way. Let me tell you, when you put up your argument, rational mind, you don't put emotion to it for people to now be on your side.
Why you blackmailing people with this?
Why are you condemning?
Who is emotional?
What I'm saying,
I'm giving you references.
Let me give you an example. Hey, excuse me. Trump came to Saudi Arabia. And was praising Saudi Arabia because he gave them a 500 billion contract of ammunition to supply Saudi Arabia. You understand?
Even Obama buys the king of Saudi now. Obama buys
exactly. And if you now look at that one, compared to, excuse me, this is America that has about 31 trillion economy. We compare that, you say it's a chicken change. Now, why is he doing that? You don't reject money. Any investment that comes to your country is an addition. What are you, so what, I don't know. You just want to spin everything to demean whatever they went to Saudi Arabia to do.
That's the problem. That's the problem right there. That's the problem. The problem right there is
What
that
is the problem?
You people will always want to make some silly kind of excuses for your country. Even though
it's not about country. This one is not about Nigeria. You are talking about African leaders.
What I'm saying is this: Agbayani Nigeria. Nigeria does not know himself as a big brother. That was why I was saying, where was Nigeria?
Big brother to who? To Saudi Arabia.
Even to Saudi Arabia, yeah.
Nigeria is a big brother to Saudi Arabia.
Really? No, hold on, not now. Hold on, I'm not talking about now.
You are talking about tomorrow.
Hold on, the table has changed. It has been overturned. Saudi Arabia is an economy powerhouse. I get it. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is that, how did we get here?
You say Agbaya, meaning what?
Is that what?
You say Nigeria is Agbaya to Saudi Arabia, and I'm asking you, what do you mean? And you're saying not now. Then I'm saying, when was it?
What I'm saying is that if
Nigeria
knows himself, knows his
Mike, everybody, can we let Rational Mike, please hold on? Can we let Rational Mike? Yeah, can we let Rational Mike? Let him flow. Let him
land so that you can give your impression that you don't land. When you start asking silly questions, and then you're telling me I'm done.
Flow. We know you won't land. Just flow.
Go, let him flow, please. Go on, brother.
Let me just say this real quick. What I'm saying is this: is that we don't have any business attending that forum. Nigeria does not. Nigeria is in itself is an economy powerhouse of its own. But we know we're not there yet. We're not even with the idiot that just left there recently that just messed up the whole country. Should Tinubu go there? I'm not saying Tinubu should not go there, but I'm saying Tinubu does not even have any reason going there in the first place. If Nigeria has had its crap together, we've maintained that step from the 50s to this very day. We would have surpassed Saudi Arabia. We will be the one calling all the Asian countries, come and meet us. We'll have Nigerian, Asian forum. But we have clueless leaders. And we have another one there now that's just entered there now. Who call himself Mr. Strategist. Go and listen to Babachi Lawa, what he said. It makes sense to anybody to understand what Babachi Lawa said. You call yourself a strategist, you are already removing subsidy even before you even have a cabinet that you can even discuss what is the next thing to do after this subsidy is removed. You don't just announce it like that. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying he announced it. The idiot that was there before him already took it off. But there's a way you could have make it so that you won't make people jittery. You won't make the economy jittery, and people will start panicking, and people will start hoarding dollars. And you don't do two opposing things at the same time. Floating the naira, and then you remove the subsidy. Why it's not going to backfire? And look at how the mess of the economy has created in that country. Well, that's by the way. So my point is this: you see, you people should be careful of what you wish for. Mr. Strategist is there right now. I don't even know what he's even doing. And you here, you're talking about, you're always projecting. Somebody was telling us here that $5 billion on this is going around. They're always going around. What do we say at the end of the day? Nigerians are getting more and more impoverished.
But it's not the problem.
Is that what?
But he is not the problem today now.
It's not the problem today, but who bring the problem that brought the problem upon all of us today?
Remember what
who bring the problem that brought the problem upon all of us
today? Rational mind, why are you pretending as if the Nigerian problem started 8 years ago? Why are you pretending as if our problem started 8 years ago?
But then, hold on now. I'll tell you how it started. 2015, when we were there.
The question I asked you, did the Nigeria problem started 8 years ago? That is the question I asked you.
It got worse from 8 years ago under Buhari.
And you are telling us that you know history.
You and I, we know Nigerians could still afford a bag of rice at 6,000 naira, 5,000 naira back then. But now, who can afford it?
Nigerians were not crying at that time also that the thing was expensive that they cannot afford it. Why are you saying this now? We're all alive right then now. Why are you just...
Okay, over 40 million Nigerians were not said to be under poverty, extreme poverty, never in order to Jonathan. What are you talking about? Boy, you just want to make excuse for this your
I'm not
Yoruba man.
making excuse, but whatever we are saying, we should make it right. You should not just make it as
I'm
if
giving you fact now.
It's a
Okay,
the
rational
problem is
mind.
just
Rational.
starting now.
Please, Mr.
listen, am I making it up?
Simba,
That in
Mr. Wait a
pre
minute.
2015, before the election 2015, when Jonathan was there,
Wait a minute.
the only thing problem Jonathan had was the Boko Haram, and they really messed him up with that thing. Nigerians were still, I think, economically Nigerians were still.
You are telling us that during Jonathan regime, Nigerians were prosperous, eh? We were living, everybody was fine, everything was okay in Nigeria.
You see, this is what you want to do. You want to do this Agbado talk. Did I say Nigeria were prosperous? I never said Nigeria were prosperous, but we never had the kind of problem, economically problem we have today.
Rational mind. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
But,
I can hear you.
but rational mind. The problem started
Well,
from
I think
where?
Adewale wanted to.
I
Okay,
just
Mr.
want to
Turan,
know
go.
now. The
Go on,
problem
real
in
quick, please.
Nigeria started when?
Let's
I'd like to know when did the problem started?
Let's hold on, please. Yeah, let's go one by one. Yeah, I think somebody wants to interject before you came in, Abi. I don't know who first of all came in.
That was I think
Yeah,
Adewale.
Adewale. You finish, then Adewale will come next. Yeah, you finish, then Adewale will come next. Yeah, Adewale. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
You mean me or you me?
Mr.
Okay, I just want to know
Mr.
when
wants
the
to book a
problem
position for
started.
you. Yeah.
Yeah. So you see, this one man headline too.
I just want to know when the problem started.
You see,
Do you want me to interject you,
okay.
Rational?
Okay, you interject now. Okay, are you done, Mr. Taraf? Are you done? Are you finished? Are you?
No. I just want you to tell me. I just want you to tell
I'll
me
answer your
when
question.
the problem started. Because
okay,
with my own calculation, it's different from yours. It's not 2015. It's not
okay. All right. I'll answer that question. Adewale, you want to answer? You answer your question real quick.
Yes, I wanted to interject you.
When somebody entered, then
hold on. Adewale,
okay.
Mr. Triumph, can you hear? Can you hear us? Somebody's talking, and I thought you were done.
Yes.
Done
No, I can hear you. I'm done.
Okay,
I just want to know when the problem started.
Okay. I hear you. All right, I will answer your question. So let Adewale ask it so that I can take the two questions at the same time. So we move on.
Okay.
Mine is not even a question. I wanted to shed more light on on Buhari's administration. It seems we are really quick to castigate his administration as if it was a total failure. In the history of that country, his administration witnessed an event that was enough to destabilize any struggling economy in the world. I mean, a country that does not even have much capacity, than us, who are also, having it hard. For the first time in history, that administration was hit back to back with COVID, coupled with the fact that the oil that crude oil that would depend so much on price crashed. You remember? So all these things being put together, I'm not saying that Buhari's administration was not that that bright, but that was enough to destabilize his administration. And I tell you, even if you put the best of the best brain in his administration, you're still going to cripple it. So, although we have, a system that is not strong enough to function as an institution, but we shouldn't castigate his administration completely as a total failure. And I tell you, he was trying to paint Jonathan administration as if the Nigerians were living in the paradise when he was in power. Nigerians were also impoverished. They were in bad shape. So it don't make it look as if since 1999 we've been struggling. I'm saying 1999 since I started knowing what my nose looked like. So it's not as if we've had it good. It's always, we always quick to paint yesterday as if we always think that yesterday was better than today. I won't be surprised if after Tinubu's administration, we'll be singing a different tune too. That under Tinubu, Nigerians were living well. So I just want to shed more light on that space where you talked about
Yeah,
Buhari's and
you have a point there. I
it,
agree with you. I agree with you, Adewale, that Nigeria was not in a paradise. There was no paradise in during Jonathan. In fact, by the standard then, Nigerians were impoverished. But you see, it's like if you look at the story of Nigeria, it has been this way that every head of state, every government that comes and go, they keep making that country's condition worse and worse. We thought maybe we've seen the worst during Jonathan. Then Buhari came. What happened? It made it worse. I mean, you can give the excuse of COVID and other recession. I mean, there's some kind of, I mean, some of them were self-inflicted. Some of the situation that we experienced post-COVID, and I mean, pre-COVID and post-COVID were self-inflicted. But I mean, not by, well, maybe not by the people of Nigeria, but by the people ruling them, the people who are governing, who are governing the governed. Because if he had done what he was supposed to have done when it regard to his insecurity, the money they pump into food alone, that money, central bank money, they said they were giving anchor borrowers or whatever they call it, that they were giving to farmers to produce food, we would not have even had problem. But the insecurity that he folded his arm and he just acted like, it's like some of us, like we have amnesia of what happened during these idiots that just left. How even so many Nigerian army were killed, people were kidnapped, people could not go to farm. We all hear that. I think that was how For One Man's platform started around that time. That we're all here talking about how these Marondian idiots from his clans, they were just going and they're just doing anyhow. They were unleashing terror in everywhere, part of Nigeria. Nigerians are afraid of going to the farm. People are being kidnapped, and he stood there doing nothing about it. Always. I was asked to change his chief security officers, and he played politics with that, to people's life. Nigeria could not have worse. Not even the money they pump into this rice whatever scheme that they said they were doing there. That could have at least sustained us even throughout that all those times of when COVID was hitting other countries. If there had been insecurity, it would have at least tamed to a large, because Nigerians, you see, Nigerians are the most easy people to govern. Just give them food, leave the rest. They will sing your praise to high heavens. But this idiot was just sat down there, did nothing. I don't know, maybe he was battling with his own health and other things that don't budge. Who knows? I mean, the evil spirit that I was just battling with him in there, I don't know. I mean, he has this nonchalant attitude. Doesn't care less. We heard about his wife going to Dubai to live.
I heard that he was poisoned. Is it true? Are you aware of it?
Well, let's leave on that. I don't want to go into all of that. Poison or no poison, I don't know about that. So my point is this: just to answer your question. I mean, it's like it's getting worse and worse. And then he left there. The person that brought him, that helped him bringing him in 2015, now he came in there. Now he made it worse. How worse can he never get again? How worse can he never get? But all these people had the magic wand in 2015.
Rational mind. Have we ever asked ourselves why do we have, as Adwali said, that successive government, we look back and we say, okay, the one of yesterday was better.
Exactly. That is how it is.
Why?
Hold on.
So what we are doing now to Buhari regime, we just need to pray and work hard that we'll not say, okay. The next
stop this pray thing. I don't want to
No, I'm not. You know me. I'm not. I'm just talking because that's what we do. You understand? Yes. When we look at even if you start from the Shagari regime, we say, because Shagari regime, if you see what happened during that regime, everybody was shouting, the whole place was austerity, everything. Everybody was as if the whole country want to burn down, and that was what happened during Shagari regime. Everybody was jubilating when the military came. You understand? Because we thought that regime has been bad. Now the military that came after, we can even exonerate the Babangida, the Buhari regime, because it was short-lived. But the Babangida that came, they did it better. Abacha that came after, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Yeah.
So the issue is we have to look holistically and not to start all this blaming game and be blaming individuals.
How long
What are
can we
we?
holistically? This is our Nigerian. This is our Nigerian English.
What are we doing wrong that we now look at successful? That every time we talk about yesterday has been better than today,
It's
and
because
tomorrow I wish.
Rational mind.
Simba land, no, Ejo. Simba lost land, please.
So what I'm just saying is that is there anything that we are doing collectively wrong as a nation that we are not moving forward? Is like we look back and say, how I wish we were like yesterday. Tomorrow we are not even sure of tomorrow that tomorrow will even be better than today. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so to me, I don't think it has to do with an individual. That's the way I just look at it. So to me, I think it's a collective thing. But if you are looking at individual, I think the same mistake you have been making for years, and it will continue. Everybody is blaming Buhari as if Buhari is the cause of the Nigerian problem now. I hope we will not blame Tinubu also when he leaves.
Can I quickly interject, please?
I think Adewale wants to come in. I don't know. Adewale, you want to come in?
I wanted to speak on that. Earlier you were blaming Tinubu for making that pronouncement that they shouldn't have said that during the inauguration, right? That it created panic and all these economic frenzy, and you have prices of goods and services skyrocketing, right?
Yeah.
But you see, for how long?
But before you make the comment, but we knew that it's going before Tinubu pronounced it. He has been in the news, isn't it?
Even the marketers are. Yeah, I'm here. Even the market, there was apprehension among the marketers as well. It's not as if it was new to everyone. They knew that it has been what do you call it? Subsidy. It was not included in the application fee. So, but you know one thing. Rational mind. Let's look at it this way in a macro prison. For how long can Nigerians afford to continue to live a fake life? Earlier, we were blaming Nigerians for going to Saudi Arabia for the summit. I had once criticized African leaders for honoring all this invitation. I think what they should have done is to invite those people to organize it on African soil, so at least they can see what they are trying to romance. But you see, you can't be a pauper and doing shakara. You have to hold on to one. You can't be a beggar and you say you have a choice. You don't. You are seeking for people's money. You are asking them to come and invest in your land. However, you are trying to be choice selective. It's not going to happen. Well, what you can do is to leverage. But you see, what we have in Nigeria is a case where we have to deny ourselves some pleasure. You see all those overhead costs and all those things. That is not even an issue. By the time government paid its worker and all that, the rest is what we should be doing is why should we be paying for something that is not reflected in the life of the people that are consuming it, the end user. So when we consider that tells us what we need to do, and that is what this administration has done.
In
It is painful because now we are now seeing the true. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry.
Hold on. Adewale, you are breaking. Are you driving? You are breaking.
I can hear.
Yeah.
I can hear.
You are breaking.
I heard him very well.
Yeah, we had you, but you are breaking. Let's hear from Remy.
Can you still hear me now?
Yeah,
we can hear you. We can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, let me round up and Remy or Sima can come in. We delayed our suffering. That's why we are now suffering. We should have gone through this suffering for a very long time. for things to get stabilized, but we delayed it. The Jonathan and Buhari administration delayed it by continuously subsidizing a product that is we are not supposed to be even subsidizing in the first place. But you see, politics will continue to play its part. But now that we've seen the entire thing, now Nigeria will understand that what they've been paying for is what government is trying to, subsidize. And we should be optimistic, rational
So
man. We should be patriotic.
This is our reality now.
Yeah, it's our reality.
Can I come in now?
Yeah, come in.
Yes, Remy. Yeah, let's hear from Remy.
Yeah. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. It's a nice discussion. I've been listening before I fell asleep again. So now I'm fully awake. I think the old scenario I can pan into three perspective or dimension. First, the one we are discussing now. For Nigeria now, we now know the true reflection of the country. And removing this oil subsidy, although in the short run, it can be a pain in the life of most Nigeria, but in the long run, everybody will be happy. And I will tell you why. In the long run, we are not going to be using petrol to power our bus-driven vehicle in Nigeria. It's going to be fully electronic, like the old world is doing right now.
Now they are doing that, Remy. Do you know that? They are doing that right now.
That's what I'm trying to say. And when you are using electric vehicle, that means in the long run, most people will not buy gas-driven vehicle like before. Where I live now, majority of the people are using electric vehicle now. So in the long run, it's going to be a good path for the country. And while some section of Nigerians are making the country, making a lot of money, and we continue to subsidize half or the 50% of West African states, because most of the oil or petrol end up going there and continue to subsidize them. Actually, what do you expect from Tinubu? Before he became the president, things were quite worse. Look at the way Emefiele did the Naira and printed of Naira. We have been paying recurrent expedition to satisfy our elite or the political class. The country is not making enough revenue because of the downward trend of the monopoly of oil, which we import, which we export. So we don't have the money. And then this is a country that never planned for more than 40 years. No particular plan. We don't have a plan. And then our democracy was distorted by the military. They too, they did not help matters. They also siphon money left, right, and anywhere they can. There's no big difference between military.
Hey, Remy, can you imagine they are still receiving Abacha money till now?
So if you want to look at it objectively, this man, the new president, is just around 6 months in the corner. And he have done something wonderful. And you people are not looking at it very well. To me, I think most of the state governors should be handled. Since he came in now, the monthly allocation they are receiving for the federal government have increased by 50%. Some of them that get as nearly as 20 billion, they are making 40, 60 billion every month they are giving them. What are they doing with the money? I asked a rhetorical question the other day. Anambra State, Katsina, Borno State, they recruited 7, 8, 10,000 teachers. What is Oyo State? At least Oyo State or all the other states in Nigeria, what are they doing? What are they using the money for? Why is a one-ton Borno State continue to buy a lot of vehicles and continue to empower its people over there with the migrant resources, pushing their people back to farm? While we in the South, to be frank with us, let's be objective here. We might be saying we are into service industry, but majority of our people became so lazy, nobody want to go to the farm to till the land anymore. Everybody want to live a life of big life, Instagram life. We want to go to the big city without nothing, and we want to make it in the next 1 or 6 months. What kind of society do like that? Everybody of us, we live in foreign land. When Mike was asking you a very good question about property tax, you guys said that they are paying tenable, or what do you call it in Nigeria? a kind of tenable thought.
Tenement rates.
I just laugh. Why are people thinking this way?
And there was the guy
It's
that said
very
he was
funny.
paying 1 million. He said he was paying 1 million
That
in
is a
Abuja.
blanket lie.
You know,
Because
people that just come to the platform and lie.
because a property tax have to be revalued yearly, and when they revalue your property, then they now tax you accordingly. If you sit down and look at it, I am here. Any money I make, do you know that they remove unemployment support from my salary? They will remove pension. They will remove so many taxes that I'm even tired of. It's like 5 or 6 taxes. And still, I still have to pay some taxes that are different, like annual road tax. I just ask myself, in Nigeria, if they introduce 20,000 naira as annual road tax for everybody in Nigeria, will they pay? It's a country where there is entrenched corruption. People want to go through the back door every time. And then we come here every time and you castigate your leaders, like your leaders are not from your community, they are not from your side. So sometimes when you guys speak, I wonder, are you from heaven? Are you different from the other people? I always preach patriotism. I always preach nationalism because if you look at all those countries that have excelled, first thing I realize is that they love their country. No matter who is ruling them, everybody comes together to support him or her. But in Nigeria,
Don't let me sorry for cutting you short. My small house that I got here, we pay 2005 land rate every year.
I have a
They just
friend.
bought
I have a friend. I have,
my second house. They just brought the tenement rate going to 1,005, 1,004.
yes,
So
I have a
like
friend.
like
We used to live,
5,000 bill waiting for me now to pay.
yeah, I have a friend. We used to live together in China, but he's in Australia in Perth,
But
and he
Mr.
has
Thomas, but sorry to cut you, Mr. Remy, Mr. Thomas. Do you know that you can the money you pay that 1,005
hello.
you pay yearly.
We can only hear you, Mr. Trump.
Can
Can you be more audible?
cut it into 12 and add it in the rental money that your locator is. I said, Mr. Thomas, you can divide that money you like the 1,005 into 12. Eh? Then you add
It
it
depends on their
in
country law.
your rental fees that the person living your house paying. No. You can do it anywhere. You can do it anywhere. It is just business. You can do it. If you're that means you are not the one paying the tax. It is your tenant paying the tax. That is it. It's just simple as that. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I understand what you're trying to say. Some countries do like that, but if you want to split it to pay in 3 installments or 4 installments, sometimes they have the additional interest on it, and some they don't do
No,
that.
Mr. Remy, it's
So what I'm
not
trying
the
to say, well,
one paying it. It is the tenant. It is the tenant paying it for
yeah,
him,
I know it
Mr.
can
Remy. It
pass,
is the
but
tenant.
if it pass that kind of rate to them, that means the rent will increase. And sometimes you have to think about where is your
No,
property?
there is a way
What
to do
is
it. It is in every contract. In every contract, in every house is your rent. It
no,
is
they don't
included
allow
in
that kind
it.
of
You understand? It is
here
included
they
in
don't
it.
allow that
No,
kind of
no, no.
thing
They
here.
do. They do it. Every landlords in Europe do it. Every
But
landlords
they
in
don't.
Europe do it, Mr. Remy. Because
I
I'm a
think I
landlord
know
too.
what you are
We all
trying to
do it.
say. What you are trying to say is different from here. What they were trying to say is that if you sell your house, then you can pass that property tax to the new owner. But here, if you are just a tenant, it's very difficult for the landlord to pass that
No,
property
no,
tax.
no, no, no. That's
I'm
another.
telling
That's
you the
another.
truth.
That's
That
another
is
thing you're going.
okay.
I know
Okay,
it does, but the
let's
moment you are
that's
renting it, Mr. Remy, the
what
moment
did you say?
you are renting it, I say
Can you
that
say
the
this?
moment you are renting it,
Yes.
the moment you are renting it, you can see divided by 12 the tax you pay, the government tax. That's it. Then is the tenant that is paying it for you. You are not the one. It is included in the buy. They call it buy. Then in the contract
Okay, maybe
of a house.
maybe I'll ask more clarity from the realtor I know.
Okay, you
And
ask him. They'll tell you. They'll tell you more. It is done everywhere.
Okay, so let me finish. So, in conclusion, I think now,
No, before you conclude,
I don't know, my voice is echoing.
Remy,
Hello?
Go on now. Go on.
Okay.
before
So,
you
Yeah, I think it's
for
echoing.
me,
Adewale,
I want to
can you
say
please just
that
unmute, please? I mean, can you mute, please? Ah, cool. Yeah, go on.
okay, good. So for me, I think I'm not saying you can criticize any government. You can even criticize Tinubu objectively if it's not doing the right thing, and you cannot expect him to be 100% doing the right thing every time. Everybody will make a mistake, but I think he's on the right path. That whole thing he has done, it has freed more money for the state, and each of Nigerian states' allocation have increased by the least by 40%, some even by 50 or 60%. They have more money. So for them not to pay their salary or something like, look at state like your state now. They are even paying extra 25,000 naira to each of the civil servants in the state for the next 6 months, and pensioner will get 15,000 naira for the next 6 months before they can now arrive at their new minimum wage. I think like I said, people are more politically aware. Handle your state governor very well, and then let's leave monetary and fiscal policy and economy to the federal government to give us a very good direction. And there is some good news coming out from China to Nigeria too. If our lawmakers are not so stupid like the one they did before, what they did during the Buhari regime, they have voted in another $5 billion in which China is coming to help us build a standard gauge rail from Maiduguri to Port Harcourt and from Calabar to Lagos. If they get this, they start this project on time, if we are lucky, that means in the next 4 years they will finish this. This will open up Nigeria a lot because with standard gauge, you can travel across the length and cross from Lagos to
Who are the
Calabar.
people working on the
But
the
you are
project?
borrowing the money.
It's going to be Chinese company that will work on it because they
That's
provide.
why I don't accept it.
And
I
No,
don't
no,
agree with
calm
you.
down, calm down. Let
If
me
it's not
finish.
Nigerian,
They will
if it's not
provide.
Nigerian
They will
working there,
provide.
I
No,
don't
no,
accept.
no. Calm down first. Calm down first. First and foremost, let's say the truth. You don't have the money to do this project. That is why. Two, the way
There's
they
a way
do it,
to create
the
money
way,
in Nigeria
the way they
without
do it is very
borrowing.
simple.
That's why just there's solution, many solutions in Nigeria. But one thing is that I hope and I pray for the president today that he will be surrounded with people that has the brain just to lead them, Because one thing is that there's a way to create money out of thin air. That's what these Americans are doing, and that's what these Europeans are doing. Nigeria can also do the same thing because I know
Yeah.
that very well.
Let me finish. Even if you are going to create money from thing here, it's not going to happen overnight.
Tell us how you make money from thin air, Mr.
Yeah.
Trump.
So for me, I think this project, this money, 90% will be provided by China, and they will provide the technological know-how, and they will also use it like the same way they build Lagos to Ibadan. They will create employment for people, for workers, they will create all along Nigeria. So this is a good news for Nigeria because the
No,
only way.
hold on, Remy, Joe, listen. You see, when we say all this kind of narrative of China is bringing 5 billion, 10 billion, and at the end of the day, the people that they are bringing to come and do this work, at least more than 80% of that money is going back to the Chinese economy. The steel they will use, the manpower they will use, at least, the better chunk of those manpower will come from them. And this money is being repatriated back, although they will they might build the infrastructure for us, but the chunk of the money is going back into the economy.
Okay,
what kind of economy is that?
Can I respond to you? Let me respond to you.
Go on, respond.
Yeah, first and foremost, we have been allied to the Western world for more than 50 or 60 years. America, China, America, Western Europe, all of them. None of them deem it fit to provide us this kind of infrastructure for years. Nigeria now, we are the low end. Let's be frank with ourselves. We are poor. We don't have nothing. And you want your country to develop from a thing here, you don't have the resources
Nigeria
to
has
do,
money,
even if
Mr.
you have
Remy.
the manpower.
Nigeria has money.
Let me
Nigeria has
respond
money.
to you. I agree. Okay.
Let him land.
Okay, Nigeria is super rich. Everything we have it, okay? These people are coming to your country with their money. They are going to bring the what do you call the technology. China has the best train technology in the world, whether you like it or not. And they are the only country that can do this project. If they say they are going to finish in 2 or 3 years, they will get it done. So you are looking at, you want to open up your space. Tinubu only have 8, if he's lucky, 8 years to rule. So in 4 years, there must be visible something we can see in our hand. Do you think we are going to wait to bring all the big L's all over Nigeria, all over the world? Oh, we have some Nigerian professionals in France, in America, in which more than 60% of them are not willing to come back home. So I think this is a big deal for Nigeria. Whatever you like it, the chunk of people that will work on the rail line, on construction of the building, I mean the train station, and there, 70% of them will be Nigerians. But for the supervisors and some of the equipment they will use, of course, they have to bring it from their own country because you don't have it in your country. So what I see here is that I'm a firm believer of something. If you don't have something, get it, negotiate for it very well. And if you cannot pay back the loan, there's always a room for you to renegotiate.
That's the problem. That's what the problem is. We don't
That
know.
is not
Hold on.
Let me finish.
You landed now.
Let me finish now. Just 1 minute. That is not a problem to me. First thing, you are able to get your people to work. 2, you get the
We've heard you said that. We've heard you said that.
No. I'm just trying to tell you now. You get your people to work. You get the infrastructure. You open your economy, and then you can now deal with the rest. Now
well,
you can
I wish it's just as easy as you. Hold on. I wish it's as easy as you just said.
It's so easy.
Saying, but hold on. You said you live in China. I don't know. Let me not say anything now.
No. Go ahead. You are free. I lived there for more than 10 years.
You said you lived in China before.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of like wonder, do you understand how the Chinese government negotiates business, bilateral business?
Yes, I do. I do.
You might say you know. Hold on. You might say you know. I can give you an example of so many countries in Africa, even in Asia, that they have this predatory kind of lending where they lend money to people. That at the end of the day, the money chunk of the money is being taken back into the Chinese economy. That's on the one side, and the country. Hold on now.
No, just a question.
Can I land?
Okay,
You are itching to say something. But what I'm saying is that we've seen that the Chinese are very good at negotiating loans like this kind of their predatory kind of loans, whereby they're like sharks. They would dangle money before you hide you because you need it very urgently because you are so impoverished and whatever. But then there are clauses behind it that our people cannot really negotiate it the way they would have loved to negotiate it because they are handicapped because they need that money. So for that reason, more than 80% of that money goes back into the Chinese economy because that's not what we want. We want that chunk of that money to remain in our, at least 50% of that money remain in our economy. Because you talk about they were employed.
I think you don't know how the Chinese work at all. And I think you are selling your wrong narrative here.
You can say I don't know, but
you don't know.
The evidence, hold on. The evidence speaks for itself. Go and ask the people.
No. You don't know. And I will break it down to you.
Hold on.
I don't want us to be.
You don't need to break it down because I've seen it. I've seen how it happened. It happened.
Okay, can I respond to you then?
Zimbabwe, Zambia, and those countries whereby all their infrastructure is almost being taken over because they defaulted.
Can I respond to
so
you?
The African leaders don't negotiate. In fact, they don't even have the leverage to negotiate better.
Let me ask you.
The condition given to them is that the Chinese wants that money back into their economy.
Let me ask you a good question.
A large part of
Let me just ask you one question. All those infrastructures in Zimbabwe, whatever you call it now, did China uproot it and take it back to China?
Well, there are some clauses.
They uproot it.
Hold on. They did not uproot it.
Is the infrastructure?
You don't allow me speak. They did not uproot it, but they took it over. They have to get their money.
Oh my! Okay, let me now break it down for you.
Okay, let me give an example. Let me give an example of one of the airports they built.
Guys, hold on. Please hold on. Please give yourself chance now. You are just too speaking that
you are not giving yourself chance. So when we are 4 like 5, how would you go? Give your let it be conversational. You
Okay.
respond, then yeah.
Okay. Can
Let
I
it be
respond to him
conversational.
now?
Go on.
Let me
Go on.
respond to you. What they do is very simple. They will have a contract with you with a chunk of the money. They are not giving you the money. They will come with equipment and build the infrastructure for you. In the Nigerian context, they provide 90% and Nigeria provide the 10% counterpart funding for that project. And in the project, in the contract, they will state how many years we are going to help you to stabilize it or to run it. Maybe after 20 or 25 years, then we give back to you as a country. Of course, you will pay back your loan. That is a security for them because you don't have no security to you give to them when they are giving you this kind of big infrastructure development. You don't have nothing, you give it to them. So that is a way to secure their own money. So if you default in paying, they just not just take it back like that because it's not up to 20 or 30 years we are talking about. So that is a wrong narrative on your side. And the reason why they do this way is that first, they are not giving you money as in real cash. You sign the agreement, they will bring the what do you call it, the necessary equipment. They will recruit their people. They are going to do it, and most people they recruit are just the supervisors and those ones that they will teach you the local people how they want the project to be conducted or how they want it to be done, and they work on time. If they say they are going to complete in 2 or 3 years, they will get it done. Now, look at it from this angle. You, as a country, you don't have these people, you don't have this money, you don't have nothing, and they came with everything, and they erect this infrastructure. Your people start to enjoy it, and then maybe after some years, you default in payment. Everybody is a business. This is business. So you cannot just
No,
say, okay,
Mr.
we
Remy.
just
No,
hand it to
Mr.
you.
Remy. There's a way they do something in every country.
I don't even
It's
know
an
what the
it's
means we're talking
law.
about. It's just going,
Yep.
just saying things.
Law. One thing that I'm still praying for Mr. Tinubu that they should not use him and dump him. That's the problem. That's the problem I just see. Sometimes he wants to do something. I know that there
Mr.
are
Triumph, Mr.
yes,
Triumph, you
yes,
have a train system work in France, yes or no?
yes,
So why is France,
yes. They have it now.
America,
They have it.
America, and all of those people that their train system
Do you
work
know
very
why
well,
it
their road
functions well
system work very
in
well,
Europe?
everything is super,
In
super.
Europe, do you know why it functions well in Europe,
No, no,
Mr.
no.
Remy?
My question I want
There's
to ask you
something
is this.
the government cannot be in charge of everything in
The
Nigeria.
question I
The
want
problem
to
they
ask
have
you
today,
guys
the president
is a
want to be in,
simple
they want the
question.
presidency to be in charge of everything.
No, no.
Talk,
The
I'm
question I
listening.
want to ask you is this, Mr. Triumph. We have been allied to these people for a long time, more than 40 or 50 years. Why can't they think of making their France, their Paris, their Washington, D.C., their New York, their California, London? Why can't they think of helping Africa like this, building these infrastructures in Africa? What
No,
stopped them
no.
from helping
You
us?
look at me now. Do you think I would like my client to be better? Everybody, at
So,
least I have
so
that
why are
money
you
is
now
coming every.
blaming? Why are you now blaming China that is now constructing this road, this railway,
No,
everything for you,
I
and you
know
don't want them?
China very well. And I do business with them, Mr. Remy. Now today,
Do you know?
the
You know
business I
what
do
I
with them,
see?
they give
You
me
know what I
everything for
see in
free.
you
They don't even give me. I
Nigerians.
don't pay anything a dime. I don't pay a dime.
You know
Now,
what I see in
normally
you
they were
Nigerians.
asking for money. Okay, talk.
I
Let
see
me listen.
I see people that are poor, but they have a big pride, a big ego, and they cannot do nothing. That is what I see in what you are saying here. You are poor with a big ego, and you don't have the resources. You don't have nothing to go about it.
Nigeria has everything, Mr. Remy.
Do you continue to say your
Everything.
Nigeria have everything, and still your people, the same people
Just
you
the
call Nigeria,
leadership.
they don't want
The
that country to
leadership,
move
Mr.
ahead?
Remy. The problem now is the leadership. Now we have
Oh,
somebody good there now. He's not
okay.
trying to bring people
So
around him to make it great.
It's like you guys
And
are talking, you don't even. It's like you guys are saying, you don't know it. Like you're arguing blindly. You saying one thing, saying the other thing. So you're just arguing like we don't even know what the base of the argument is. You know, I
yeah,
mean, I don't get.
Mr. Mike, one thing is that
no,
to
the
create
base of the
money for
argument they
things,
are trying to say is that China coming to help in building these infrastructures, the contract they are signed with Nigeria or most African countries one-sided. But for me, I am looking at it.
But that's not what it is. He's saying Nigeria has everything, so we don't understand how that is countering your argument.
So for me, I am looking at it this way. That to me, I don't think Nigeria have.
Do you agree with him that Nigeria has everything?
What he's saying is that we have
Yes,
what it takes
Nigeria have
to
the
build our
resources.
country.
Okay, let Mr. Trump explain what he means by Nigeria has everything, so we know where it's coming from.
Okay, let me say now. If we can just invite the diasporas here in the Western world for the innovations, we know many.
No, tell us
Nigerians
everything we have. Don't say something different. We're trying to understand everything you're talking about.
Well, you asked him a question now. Let him answer your
Well,
question.
he's now telling me something different. That's nothing to do
Let
with
him answer
everything.
the question the way he wants to answer it. You won't tell him how to answer it.
Dude, no. That's not mine. Chill the hell out, man. If you're telling me about ABC, and then I'm like, okay, explain that ABC, and I'm talking about 1, 2, 3. That's number. It's not relating to ABC. You understand? You're telling me about letters, and then you explain the letters.
You said Nigeria has everything. So why is he going to diaspora? Talk about
Exactly.
Nigeria.
What does that have to do with
guys, Mike Thomas, guys. I mean, diaspora is still part of Nigeria. It's still part of the.
No. He's saying we have everything in Nigeria, but now he's saying we
have everything in Nigeria.
Yeah, but you and I send money back home. That money can be
did not let
channeled.
me
It depends
land,
on what
Mr.
he says. Let him talk.
Anyway.
Go on,
Please, thank you very much. Thank
Go on. We are hearing you. Fire off. You have the floor.
Okay. You know, yes, because of for me, if I can give the president an advice, I would like us to be an independent energy independent. With it, Nigeria, we can start doing things. Like now, when I see that Nigeria can start creating money from thin air, the China needs something from us. They need our gold. They need also our oil. As for now, they need many of our resources. They need lithium today. So you see, like that now we can tell that like that. Do this for us in certain numbers of years. You have the right to extract a certain percentage yearly. Then with it, that means you are leveraging with them. You leverage with them, not that they come and they beat the price as a penny. No. That's the problem we have. If we have a good leadership that understand the economics, they understand the world of business, because people that are getting there, they're all salary earners. For me, I will tell you, they don't have experience in businesses. That's why they still do the same mistake over and over and over and over. I like result. When I don't see result, I will castigate you. I will bring you down. So that's it. That's what you have to see. That's why I just hope. I say I hope. Like now our manufacturers, we can start pumping money in them. Why is that the Westerner doesn't want us to develop our manufacturing? They know what they are doing. They know what they are doing. Because now in the world energy economy, there is money there. There is money there, Mr. Mike. I know what I'm saying. I know what they do here just to get some things.
Okay, Mr. Triumph,
Everything can be converted.
I will tell you something that you don't know.
But I don't want to start giving the details because I don't work with the administration.
So we don't have anything. We just have potential, basically. We have
Mr.
potential.
Triumph, there was a time I asked some Chinese that I know that why are they not importing crude directly from Nigeria? And when they break it down to me, do you know that there's a middleman they have to buy from? And who are these? It's from Shell. They have to go through Shell and BP of your France. They cannot buy directly from Nigeria. So you can say this Western nation, they have a way to also control. And when you talk about China, look at the Lekki DC port. Look at the factories that are near in that Lekki DC. Are they not Chinese factories? When you break it down very well, you will see that what the Chinese are doing, I see two evil, one in your right, one by your left. Which one give you this assistance that you really need now? What are the Western nations giving us since almost 40? They give us grants, they give us loans that which is very stiff conditions. Can you imagine during Obasanjo regime, we dole out $34 billion to pay back our debt. They said they even rewrite it. And when they loot our money, they use our money to also develop their own country for 30 or 40 years.
Negotiated our debt.
And
Can I ask a question?
I'm telling
Guys, can I
you,
ask a clarifying question? Remy, hold
Yeah.
on. Can I ask a clarifying question? Because both points are valid, right? But I want to understand, Mr. Triumph, is what you're saying is we mortgage our physical natural resources in trade for development from China. So,
We can do
for
that.
example, let me just see if I understand. For example, let's just say we have lithium, right? You now say, okay, I give you access to mine lithium for the next 50 years, but you build train tracks all around the country and you don't charge us anything for that. Is that the example of what you're saying?
Yes, but in a certain price. You don't give them the total of it. You understand? You don't give them a very. There's a way you do
I
it
mean,
in long
I'm
term,
just
not
trying
short
to.
term.
I'm trying to simplify. I'm trying
That's
to
it.
simplify. I'm
That's it,
not.
Mr. Coletta.
Yeah,
Mr.
I'm just trying
Coletta.
to
Yes,
simplify.
in a long term,
And
not
from
in a.
Remy's standpoint, from Remy's standpoint, um, we've been getting aid, grants, all sorts of bullshit money from the West, where they give us something they know is going to get looted and brought back into their banks. We have nothing to show for it. We've been getting all sorts of loans, high interest, low interest, whatever it is, development, no development, but no actual development happens. But in the case of China, it's more transparent. You borrow from them, they build, you actually see what they build, even though they use their own workers to do the build. But that infrastructure is in your ground. It's now up to you to make sure your project generates enough money to pay them back. China is pretty straightforward to
What you are
build.
saying is that it's not that they borrow us money and some people loot it again, and the
Uh,
infrastructure is not done. Yeah.
and the infrastructure is not there like the West has been doing. So there's an argument, it's an actual argument right now that China has been a net positive for Africa than the West because at least China, if you say, "Well, come and do this," they build it. You can see it. It's up to you what you do with it. But the West, they will borrow you money. They will not check. They don't care. They just know they're going to loot it back and take it back to their banks. And they'll be charging you interest on that. And they'll be charging you interest on the loan. They'll be making interest on the deposits that your criminally minded leaders put there. So they're making money both ways. But China at least will build something for you. Then if you don't pay, they can seize it. So there's a case for what Remy is saying because at the end of the day, it's either we have nothing or we have something that China built, and it's up to us to pay back. Am I correct, Mr. Remy?
Mr. Coletta.
You can call
Mr.
me
Coletta,
Remy.
do you
Don't call me Mr.
know how?
You are absolutely on
Do you know
right
how
on what I'm trying to say.
Mr. Obasanjo, Mr. Coletta, do you know how Mr. Obasanjo cleared our debt? He leveraged it. He leveraged our resources for it. He leveraged it. He knows what he did. Money, the Westerners
But
It was.
do you think,
want it.
Mr. Triumph, that debt payment, do you think is a wise decision? How many countries have you seen paying their debts like that?
They have conditions now. They have conditions. They renegotiate. Goodness.
I don't think any way you want to look at it, I don't think there is a wise decision for somebody to say you want to offset your debt. Even America don't do that.
Like
There's
now,
always a way to continue. Okay, continue triumph.
like now, France every Monday morning they borrow money from the Asiatic world. Are you people aware of it? Every Monday morning to pay workers. It's not only Nigeria doing it, but they leverage so many things: their business, their services, their ideas, their technologies for those Asia countries like Japan borrows France money every Monday morning. Their pensions money. Are you people aware of it? But one thing is
Like
just that everything can be
I'm aware, but I wasn't aware that was every Monday. But I'm aware. I mean,
every
every
Monday
country
morning
borrows.
we are aware of it. On Monday morning, do you know they are paying people that doesn't work just to keep it? And again, they create money from thin air. They just negotiate it. That you see the same thing trade by barter, but they use it. You understand? They give those Asian countries services. That's what they do. Services. That's why I said that Nigeria has everything. We just need
Which
people
country?
to
Which
work.
country is France giving that service to? I want to know in Asia.
Like Japan number one, South Korea
What
number
kind of
two.
service is that?
Technologies now. Do you know that lastly
No,
they gave
no, 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 no. I
even
don't believe
China
that.
too, even China they
No,
even gave
no, no.
some
No,
they
Remy, let him talk now. Remy, let him
no.
talk.
Okay, go
Do you know
ahead.
that they even the president gave China their warplanes technology for how much? I live here. I do attend meetings here. So when they talk, they complain. They are telling this guy in the head to try and restructure everything again for them. That's why they are doing strike everywhere.
Mr. Triumph, Boeing have a very big plant in China where they also assemble or do something like that.
Do you know that
And
China, before
in the last 6 years,
like now, do you know that many French industrialists there are not coming back to France because of when you are building a computer there in France, you don't have the right. They have the right in China to copy it and do the same thing. Are you aware of it, Mr.
yeah,
Remy?
I know that what the Chinese did was this: they give
They
Western,
copy everything, and because of it, because their law favors
they
them,
copy, and they are
as
even more
you have to
better
bring it.
now. They copy.
You have to
Even,
show
do you know
everything
that
out to them in China.
China came up
That's why I
with
don't
their
trust them.
own? You can't. This is business. What are you
Uh,
talking about?
Hello, hello. We can't talk on each other, please. Yeah, one voice, please.
Mr.
Yeah,
Triumph,
and
sorry.
Remy, please.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
please land it. I want to hear from new voices.
Okay.
Kolata is here. Simba,
Yeah.
hold on, please. Hold on, please. Let me land, please. Simba is here. He hasn't really speak. Kolata is here. Madam Sitatu is here. So land it.
Okay.
So we go to new voices. Yeah, thank
Mr.
you.
Trump, what I want to tell you is very simple. China gave a leeway to Western nations to bring their technology to China to produce in large quantity because there is availability of cheap labor. And for Chinese, they are not so stupid. They learn the rope. If you go to most of these Chinese cities, you will see how they model their city against some of European cities. There is a big French concession area in Shanghai. Shanghai is like Lagos of China. And they give all of this country to come and produce in China, and most of these Western take advantage of that one. But the Chinese learn it, and once they learn it, they started rolling out their own. Today, China have started manufacturing their own aircraft. If you go to China today, most of the aircraft that will take you around China are made in China vehicle. They still buy from Boeing and that one of America. They still buy from them, but 50% of the aircraft that will carry you from one city to another city in China today is 100% made in China. I forgot the name. When I remember the name, I'll put it at the private chat or comment section later. So this country have learned their roof, and they were able to leverage on it. And before you can close your eyes, they continue to sell all their product all over the world. Today, they make a new chip for their Huawei product, totally different buying from America. They have surpassed that one now. So don't be surprised in the next 5 or 6 years, their chip can even be more better than the American one. So don't be surprised about that. So I rest my case.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Remy. Madam here, are you there? Madam
Thomas,
Sita, are you there?
Thomas, permit me one thing. I only came to
Yeah,
really
yeah,
come
yeah,
to.
yeah. Go on, yeah. I'm coming
I,
to both
I
of you.
only,
Yeah,
ca-
go
I,
on.
only- I only came for one thing and one thing only. I think last week or 2 weeks ago, Mr. Triumph was introducing where he came from, and I thought that was an opportunity lost. So, Mr. Triumph, can you clarify me one thing? I think you said you are from Aniocha North. So, are you Olukumi?
No, I'm from Isiluku.
Iseluku. No
Isiluku.
Ugbodu, no Olukumi. Because there's some Yorubas in that area, and I thought you were one of I thought you
No,
came from one of
but I
those
don't
areas.
go there. I only know it through my parents. But I was born and brought up in Lagos.
Yeah, but a major part of Aniocha North is Yoruba. I thought you were just one of those because there are many
I
people
used
that
to
don't know
used
that.
to hear things. I used to hear I know that many of my families they based in Ibadan and they based in Ogun State. So one thing that they intermarried. You understand? both of them. So what I don't know, I don't say it. You understand? But what I know, I will say it. But I know that normally, if Nigeria is like they do in the Western world, where you giving birth from, that's where you are. I used to tell people that I'm in Nigeria. I'm from Lagos. I was born and brought up. Ojuelegba, Surulere. It is there.
Wow.
All right.
Lagos boy. So you be Lagos boy. Ọmọ Èkó, ọmọ Èkó.
Mr. Tayo, you can contest in Lagos.
I know now.
One LT guy just won at the appeal court House of Representative in Etiosa local government against Obanikoro and Ban Ki-moon, and it's not even the Yoruba person. Yes.
Wow.
His name is Atta. So I think probably is from Kogi or so. And he defeated, defeated Ban Ki-moon and Obanikoro.
He's the Labour Party guy now. He defeated
yes.
People there regretted it because they are just voting LP. So at the end of the day,
LP 91, LP 92.
No,
sorry. By Kulata. Kulata. Yeah, before you leave, I want to raise this issue.
What do you know?
Earlier on, when Mr. Tayo.
Hold on. Why are you chasing my panelists away? Did you say he's leaving?
Thomas, you know I sleep very early. You know I sleep very early.
Yeah, go on. I'm just joking. Yeah.
Okay, so Mr. Son was talking about diaspora and the money that the diaspora remitted to the economy. But the problem in Nigeria now, if you see the domiciliary account now, is growing and nobody is actually, the money is not available for
the owner.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so because of the volatility of the foreign exchange, most people are just keeping their money, their dollar. Is about almost $30 billion stuck in Nigerian domiciliary account now.
The government can borrow it now. They later pay them back with interest. They do it here in France. They borrow money from your fixed deposit, use it to turn. That's it. To turn a certain give it to business owners. They later within 5 years they pay them back. That's what they do. Everything.
Mr. Traoré. No, Mr. Traoré. Wahala go shele. Government go borrow my money. Are they crazy?
No, that's not what he meant.
Wahala go shele.
Kulata, that's not what he meant.
I don't think that's what he meant, though. But
no,
you see, that money coming from.
About is doing.
I've not even said anything, Zita. I've not said. I'm listening to Simba.
No, he was mistaking Thomas' voice for yours.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's not me. I've not said anything.
They use
what
the money
he's
to
saying
borrow
is
the
that
business
they
people.
do it here too. It's like doing a treasury bill on domiciliary account.
That's good, Madam Zita.
That's
good,
what
Madam
they
Zita.
do here.
That's
too.
what I was trying to explain.
You can trade it in with some interest. The government uses it. I'm even shocked that Nigeria is not doing that.
Well, I don't. I mean, DOM account kind of like securitize it. Get kind of like make government debt out of it. We should be doing something. We should be doing something like that.
I'm surprised that.
But Madam Hiyai and Kulata, how did our domiciliary accounts run? Can you withdraw in dollars or you can't withdraw in dollars?
You can.
You can withdraw in dollars. You can withdraw in dollars.
Are they giving people dollars? Are you sure?
Yes.
Yes, I'm telling you. In fact, most banks, they will give you your dollar in cash.
So
if you need it in cash, they will give it to you.
Money.
So Simba, there is ceiling of how much you can transfer daily if you want to use for business.
No, if it is
inflow, there are two type of. Okay, explain it.
Let's do one by one.
Let's do it one by one. Yeah. Madam Sita, go first. Colata comes. Then yeah, because I want to really because people have been pushing me to
How
open
much you
domiciliary
are afraid
account.
of your money?
I don't know. I'm afraid of my money. Oh, no. Yeah. Yeah, Madam Sita. Yeah.
I have one in
And
my.
I also, what is dollar going on? What I changed $1 Australian yesterday for 720. What is going on? Kolata, you are the economist. Well, did that
I'm not
country.
I'm a
Don't change,
rewire. I'm not
don't
economist.
change the topic. Let's be that,
Let's
Madam
later
Zita.
do.
We're
Let's
not talking
later
about exchange rate now.
explain.
I've forgotten the names they call it, but what actually happens is that when I want to transfer money in or out, it depends on where the money is coming from. If it is somebody, they have two names they call it. If it's somebody that
Inflow.
paid,
There's inflow, Madam Zita. They call it inflow. And then I've forgotten the second. Inflow is the one from foreign country. If your dollar comes from outside
what I'm
Nigeria.
talking about is the source of the money, not where it's coming from, the source. If it is an individual that walked into the bank to pay in cash for you or transfer cash from his account to you, there is limitation. But if it is somebody who is earning in dollars, pound, yen, or euro from a company that is transferring money from his salary account, which is that amount, is unlimited. That was how I moved my money.
That is true,
So
Madam
I
AI.
don't understand, but this is how it works. If it is like a personal thing that might look like money laundering, no, they give you a limit. And then the amount you pay for transfer is a little bit higher. But if it is the other one I'm talking about, I think it's a fixed amount for any amount you are transferring. So they pay you if you have them account, like if you have like 3 different currencies, you can withdraw any of them if you want to. And you can transfer any of them. So the DOM account is not only in dollars. You can have 3. One
In
DOM
fact,
account.
Madam Zita, in most banks now, once you say you want to open a DOM account, it will be in euro, it will be in pounds, and it will be in dollars. So that they just so it's a multi-currency account that most banks in Nigeria are even opening for people now.
Anyway,
Wasn't there a time under Buhari's government that they were restricting withdrawal from DOM account?
no.
Yes, there was a time.
Not
there
with
was.
me.
I remember.
I didn't experience that.
Me too, I
Under
didn't
Buhari's
experience that.
During the time of
I
Buhari,
didn't experience it because
I
at
didn't
least
experience that.
I send money to my wife room account and she withdraw without any limits.
Yes.
No, but did she
Because
withdraw? Did they allow her to withdraw in foreign currency?
because Simba, just as the
Madam
banker
Sita, hold on.
explained to me,
It is legitimate.
Simba, you are working in a country and they know that you are earning that money, the company is paying you that amount. That's what the banker explained to me anyway. There's one name
That's
they give
true.
it to. So when you transfer money, it's unlimited. But if it's like somebody, maybe you are just in wherever you are, unknown worker, blah, 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 then you just walk into a bank, pay in some certain amount to somebody in Nigeria, it will be limited.
Sometimes they will
Simba,
block it and send you back the money.
Hold on, try off, please. Simba, when you pay to your domiciliary account, do they give your wife dollar or they pay them they pay her in naira?
Dollar,
no
no.
Dollar, real dollar.
Yes. Real is there any fake one? Why are you saying real
No,
dollar?
no. No, because people have been saying open domiciliary account. I think maybe say Nigeria they count for them because I thought they would just change the money.
You know, even
No, they
now,
don't.
even now, let me tell you, it's only that will not pay you. Some banks now, I'm very sure of that of Access Bank. I'm sure of Guarantee Trust Bank. If you have that drone, if you send dollar to your drone, you can convert that money into naira, and you see the forex, the foreign exchange, you can convert it to your naira account without even going to any bureau de change. The only thing
But
is that they will do it on
you will
official
be
rate.
losing.
It's the
You will be
official rate.
losing.
That's the problem.
It will be losing money. It's better you get it cash than you go and
Yeah,
change
but
it in
are you
Aboki.
guys positive? I'm certain from memory because me, I don't keep my financials in Nigeria anymore. I closed everything. So, but there was a time that they limited the amount of dollar. They were, let me say, they were restricting the foreign exchange you could withdraw in banks if you had a dumb account.
No,
I recall from memory.
See, when you are opening the account,
Not that you're right. There was a time like that. Yeah.
they ask you some certain questions. You have to be open enough to tell them you work in so place in so country, and this is what you do, this is what you do, blah blah blah.
For living, yeah.
And when you do that, I don't know whether they check it. I don't know, but whichever money that comes in from that your account over there to that account, dumb account in Nigeria, is unlimited. You too can sell if you want to. You can sell to individuals in Nigeria through that your dumb account.
Madam Zita, sorry to interject. I just want to ask a question. This kind of transaction, does it go through the NFIU, Nigerian Financial blah 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 unit? Those ones, they have authority to check whether that person is lying or something like that.
No, that's when you want to do business.
Yeah,
I think the one you are talking about is business. When you want to do
work
a
hand
big
in hand with
business
EFCC.
and you need some loss of money to do a business. Well, I don't know somebody who will walk into a bank and said he wants $1 million cash. I don't know. I don't know. But sending something like 2,000, 3,000, 10,000, 20,000 US dollars to family, they will give it to you. Now, unless you walk into a bank and said, I have $30 million in my account, can you give me 10 million cash? Then that's when everybody will raise an eyebrow. I don't think anybody is doing that. But banking in Nigeria, I think, is very easy. It's easier. It's easier. And their security is kind of tight.
Are you sure? So how do they help the politicians to siphon all this big money abroad?
Well, if you are talking about politicians siphoning the money, that means you are not watching what is happening in Nigeria. Those monies are buried in their houses.
I mean before, not now.
I said politicians actually do not keep their money in the bank because they are easy to be identified. Let me repeat it again. 90% of Nigerian criminals that call themselves politicians don't put their money in the bank. If you monitor the Nigerian banking system, it's above the best in the world. Believe me, it's tight. It's very tight. A lot of people were fired to get it to that level. You see, when we talk about our institutions and we say some certain things about our institutions, sometimes I laugh. Because most of the people saying those things about our institution have not gone in depth to transact communicate and relate with those institutions. If you do, you will understand that there's a lot of improvement. There is a lot of improvement in our banking system. I give them kudos. And every expatriate in Nigeria can confess to that. But talking about politicians, when Buhari did that madness, do you know how much was brought to the banks from back doors? They bury their money in their houses now. They know how they do it. That's why some of them are crying for black markets. Because it's those guys that get the dollars for them and they give them the naira and they bury them in their houses. They don't take it to the bank. Although they have a lot of money in the bank too, but reasonably.
Yeah,
You
Madam,
can't be a,
I totally agree with you. Here,
you can't be a politician in Nigeria and
to
have
open
40.
a bank account here, you cannot believe you have to book an appointment. I was just laughing. It took me three or 4 months to let me open a bank account with my own money. I'm begging the bank. And here in this country, here in Finland, your money is zero interest on your deposit. It's like just spend your money. That's what they want you to do. I miss Nigeria that time. Say, I put this kind of money in my bank account, and there's
So
no
Nigeria that is giving us one kobo, we should still thank them.
I thank them all. Here, ask them actually, Mr. Trump. I don't know about France, but here, even if you want to save some dedicated money, you want to buy a property or something like that, it's still zero interest on it.
My brother, here, there's nothing interest on my money in the bank here. Zero interest.
Zero interest.
They are just
Zero.
keeping your money for you. That is it.
So
And
sometimes,
they are using your money.
yeah, so you are the one losing. And to not even make it worse, sometimes if you're not, I was forced to be a cooperative member of the bank I'm using, because if you don't do that, they also charge you they charge you some kind of maybe one or every month. They also remove from your money.
No, what is going on is that look, the Western culture try as much as possible to discourage you from keeping cash. That's what they're doing. They want you to invest that money.
But they also want you to spend the money.
That's what
They
I'm
don't
saying
want
now.
you
They
to-
won't call it spending.
Yes.
They will call it investment.
Yes.
They won't call it spending. They want you to put it in their economy to
Money
yield
should not be
profit.
lying down there. They don't want it like that. There's a guy that want to do something with them, and that guy has a lot of money in the bank. Do you think because of that reason they refuse to give it?
No, let me give you an example.
Are you not going to spend money on this, spend money on that,
It's investment. Don't use the word spend. It's investment.
Madam, why you say investment?
Let me explain to you now.
That's
When a
true.
bank
That's true, Mr.
will
Thomas.
come to
That's true.
you, when a bank will come to you, because you have maybe 100,000 pounds in their account and you've been staying there for 3 weeks, it is, when you talk about Nigerian economy, most people don't understand what is holding Nigerian economy. You look at Nigeria, you see a country so looted, so vandalized, so corrupt, but they're still standing. You begin to wonder, how are they surviving? Is the microeconomics. Most Western cultures struggle to do that, to get that to be done in their country. They struggle. That's why most times you see them touching their citizens some kind of money to go into the market and spend it. They give gift cards, they give you money, and they give you time limit to spend the money. Because they want that buying and selling that holds the foundation of an economy to continue. So now, when you stack your money, they want that buying and selling to go on. because that's what's the foundation of an economy within the environment. So what do? They approach you and tell you, you have 100,000. Yeah, okay. You see, we are going to give you a card. The card is called Platinum. Platinum VIP Wonder. That's the name of the card. And I'm just making it up, but something like that. Then they will tell you, when you spend 2,500 pounds in a month, we give you another 500 pounds. It's an investment. They just want you to go out there to get that wheel rolling. They don't have that kind of environment like Nigeria, where every day mama goes to the farm, picks her okra, she's heading to the market. She's dropping it in the market, she's buying crayfish, she's coming home, the next day she's taking her corn. They don't have that luxury, but we do. So they find a way to invest in the citizens to continue rolling that thing. Spending $2,000 on your own, you can spend $2,000 without getting extra $500. But these people are telling you, go out there, spend that $2,500. We'll
Sorry,
give you another extra 500 to
Mother
continue spending.
AI, I know that
sorry guys.
platinum.
Western economy will crash if people don't spend. It's designed for spending,
Yes,
credit and
exactly.
spending.
Exactly.
It's not designed for savings at all. It will
Kulata,
crash.
every economy is designed for buying and selling. You don't do that, it will crash.
Yeah, but from
But
a
in
cultural
Nigeria, it's
perspective,
kind of natural. We do
we
it.
save a lot. We have a saving habit in
No.
Nigeria.
I think it's
In
because of feeling
Nigeria,
of insecurity, Madam Zita. We have this feeling of insecurity. We are not sure of the future, and that's why we tend to those.
We save.
You can imagine that 29 billion or 30 billion stashed in domiciliary accounts. If that one is available in our economy, you can see what it can do. And I
it
don't know
will
what
do
government can do to
more.
unlock that.
It will do more. It will do more. But naturally, the antecedent of an average Nigeria rose the wheel. The antecedent of an average Nigeria rose the wheel. We have a lot of open markets. Every day it is happening. Every economy is designed like that. But the Western culture, they have to support their citizens because they don't have that kind of environment we have. They have been so civilized that they don't have that kind of environment any longer. So they have to find a means to empower them to continue spending. But in Nigeria, we have means, we get around it. And in as much as it's trying to calm, it's getting calmer in Nigeria. That's why it's obvious. The problem in our economy is becoming obvious to an average Nigerian. Before now, I don't really think Nigerians do bother what their government is doing. But that wheel is gradually slowing down. But if I will advise the government of Nigeria, they should open that wheel. Let it keep rolling.
Madam Zita, let me tell you another thing that I think Buhari did a lot of wrong things as per this diaspora money that comes to Nigeria. He placed a lot of restrictions on that money during his own administration.
It's
But
called
Tinubu now,
no. What Buhari did is what I would call bad economics. You see,
Thank you very much, madam.
You actually that a currency have strength have value. Let me use the word value. Has value doesn't really mean the citizens are good, are better off. No. But if a currency have strength in his kingdom, the citizens will be better off. So Buhari was more of interested in pursuing the value of the naira instead of the strength, which is bad economics. So he disappeared the naira. That guy disappeared naira. We have
Yeah,
never
that
had
was
it.
a
We
wrong move.
Yes,
I mean, and it
we have
started early
never had
because
it.
do you remember? Hold on. Do you remember in 2015, Buhari came out and said what was statement he said? He said he would rather have the naira be strong so that he made some very economically dumb statement. What he alluded to was he wants to keep. He doesn't believe in devaluing the value of the naira. He believes the higher the naira, the better. So that's what really engineered this stupid.
That is the
Um,
value. He was
uh,
interested in the
he
value.
was interested
And
in
that's why
that.
you know that all these cards, then you remember the collateral. You cannot
And
even use Nigerian
you
card
couldn't now use
outside
your
Nigeria.
card. That's exactly where I
Exactly.
was going to go to. That's what started the mess. Rather than stability of the currency is better than some stupid value. Anyway, Zita, you can continue.
So you see,
But Madam Zita, sorry to cut you. Do you know that some countries in the world also devalued their currency just to make business? Like China, well, according to Mr. Remy, where he was defending China, China did the same thing to the dollars. That's why Trump was crying, shouting at them, "You
Mr.
Yeah,
have to
it
pay
Trump
makes
the
recently,
your
even
goods
Japan
cheaper.
did same. This same recently.
They
Japan did
did it.
same
Japan did it
recently.
recently.
Yes.
said they did what?
The
They
value.
devalue their currency.
is to invite investors now.
No,
Everybody
no, no,
needs money now.
no,
No, they
no,
did the value
no,
recently.
no. What they do is not devaluing. They do what is called in economy currency manipulation. That's not devaluing.
It depends on
It's the
what
same thing.
what you
That is
want to name
Oyibo
They
way.
are
it.
not the same thing. They are not the
It's
same thing.
potatoes. It's potatoes, potatoes. It's I
Mm,
mean, basically, you make your currency cheap enough to make your products. I mean, to attract more people buying your products. Because if the
sorry.
yen, or was it the yuan? Sorry, I'm sorry. If the Chinese yuan is cheaper, it makes Chinese goods cheaper. So
no,
I
Yes.
mean,
no,
dollar will be
mm-mm,
relatively
mm-mm,
stronger. Let me
no.
finish.
It's
Dollar
not
will be relatively
devaluing.
stronger. Let me finish. Dollar will be relatively stronger against the yuan. It will make buying from China cheaper. It makes their
Yes.
exports cheap. So it's good
Yes.
for countries that produce. It's not. I mean, countries like us that don't produce anything. It's, I mean, what we're not getting any benefits of it. But Japan and co that are heavily export based, if the relative currency is cheaper, same thing as South Korea, then it makes their products cheaper in the market. That's it.
Yes, Kulata, you are right. Because if like our own country that we are not producing anything, it will actually even worsen our inflation.
Mhm. So I
Um,
Yes.
think what China did was that
um,
first they pegged the renminbi, the yuan, to the dollar at 8, and when they float it, they make sure it doesn't go down below 6. Now I think it's hovering around seven renminbi to $1. And Kulata have said it all. If they make their currency they really want to float it like Nigerian home, do you expect Chinese product to be cheap in America again or the rest of the world? So it's from the economic angle. I think they have done what they think is best for their own country. Yeah.
anyway, if you call it devaluation, I call it manipulation. Because if you devalue your country, which you are not supposed to devalue anyway, it's the market that devalues it. If you devalue your money, your currency is going to be global. But when you devalue it for a particular purpose, it's called currency manipulation. You're manipulating your currency to do one or two things. That's not devaluation.
It's the
That's
same
what I am
effective
saying.
thing. You use financial instruments, and then you use financial instruments to take the relative strength. The relative value of your currency to make it weaker, and that's what China was doing, and World Trade
That
Organization
is
was calling them out on
manipulation.
it. It's
Kulata is
manipulation, but at the end
manipulation.
of the day, that's why I said we're getting into semantics. At the end of the day, you're making your currency, the value go lower than what it should naturally be. It's artificial, but they use it for a purpose, which is to drive their exports.
Okay, now when they
Okay,
dwindle,
madam.
because they're very
What
soon
is
they're going to dwindle. I hope you will clap for them then. I beg, what is the topic of today? Before that's one country I don't want to discuss about. I know too much about them. They start
Why
sending
now? You don't
praises
want
of
Waiting,
wow.
people.
Madam Sister, waiting China do you? Waiting
What
China
did
do you?
China do you? What did China do you? Madam Sita, what do you think about the Imo election today? What is your take?
This is from Imo now.
Why are you laughing?
Yes, just the Duma fan now, so they know what.
She's from Imo now. Madam Sister is from Imo.
I know. I think they said they're going to kick your supreme governor out of the seat. So what's your take?
I don't even know what to take out from this.
But why
You
do you
just
first of
said.
all laugh? Why do you first of all
Why I
laugh?
laugh is that thank God you called him Supreme Court governor. They usually become governor through the Supreme Court.
No be so
So
that they call him hopeless, Ozodima. What do they call him?
if you take it from him, he go back to the Supreme Court and collected it. After all, did they vote for him in the first place? I thought people would say he become governor through technicalities. Is that not?
Nah, so now.
So that's how they become governor now. You can't win in the pool. That's why one of my townsmen, Aton Zeribe, I love his slogan as a politician. Although they used him against him and kick him out too. He said, win them in the pool, meet them in the court. If you are a politician and you cannot win in the pools, then you are not a politician. That's where the game is. Anybody that defeats you in the pool is a core politician. It's a red guy. I don't care how you look at it, whether he rigged you, cocked you, overthrew you, slapped you in the pools. That's where the game is. So if you, according to Aton Zeribe, if you call yourself a politician, go to the pool and win them.
So, Madam Zita, just digress. So, do you think Trump was rigged out anyway by Biden, or Trump rigged out Clinton when he won initially?
Didn't they win in the pool? Anybody that wants in the pool is the real nigger now.
Okay, now I got you.
You win in the pool. If you're not strong enough to defeat your opponent in the pool, you're not strong enough. That's just the simple truth. They have agents, they have foot soldiers, they do all manner of things. Have you heard of Wendy in the United States? You don't know the Wendy? The Wendy woman that stops ballot for Democrats? Yeah, you have all manner of people that will do the job for you.
That is it.
So
Madam,
it is what it
I like
is.
the way you talk.
So when you go to Owerri tomorrow and vote who you want to vote, when Hopu Zotemba wake up in the morning on Sunday and he doesn't
But
like it,
Madam Zita, you are in Europe now. Why are you talking about tomorrow? It's today now.
that's what I'm saying. On Sunday, when he wake up on Sunday and he didn't see it, you didn't vote for him, he will go to Supreme Court and get it. Don't go and vote when you finish voting. Tomorrow, when he doesn't see his name there, he will go to Supreme Court now and use technicalities, Abby. I don't know. There's a lot of madness going on in your Imo State, honestly.
Hey, but it seems as if what we are hearing from him, there's a lot of, I don't know, we don't even know which story to believe. Because we have so many Imo people, they came over here and what they were saying are not consistent. Maurice came here, he was telling us stories, and then Prestige was here this morning, was telling
They even
another
said
story.
it's not paid salary for 4 years. I don't believe that.
Exactly, that's what I'm
That he
saying.
has not paid salary for how many years?
For
4
4 years.
years. For
Where
4
did
years.
he get that one from?
That is
Now,
from Prestige, from Man of Prestige.
for 4 years.
No, now.
And Ekene even said that the guy did not do nothing for 4 years. They said he did not. They said he only constructed a gutter called a road.
Let me tell you, his leadership in Imo State was very chaotic. It was very chaotic. It was, even Otokoto time was better, because Otokoto was not really disturbing the performance of the government. They were just killing
Who is
people.
Who is Otokoto? Who do you call Otokoto? Because that's not the real name. Maybe it's the
It's
the
Otokoto
alias.
now. You don't know Otokoto's story in Imo State.
Check the internet, Mr. Simba. You will know the person. Check the
The
internet.
Otokoto that they were killing people and selling human parts, that bombed
Okay.
Owerri riot. So the man is, his leadership was very turbulent. I don't know.
You know why? You know, Madam, I know why I'm saying this, because Maurice came here and he was telling her about beautiful road, drag carriage with street lights from one. He said from Owerri to whatever, and then somebody came here this morning and was telling us that it's only gutters that he built as road, and
Criticism is he built work carriage from Owerri to, is it Olo?
Olu.
Yeah, it's Olo. I know. He did a lot of things as he can, because the unknown gunmen were littered everywhere. You can't even walk. You can't do anything. The kidnapping was, the insecurity, that place. Insecurity is a very big problem in development.
That's why they not see so many massive.
But he was paying salary. He didn't.
He was paying. The guy today said he didn't pay for 4 years. Oh my God.
Where did
And Madam Zita, that man of Prestige also came here and he was praising Rochas.
Yes.
Yeah. Let me tell you.
And we remember what they did to Rocha when he was even there, that he was a useless governor, he didn't do anything.
No. I used to tell people this story, even when they don't like me. Rocha's first tenure in Imo State, his first 4 years was fantastic. Rochas fell out with Imo State people because Rochas did not understand that Imo State is a swing state. So they are bound to behave like that. They always want a new thing. Rochas did not understand that. Instead of him to prove to them that he is capable of continuing doing his good work, he got angry and started fighting them. Rochas increased worker salaries, nurses and doctors. Rochas made them to be earning heavily. Rochas built roads in the villages and everything, empowered the youth. He worked. Even all those things he was molding in Owerri, people used to go to Port Harcourt to relax and get away weekend.
Wait, didn't they destroy those things?
They destroyed it. That's why I rest my case. They destroyed those beautiful monuments.
Madam Zita, let me even make you laugh. She said the only thing that remains in Imo now is because Imo have beautiful ladies. So people come to Imo now to come and enjoy the
I don't
beautiful
think
ladies.
people do come because the insecurity is high. Rochas Okorocha made Imo State calm.
Madam Zita, he tried, but at the same time, you did not mention so many things he did. He put his family, his daughter, his son-in-law, all his people are everywhere in Imo State.
As what?
The son-in-law was probably chief of staff.
And so?
And they were accused of stealing money. There was one big hotel resort area. It's very beautiful. They constructed over there, and they said this is supposed to be should belong to Imo State.
Excuse me. Let me tell you something.
Okay.
Appointments is different from. I'm looking for another word. Appointment is different from. What do they call the other one? That is, you are appointed to do a job. You know, when you are appointed to do a job, it doesn't carry pension. A career job is different from appointment. You get the point?
Yeah.
When a governor assumes to see or a president, I am not interested in the people he appointed around him to work with him. I don't care who they are.
But they accuse him.
Hold on. But I am more interested in the career people. If he is busy sacking them and putting his people, that's where we raise an eyebrow. But he has the right to appoint anybody. Appointment is.
What about the one that they accuse him and his family member that all those property that's supposed to be Imo State, they converted it to their own, and that's what the basis
they
of
converted it to their own.
That's why
property? No, hold on.
There's one big resort hotel. It's very big.
Which one?
I
now my state you they talk about.
Yes, I know you will know this.
Which hotel that is Imo State Hotel?
I think it's in the center of the city.
What is the name?
I cannot remember the name. It has
because
a lot of
the hotel Imo State owns is Concord.
No, this one is not named Concord. This one is a special resort place. It's very large. People can charge a lot of.
Inubuta. That's another one Imo State owns. Rochas Okorocha cannot take it.
This one I saw the video on YouTube. It was extremely big and very beautiful there. And Okorocha said it was building for the state, but when it lost
Isn't
power,
this something Lake Resort? What's it called? Something
Lake
like
Resort. That. And they said it is owned. It's not the state government owned, and that is why
Uzodimma was. Okay, you are mixing up something.
Okay.
That a governor said he's building something for the state, and now later it becomes his own. You will accuse him of using the state fund to be his private
that's
property.
What they accuse him for that.
Thank you. But saying he stole the property of the state to himself, I don't know which property Imo State owns that Rochas Okorocha is holding.
So
you get the point.
Why is Uzodimma fighting him? Because he claimed that
is politics now. That's why. Didn't you know why they destroyed the Akachi? You know what is Akachi? Maybe you've not been to Owerri before. That beautiful.
Never. I've been to Enugu and Onitsha and the rest, but not Owerri.
That beautiful hand that is raising into the skies that Okorocha did. Beautiful. People go there to take photographs. Do you know why it was destroyed? They said it is where Rochas Okorocha's God is. You see, you are laughing, but these are the things that keep us backwards.
Yes.
Do you understand?
Yes.
If not that this is a global platform, I would have shared a video with you people in Chicago, in Japan. A similar thing Rochas Okorocha did. People, we have to pay to go there in those places to go and take photographs. But Rochas Okorocha did it in Imo State. They said that's where his God is. Bring it down. And tomorrow, those people say they want civilization. They want infrastructure. And they don't know that infrastructure beautification includes in the infrastructure. I think Nigerians need reorientation so that they will understand that if a state governor builds something, it's their money that is being used to build that thing. If not for one thing, they should leave that thing because it's their money. He lost because he wanted his son-in-law to be the next governor, which would have been better anyway. I like continuity. I want every state to do continuity as long as it works. But I don't like the continuity of telling the governor to be giving you a certain amount every month. But if he can still give you that certain amount, but whatever you are building can be completed and development with, I don't mind. We can turn a blind eye on the corruption aspect of it. Let's get the development first, then we can fight corruption. What was his position in the election? Fourth or third? I don't even know. But he's the governor.
What can we do? He's the governor, isn't he?
Let me tell you something. I don't know if you people believe in it.
But Madam Sita, why is it that you guys Imolite just hate him like that? What is going on?
Hold Uzodimba as he was a
senator.
He was first when he was in the Congress, he was one of the best.
But they say he's once a 419 man. Is that true? He's a 19 guy.
No, because they said he live in Festa. All people live in Festa, they are foreigner.
Okay, let me ask you a question. You see, when you guys say this thing, I laugh.
And not be we say I'm now, not be your people.
I always get rattled when people say small thief and big thief. Small thief did not see big because what he has in his hand was small. So he stole it. The big thief is the one that walked to a very big one and stole big. If the small one is given a big environment where there is big thing to steal, he too will stay big. So this question of somebody is a small thief. You see, if you are a governor of a state and you know that if you move 600 million naira out of the state account, the state will collapse. It will be too obvious. They will ask you, what the heck are you doing with 600 million? So you decide to move like 100 million. They call you small thief. And somebody is in a state that generates so much revenue that if he move out 1 billion, yeah, they will know that he moved out 1 billion, but the state will not check. He stole the 1 billion. You call him a big thief. I don't understand that. But to me, a thief is a thief. You are a criminal, you are a criminal. But by the way, back to Uzodimba, who among these politicians is not into one thing or the other, if I may ask? Are you?
Peter Obi is the clean man.
Shit. Let me bring this man.
Madam Sita. Peter Obi is the clean man.
Please,
he doesn't have any baggages.
Are we still talking about that guy again?
No, you have the question now. You said who among these politicians they don't have baggages, and I said Peter Obi. That's
why would you call his name? Who told you he doesn't have baggage?
That is what they told us now, and what he always tell us: go and check. If I stole anything, anybody should come and arrest me. Don't you hear him saying that? And his followers.
And they didn't find anything he stole, or because they didn't arrest him. Which one makes it real? That they didn't find anything, or that they didn't arrest him? You won't let me talk now. You don't carry you and this your secret to become now. I beg.
Don't mind too much. Now so it will behave.
Now you and this you not Peter Obi. We're not going to let person
Madam
rest.
Peter, am I saying something wrong? Is it not something in the public space?
One thing I will have to tell anybody who cares to hear. Hate me, love me. That man's character was corrected heavily. And the people that did that thing was PDP in 2019. They knocked off all those things in the internet. They knocked them off. They paid heavily. And I am happy that PDP is paying heavily for that thing they did to Nigeria. Yeah, I rest my case there. So Hope Uzodimba tomorrow, if he doesn't see his name there, he go enter court again, go collect her. What are you people going to do? Hmm? Thomas, I'm asking you. Hello?
Maybe they're going to do.
Hello, can hear you.
I
Maybe
said,
they're going
Thomas, if
to do riot. Maybe they're going to do riot.
they do riot when he collect it,
People will go to the street now and start doing their
Oh,
this
wait.
time around. No?
Are
do
you
you
guys
do you
saying
actually believe he doesn't have supporters? Do you
is
believe
Hope
that?
Uzodinma going to win?
I ask you a simple question. Do you actually believe he cannot win?
Nobody
Me, I don't
thought
know.
me. I think he will win because you have to look at the senator that come from the Imo state. How many are APC? Look at the rep. How many are APC? He's going to win landslide. Self. Just forget, who are the competitors? We don't even know them.
Shebi they said people don't like Hope Uzodinma.
Kulata, there is something I want to let us understand. You see, the media think they can rule the world. But I always tell people, relax. When you get that news, relax. Listen to it. And then digest it as a human. You know, I used to hear people say things like this. Trump is the most hated president of America. That's a lie. But the media make it look so. Because somebody who ruled for 4 years and then contested again in the thick and thin of all the abuse and propaganda and everything they said he did and did not do, he got extra 12 million votes. That person is not the most hated. In fact, in the history of the Republicans, he's the only one that have done that. But the media keep knocking it that he's the most hated, and some people run with it. I wish them luck. Then back to Hope Uzodimba. That's the same thing that is happening. People are carrying the news that he's the most hated, that people don't like him. I don't think that's the truth. But the only thing I will tell you is that Hope Uzodimba being the governor of Imo State is an accident. His name is not in the book. But when you put somebody whose name is not in the book, just like we put Jonathan, whose name is not in the book as our president, you pay dearly for it. There are people who are destined to hold some certain positions. But if you thwart that destiny and put them there, it's going to be catastrophic. Imo State, I think, is going to deal with Hosu Zotembo again for the next 4 years.
Madam Zita, can't you, don't you think that it will be factor that is causing all this misinformation that we are getting? Because what I can observe is that every other person in the East, every other politician from the East except Obi is bad. That's the narrative in the public space now.
No, there's Alex Oti is now good. Alex Oti that
I
was
know
used to be
because
an
it's a labor
APC.
man. It's because it's a labor man. You understand? That's why they are
that's
they have
that's why I said Alex Oti that used to be in APC for the longest is now a good guy because he's in
a
Labour.
good guy.
It's very funny.
That's what I'm saying. It's the propaganda. But when they tell you that kind of a thing, you sit down and we are humans. You use your brain just as you used now and said every politician is bad except Obi. And so I don't know how that works.
You see
But
the funny thing when Obi, if you read newspaper articles and I mean chat sections, blog comments in between 2006 to 2013, Obi was actually very hated then. As in, it's so funny because if you start just reading all those Punch, Vanguard, like when the election started, when I was doing research on Obi, I'm like my mind is like numbing, especially when you land. There's a website called Naira Land, right? So it's kind of like an old Nigerian website. So you could see what people were writing about Governor of Imo State back then. And then you now look at the guy that's now is a guy that doesn't his shit don't stank. You're like, oh my god, this propaganda effect is real. It's very real.
it's really, they're doing a good job. But
Laundromat.
they're doing a good job. And most of them will tell you that that's what APC used in 2015. So they're paying them back. But let me tell you this, they're not doing a good job because APC did a good job. They won. They did the same thing according to them and they came third, not even second. So their propaganda is not working. Let me repeat this again. They are in the habit of chanting that the social media, the everything that APC used in 2015, that's what they are using to deal with APC. Let me remind them that APC did it in 2015. They unseat a sitting president or unsat or whatever. Not only that they won, they removed a president who was sitting there, threw him out and sat there. But this one was an open vacancy. It was open. They could not even get close near it. After all they did, they came caught. So I don't think it's
This
working.
is like just a neutral election. It's just like a neutral election because even the present president did not even get the support of the sitting president then.
You see, Simba, this thing you just said, I told one of my cousins, I said, you guys don't want to go and look at what happened. Go back and look at what happened. If you don't go back to look at what happened in 2023 general election and study it, even if Tinubu did not do anything, he will win again. He said what? I said, you heard me. He said, study. Go back. Sit down. If you think you are PDP, you are LP, you're whatever, sit down. Draw the line and watch. I think they did what Trump did in 2016. Don't go for the win. Go for the get. Don't go for the win. Go for the get. With the heavy hatred, propaganda, everything, to the extent that the country's economy was crashed because of one man. He still won. It's still something you guys should go to the table and listen. Sit down and study. But if anybody says they will not study it, they're coming back to 2027 to fight. I wish them luck. But let me say this now. If that thing is not, you don't hire professionals to sit down and study that thing and plan something for you to defeat that man called Tinubu. Even if he doesn't do anything, he'll win you again. That's my take. Let's go back to Hope Uzodimma. Hope Uzodimma's name was not in the book. When Imo State people were agitating for Hope Uzodimma, my colleagues in those days, Hope Uzodimma, Hope Uzodimma, Rocha must go, Rocha must go. Didn't they celebrate Hope Uzodimma when he became Supreme Court governor, according to people who call them Supreme Court governor? Is it not in the celebration that they destroyed all those things in Imo State?
No, isn't that sorry, what's the name of this PDP guy that was short-lived governor? The one that slapped someone or something.
The green, no, not that one, not that one, that
What's
one.
his name again?
The green hat man, the one that was the
one that won and they removed him for Hope Uzodimma. That's the guy that destroyed those.
No. It was the
what's
celebration.
his name again? Oh.
No, it was the celebration. What's his name? He's now working for Hope Uzodimma. What's his name again?
What's his name? The
he was
governor,
in the
the
House of
PDP
Reps.
guy.
Huh?
The PDP guy.
The green hat man now. We call him the green hat man in Imo State.
What's his name, Gongon? I'm trying to remember his name.
I keep remembering the name of the daughter's husband. Remember the man's name.
Anyway, I thought that was the guy that destroyed all those.
No. It was the celebration.
Good evening. Mr. Thomas.
Yes.
Mr. Thomas, please. I just want to...
Malasita, are you talking about Emeka Idiola?
Yes.
Mr.
Somebody's
Thomas,
writing.
That's the guy. That's the guy. Isn't it?
Yeah, yes. Hold on. Midwest. I can hear you, Midwest. Let them land that point. Yeah.
I just want to
can you please
before I
hold
go,
on?
I'm not going to waste much time. I just want to say
Yeah. Let's get from Midwest. Yeah, Midwest. Yeah.
No, I just want to greet you and Mr. Simba.
Yes. Let's hear from you.
Mr. Simba, the 10-star runaway soldier, and Mr. Thomas, 5-star runaway general. I just want to greet both of you and Simba waging at 10-star. That one is no checking. So the thing is,
I salute to Midwest.
I hear. I have been listening since. I know when you were praising Mr. Tinubu and everything, but the thing is this, my brother. I do know we are not going to respect magic, but we can't continue like this. You understand me? So you have to talk to the Agbadorian to put more effort and make sure that exchange rate, they stabilize it so that we can at least have a little breath. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, good night.
Thomas.
Okay.
Kulata, did Tinubu change his floating pattern?
No.
So what is dollar doing beside naira?
It's still up and down. I think we gained. It's now on a daily basis.
Kulata, you're supposed to understand what the question I'm asking. First of all, the Tinubu said he's no longer floating the naira.
They did not say anything like.
Good. So the naira is still
I know why Madam Zita is asking that question.
I know she's been. I know. Zita is very.
Devil's advocate.
She wanted to put to remove shock from your and float you also like naira.
But you see, one thing about this, no matter the intervention, not until Nigeria can mop up the dollars that are outside the banking, there's so much dollar floating around that is not, it needs to be mopped up one way or the other.
Don't you think that the best way is to give Naira strength.
If you give Naira strength at this
Yes.
point where we are,
Yes.
so for us to give it strength, of course, we know we have to borrow.
Mm-mm.
Yes.
Mm-mm.
Yes. Yes.
Allow the citizens to give the currency strength.
How?
How?
Let me tell you how. It's a very tricky economics. You see, let everybody in Nigeria doing business in Nigeria, including the Nigerian government, anything they're doing with anybody in Nigeria, henceforth, they should stop paying that person in the currency the person wants, but rather in the currency they have, which is Naira.
That's true.
That's
But they're passing something. They're passing a law to that effect, from what I understand.
They
But
don't even, they
I don't
don't,
think you can enforce it.
no, you can, because there was a time I was going to get something in Tanzania. I was shocked. They said they're going to pay you in that their year money as an expatriate. Then you
Madam
go
Zita,
change it to the money you want.
Madam
When
Zita,
you change
Madam
it to
Zita,
the money you want, it will still be the same amount. Like, let's assume
let
you are
me
supposed to
let
be
me even
paid.
support what you are saying. As bad as it is now in Nigeria, when you go to in Nigerian airport, you understand the foreign airlines. If you want to pay, they won't collect naira from you. It's as bad as that. Nigeria now they spray dollar in party. You don't even spend naira again. Dollars. That's what they spray in party. That was the day I was coming in Nigeria. I want to pay for extra load. They said they are not collecting naira from me, that I should go and get dollar. In
It's not.
our airport right there.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, but
You are making the naira weak.
I
If you
think we
can
need a
start
two.
with that,
I think we need a two-step approach. This is what I think. I don't know. I mean, all these things. There's no perfect science or anything to it. But I think, first of all, they need to enforce the kind of thing we're talking about. We have to make all those bureaus to change. We have to find a way to consolidate those things. So we don't have Mr. Lagbaja or Alaji Thomas with his $5 million here, Simba with his $10 million there, Kulata with his $200,000 here that will be selling. We need to make sure that we can consolidate all that into big platforms. So basically, ban a lot of all those things
do you know
and
how you can do
force
it?
them to consolidate.
In other some African countries, what I saw was that to change with the bank is more expensive, but those people have counters by the bank, cheaper with them, more expensive with the bank.
So
Yeah, and
that's what
again,
I'm saying. But you don't
Madam
have
Zita,
them
may God
in.
bless you.
You don't
Let me
have
tell
them.
you, here in Saudi Arabia,
Let me quickly say this. Quickly say this. You don't have them defragmented. You don't have 200,000 of them all over the place. It's like if you can have them side by side, but they have to be strong enough to pull in muscle enough dollars, whereby they now deal in volumes, not me trying to max out the tiny amount of dollars, selling it to ridiculous amount.
every
If it's
bank,
big enough, you can pull those together, and then we will be able to get fairer trade, and you can regulate them. You can make sure now that the Nigerian economy is no longer dollarized, but it will take a
no,
while to
the
get
thing
there.
is that every bank, if the Nigerian government can do this quickly, every bank is supposed to have bureau de change, not run by the bank, run by a bookie. It become a standard. That's what they do in most African countries.
That will
If
force
you
the
walk
consolidation.
into the bank to do the exchange, you pay more, you lose more. If you go to them, it's going to be something like maybe something like $50, 50 naira, 100 naira, 200 naira difference to keep them. That way you can control them.
Madam
That way
Zita,
you can
you
monitor
know,
what they're doing.
I
That
think
way
we're
they won't be
effectively saying the
scattered
same
all
thing.
over the place.
We're effectively saying the same thing now.
Can I
We
say
need to
something,
pull
Madam
them
Zita?
together.
But do you know why
Can
I
I say?
said they should be in the bank? So that it will be easier for people who are not even Nigerians that are being paid in naira. Because the important thing is that as long as you are in the kingdom of naira, you should earn naira. That's the first step. As long as, if Nigeria is doing business outside of Nigeria, let them pay with whatever money that country is using. If you are paying somebody
Madam
outside
Sita,
of
can
Nigeria,
you can you imagine coming to Australia? Now you are demanding them to pay you in American dollar.
it
That's
can
silly
happen
now.
in Australia. Don't use dollar because dollar is the world currency. Don't use dollar. You can use
No,
another currency.
we use dollar. We use dollar
No,
in Australia.
you don't understand what I'm saying. When you want to make this kind of analysis, you shouldn't use US dollar because it's totally accepted anywhere in the world. It's the world official currency. So you shouldn't use
But
it.
look at it this way: all of us living abroad, right? I mean, apart from me living in America, when they pay you your salary, they pay you in the currency.
So America
Thomas
is not
cannot.
abroad, Abi.
No, I mean because US dollar is the reserve currency, kind of. That's why I said America.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh
nobody's
yeah,
going to
yeah.
pay. Okay, let me put it this way: nobody's going to pay me salary here in British pounds. Why? Why? Nobody's going to pay you salary, Thomas, in Japanese yen in living in Australia because you live
Thank
in
you.
Like,
Australia.
Thank you.
never, never.
That's what I'm talking about my country, Nigeria. They should do that. Let the person, let the individual. Okay, let me put it this way. If Naira is 1,500 a dollar, you are going to, and somebody is earning $2.
No, let's say $1,000, which is supposed to be
Let's
1.5 million.
no, let's just use a number anybody can understand. Let's assume it's 1,500. Somebody is earning $2, and you know that when he goes to change that the 1,500,
It will be 3,000 naira.
it will be 3,000. You can be paying the person 3,200 or 2,300 naira. Let him go and change it to $2.
So it's currency. Yeah, just to be equivalent. Yeah.
Let it, a little above the equivalent. Let him go and change it to whatever currency he wants. If you do that within 6 months, students in Nigeria can pay naira as school fees to be converted in that country that schooling to the
Please, someone
currency of that
don't
country.
tell me we pay school fees in Nigerian dollars. Please don't tell me
They,
that they
they
exist.
do.
We
Yes,
do.
yes, yes,
We do.
yes. They
We
pay in
do.
But
dollars.
look at this one. You don't know what is
We pay in
happening in that
dollars.
country.
There are some
They
They
school
pay in
school
in
dollars.
fees.
Lekki.
No, pay in dollar to
Yes.
local institution or abroad.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes,
No.
Yes.
yes,
In
Yes.
yes,
Nigeria.
yes.
Are
Yes.
you serious? In
Yes.
Nigeria,
Yes.
Nigerian
Some
school.
schools,
More
yes.
Yes.
than 4 years now. More than 4 years.
Ha
The first time I had it, I was shocked.
ha. Why is
Colata,
that allowed?
Colata, Colata, let me shock you. My immediate sister I told you is in New York. They want their kids to learn the culture in Nigeria. They enroll them in one of the biggest school in Lagos. I will not mention name, so that I will not giving them advertisement. They are paying in dollars. They
Erroneous.
are paying in dollars in Lagos. They are paying in dollars, US dollars. Yes.
Then why are we complaining about if we're doing something as ridiculous as that? Why are we complaining about Are you serious? I can't even believe it. School fees.
Yes, they are pay. He pay my sister and his husband pay in US dollars. In US dollars, not in naira. Yes, they just
Man,
enrolled them 6 months ago. It's still recent, 4 months ago, before they went back to New York.
so
Yes,
Thomas, your sister decided on her own to pay in dollar. It's not as if they don't collect naira.
I don't know about that, but that's what they told me.
No, I
They'll
don't
be
think
paying.
there is no school in Nigeria that they say strictly you have to pay in dollar.
They used to demand it
They can
now,
give you
Mr.
that
Simba.
option. They
It's
can
Simba.
give you that option. They can give you that option that you can pay in dollar, but not necessarily that if you bring naira, they will not collect from you.
No, that's what they ask us for now. Many schools in Lagos, I'm aware of it, and Abuja too. They ask. They ask. And many people are still paying. Instead of them to reject it, they're still paying. So that's just it. That's the negative part of the side I don't like concerning my country.
it should be
Every
difficult to enforce what we're talking about. If the dollar has permeated the society to this extent. School fees, we're in trouble. We're in trouble.
no, Mr. Coletta, we still have hope, and we still have hope. Everything takes time. You know, it is when I will start talking, about the government. If I want to talk against the government, if I see that they did not deliver in the next 3 years, they have 36 months for me, 36 months with me, because of when you start planting, you plant some structures down, then with time, it start growing before you start seeing the fruits. Understand? After 3 years, you do not have any result. Then you give them another extra 1 year. If they do not deliver, then you cut it off. That's how I do my things. Because I just
Okay,
give you time.
Kulata, you can
I beg.
imagine somebody struggling to now get hard currency to pay for a service within the same country,
Please,
within
It's
oh,
Nigeria.
crazy. That's what
Those
I'm
are
thinking. It's insane.
who this one, Yaya Bello is quiet. What's going on? Which bridge did he cut now?
What's that?
She's talking about
Oh,
Kogi election now.
election.
Mm,
But
Yeah,
Mugani,
it's
how is
like
everybody cook?
Imo election have overshadowed the other election today.
Which other election? Okay, there's Bayelsa and there's
Kogi.
Kogi and Imo.
I'm
Does
not hearing Yaya's voice. What's going on?
Does anybody really care about? Because what's in Dino Melaye and I think there's another guy, SDP guy. So it's a three-way race. Why do they do three-way race? Like, I mean, well, it's
Do
not
you
like
think
Dino
Dilo
is any
Minaya
good.
will win?
Dino, nah. With the three-way race, of course, he can't win. In a two-way race, maybe he has a better shot. But I mean, he's also a clown, so I don't even know. He's a clown now, so I think Emo is the most interesting race out of all the races, to
Why
be
is
honest.
it the most interesting?
Because of the new kid in the block now, Labour Party, and the fact that most, well, I
Or
won't say
NLC,
Emo in
NLC also contributed to the popularity of Imo election.
to the drama, yes,
So who is
and
the LP guy in Imo? What's his name?
that guy that has what's his name again? He's an older guy. I know he lost one of his limbs, is one of his hands. What's his name again? I forget his name. As long as LP is associated with it, there's drama guaranteed. Uh,
Are you sure they're not having problem? Who is the actual candidate?
they have problem
No,
now because
yes, it's happening.
Apapa is
Papa,
saying is not the candidate. So I mean, I don't know. It depends on what happens in Supreme Court if they let Apapa be Labour
no,
chairman.
I think the judgment was delivered yesterday.
It was okay. I've not been reading the
And
news
I think
anyway.
it's in favor of the other, not a Papa faction, sir.
Abure.
Mm.
Okay. But Imo is always an interesting state. As far as Southeast states concerned,
It's a swing
I
state.
Imo is interesting to me. I
And
personally think Imo has the most
Kulata, his name
enlightened
is Ata Achonu. Atan
population.
Achonu.
Oh, Achonu.
Mm.
I think maybe because Imo is one of the most educated like states in the country, they have a very enlightened population. So they kind of like surprise me at times because a lot of times they buck the trend. So I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. Honestly, I don't know.
No, they
As far
don't.
as Imo is concerned,
The Imo State don't. There's because the people that actually determine, unless unless the other area, what's it called, Mbitolu and all those areas, unless they will come out to vote. But from the presidential election, even as much as Zombe and all those places we are cancelled, the large numbers still come from my area. So they are actually the determinants of people, somebody who becomes the governor, and who whose neighbor is from that senatorial district.
so he's
And
likely to
then,
win.
yeah, but if he doesn't win, he will get it back. That's one thing I can assure you people. Come tomorrow to announce the result. It's not Hope Uzodimba, he will get it. Because there is a lot of so many reasons why he will get it back. If he can get the other one that he came third, definitely he will get it. But that guy is rugged.
Fourth.
Is it fourth or fifth?
He came fourth. He's fourth.
Can I say something, please? Hello.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kulata. I just wanted to talk briefly about this forest. Why most of these foreign companies demand that we pay them in foreign currency. We know if they collect naira, how are they going to repatriate their funds back in dollar? Knowing the fact that we have this dollar scarcity issue in Nigeria. So, as much as possible, any money they can get from their business customers from Nigeria, if they can get it in dollar, the better for them. And if you want to remember again that Nigerian as a country is still owing so many of these foreign companies so much forest. I think part of the issue is the reason why the Emirates airline was
Can
suspended.
I can I
That's they
explain that
suspended
thing you
that.
said?
No, 1 second. She will explain. Let me just give the background. So, I think Emirates airline is one of the most indebted in terms of foreign. So, if we pay all our money in naira, how are they going to get their money back in dollar? Because they are not going to use naira to sort their business operational expenses in naira. They are still going to use dollar. So where would they get their money in dollar, knowing that our financial situations in Nigeria, especially as regards to dollar? So we can't compare most of these developed countries, Australia, Canada, UK. They are in charge of US. They are in charge of that currency. So, but Nigeria is not in control. I think part of the reason why they have to charge and it's not even only airlines, even schools. I'm aware there are so many schools in Lagos that are charge in dollars. Even real estate, some real estate in Lagos, Banana Island and Co. You pay them in dollars. So that is the reality. I just said I should put that across now.
That's
Thank
not
you
the
very much.
reality.
No. I mean that is what obtains now. You
That's
might
what
disagree with
that's
what
not
I'm saying, but
true.
that is
Cannot be
what is
the
not true.
reason.
What is not true? Is it that
That's
they
not
don't
the
collect
reason.
in dollar?
No, that's not the reason.
I'm not telling you about the reason. What is not true? Is it that they don't collect in dollar? Because when you
No,
jump into a
no. You
conversation, you
said
just
the
jump in.
reason is
What is
that
not
they
true?
cannot transfer the fund to their country. Where are they going
Yes,
to
no.
get the dollar to transfer the
Yes.
country to their dollar? First of all, let me
Yes,
correct
no.
one thing you said. You
Yes, now I
said,
said it now.
let me correct one thing you said first. You said
Okay.
Nigeria is not as developed as Australia
It's not about develop. It's about our
Let me,
forest issue
is
that I'm
what you
talking about.
said.
Not
I
the
want to correct the first. Can you
talk
listen?
in relation to the forest issue.
Can you
Nigeria has a
listen?
forest problem presently. We leave
Can you
develop.
listen? You are talking about development in relation to the forest issue. Is that not what you said?
Yeah.
Mhm. You said Nigeria is not as developed as Australia and other places in the world, like. But I am very sure that Nigeria is more developed than Tanzania. I keep that. Now, let me go back. I don't know if you have worked in companies where they pay expatriates. They have two payments. The one I am talking about is the one they pay them in Nigeria, not the one they pay them overseas. Their salary is paid in two ways, all the expatriates, because most of them don't want to pay double tax. They're already being taxed in their country, and you can't double tax them. Because why? Their retirement benefits will not be in Nigeria. It's going to be in their country, in that company in their country. So they get two types of payment. One for Nigeria, one overseas. I am agitating for the one that is being paid them in Nigeria, which they use in Nigeria for their upkeep. That's the one I'm talking about. So I'm not talking about the one they pay them overseas. So the question of transferring the money doesn't hold. But if they
You don't
must
understand what I'm saying.
transfer,
I'm not talking about salary. I'm talking about if I need to use an Emirates airline and I open an Emirates airline app in Nigeria, I'll pay in naira. How would they get the dollar equivalent of that naira?
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
that is
You don't understand the
can
point
I
I'm
address your
jumping. You're
question?
just yes, maybe Kulata can address it. You don't
Let, let
understand what
me
I'm saying.
let
I'm
me
not talking
let me
about
let me
salary.
address your question. So first thing is
Okay.
we have to
Yeah.
first get past this backlog, right? Because this backlog, I mean, it's stuff from the
Yeah,
past. So
there's so much backlog.
assuming
Yeah.
yes, so much backlog, but they're clearing it. They're borrowing money to clear it. So once we get past this backlog, in a world that we're imagining where transactions are done in naira, it also means Emirates will be bringing their dollar into the country. It will be converted to naira to use in naira. And when they want to repatriate, because in that environment, that's a more liquid environment. Things are probably guided by market forces with some intervention by the CBN. In that case, where every dollar available in the country is not in black market, is in the normal market, whether it's banks, whether it's bureau de change. It will be easy for the so-called Emirates to go to either a bureau de change or the bank to convert the naira back to the dollar because it's a liquidity thing. If there's liquid dollar in the economy, I mean, taking your money out of the economy in dollars is no big deal because there will be available dollars for you to change your naira from. But in a situation where you are forcing where you're creating, because right now those airlines they're benefiting twice. They're cheating us. When they want to get cheap dollar, they get cheap dollar from the banks. When they want to sell to you, they sell to you at some super ridiculous market rates. They make profit. I mean, they make ridiculous profit in naira, and then they want to use official rate. So they're buying us in two ways. But in a situation where a lot of things is it's transparent, there are no backlogs. Everything is kind of like within the normal market. They can easily go and take the naira. There will be dollar scarcity. Dollar scarcity will be a thing of the past in that case because the difference between the official rate and the parallel rate. I mean, remember back in Jonathan's time, what was the difference under Sanusi? The difference was very tiny. So we didn't have all these forex issues. It's when we were forcing unnecessary value for naira, and of course, all those kind of Emirates they were abusing it. That's why we got to where we are. So when everything is liberalized, it's not going to be a problem.
Kulata, the problem we have is most times when we are discussing some certain issues, when we lay the foundation for growth, like what they call a starter, people bring up other issues to mumble it and make it look impossible. I am not talking about airline payment. Those are foreign operators. I'm not talking about airline payment. I'm talking about salary and people who are doing what I call JV in Nigeria. Those are the people I'm talking about. That's the foundation I am laying. And I wouldn't want anybody to mumble it up and start remembering who is flying in the air or who is in the United or the business that is here. How is they going to convert it? I'm talking about the basis. And if Nigeria can start with just that, I'm sure it will give Naira up to 30% strength. I don't want anybody to start making it look impossible. I said salary, payment. Something like somebody walking into a school in Nigeria where the child is schooling, instead of paying them in Naira, it's a school owned by a Nigerian. It has to pay in dollar. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about somebody working in Dangote company. Instead of paying that person in Naira, that person is being paid in dollars. That's what I am talking about. I'm talking about the foundation. Let's start from there first. Can we do that? Let's start from there. We can mop
Enforcement
up
is my
things.
problem. Enforcement is
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Can we start there? Because when you put a lot of things into it, the enforcement will become so difficult. Your hands will be full. I know what I'm talking about. I have seen
Madam Zita,
countries do it.
Madam
So
Zita,
can we
Madam
start
Zita,
with that?
Madam Zita Plata. It's as bad as Nigerians that even have money, naira, savings in their account. They are not converting it to dollar
Oh yes.
to save. It's as bad as that. So there are a lot of things that we are doing, as Madam Zita explained, that is putting a lot of pressure on the available dollar. Why do I need to go and change naira to dollar because I want to do a ceremony to spray in a party? Why do I need to go and change naira to dollar because I want to pay school fees for not even a foreign owned schools in Nigeria? Schools owned by Nigerians are attending and I need to pay in dollar. Those are the insanity that is in our system. And I don't, to me, it's very ridiculous.
And we're
That
missing
is
the
it.
biggest area. One big area we're missing because of this our bad behavior. It leaves a lot of room open to speculators, and those speculators are driving all those wild fluctuations, like dropping anyhow. That's those are the work forces of market speculators because
So
it's ripe
nobody
to
should
make
come to
money.
tell me if you want to pay, airline. You want to pay your child school fees in the US. You want to pay. That is not what I'm talking about. Can we give our naira a little vitamin? Let's start with these ones. I
I
know.
really worry.
Can somebody stop somebody from walking into Wuse market in Abuja to buy gold? Instead of paying in naira, he's paying in dollars.
Bozita,
Can we start with
you
that?
have to. There's noise in the background.
Madam Zeta, I remember early the month of July, I spoke with a man from the north in Nigeria. From a north in Nigeria. He told me something that shocked me concerning this bureau de change. He told me that it will be hard it will be very hard because some certain group of people in Nigeria that the one in charge, that the one that I don't want to call because we are in global, we are on air life. I don't want problem tomorrow for myself also. So that is it. The guy told me he has to leave the family business and come to Europe. I was shocked, telling me that it will be hard even to bring it down, because there was a man that tried it a few years ago was Mr. Osibanjo. What did they do to him? They set him up and they silent him. He cannot do even the job anymore. You understand? They know what to do,
He's
but they don't want to
saying,
do it.
nobody is saying they should take it down. You heard what I said. Make the bureau de change, make it the black market, make it legal.
Formalize
And
it.
make it the bureau de change. Let it work side by side with our banks and let
But
them
these
be
people
assigned
they won't accept it.
banking
They won't accept it.
institutions.
But wait, I think Bureau de Change are licensed. So are we
No,
talking about
do
people
you
Bureau de
understand what
Change
I'm
or
saying?
the roadside money
So
exchanger? So two different things.
let me see if I can portray my image of this. I don't know whatever mechanism. I don't know. Someone can figure out the details. But I'm looking at the situation where you don't have all these aboki in every street corner changing money. I
Thank
want
you.
the likes
Thank
of
you.
Thomas Cook. I mean, I'm just using example. I want the likes of like 5 to 10 massive bureau de change. Whether they're incorporated to the banks, whether they're standalone, whether they're tech based, I don't care. But I just don't want I don't want trading dollar like you're trading tomato in the on the roadside. It needs to be licensed. They need to have capital requirements, heavy capital requirements. Maybe they say you need $2 billion or whatever in your reserve to be for you to be able to trade in dollars. So that will force all of them to consolidate because we have so much dollar. I mean, look at the ones the politicians alone use. So if we can do that kind of reform, then they will be
Thank you.
strong enough and pull
That's
enough dollars. And I mean, we won't have all this
that
wild
exactly.
stuff.
Kulata, is it possible not to allow people to also be withdrawing cash in dollars?
Well,
So that anything
they
that
should be
want to
able to
do, the
withdraw in dollar
transaction
if they
want
have
to
a
do, it
DOM
should
account.
be. No, what I'm
If
saying,
they have
before you can't even transfer from one bank to the other. But now, if you have dollar in your DOM account, you can transfer to anywhere you want to transfer to, across bank and anything that you can do. So instead of now, allowing people to be drawing cash and then in thousands, in hundreds of thousands of dollars, to me, it also allow people to also start all those, and it makes it available for people that will use it for frivolous things like party and then bribe for election and all those things
Simba,
by
what you
politicians.
just said is what Buhari
I may try and restrict
decided
it
to
to
do.
electronic. I may try and say
Electronics,
from an
that's what I'm
electronic
saying. Yes,
transfer.
electronics.
Yeah.
Exactly.
See,
That's what I'm saying.
what Simba is saying is what Buhari and Co tried when they came, and that's one of the reasons that people initially stopped sending dollars to Nigeria. They stopped. So, is the thing is this: when you look at other countries, are they transacting in dollars? Yes. Can they withdraw dollar from their DOM account? Yes. But the situation in Nigeria is not because people started keeping money in their own account, because the government created that kind of situation. That is why we found ourselves. Before Buhari got to that place, we got everything right. And
It
Bureau de
wasn't
change in
like
Nigeria
that
we are
under
talking about.
Jonathan. Yeah.
It wasn't like that under Jonathan. It wasn't like that under Obasanjo. It
What
was
was
these
it? What
people.
was it not like that? Just tell me, what was it not like that?
See, the situation we have in Nigeria now, it's not like that because under Jonathan, then even if you will find difference between the official rate and
Okay, so the
the
gap
branded
that you are
market,
talking about, eh?
It was 5 naira or
yeah,
something, the difference.
No,
exactly.
even during Buhari regime, I remember around 2017, 2018, it was just like 1 naira, 2 naira difference.
They were the
No,
one
no, no,
that
no.
destroyed it. They
They've
were they.
destroyed it, Simba. It was
I,
400
Eh?
to
I wanted.
700.
I
No, no,
see.
no, no, no,
I
no,
was
no, no. I remember in 2018, I exchanged money You understand? Dollar.
Simba,
It
I want
was
to
three. It was around
wait.
358 to like 360 official and then parallel market.
Black market, parallel.
Believe me,
No,
yes.
in Buhari, it's always been wide. I have to go check.
2018, it was
Simba,
after
I
around
don't know. I don't
2019.
know where you got your information, Simba. I don't know.
It's
I
not
don't know.
about my information. I used to change money. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay. In 2015, I
We
used to
can
send
Google it. We can Google it. 2018, precisely around that August, September, October 2018. That's what I'm saying.
okay. But some of us said we didn't get it that way. That's just the point. So maybe you were lucky to get it that way. See, there were some goods I wanted to send here that immediately when I got to that place, I stopped sending them. Just because you send your money, what you are going to meet on ground, you'll be shocked. So forget about Buhari was the one that destroyed this thing we're seeing today, because is a cabal intentionally targeted our forex to enrich themselves. There was a time that you had money in your account, you have money in your depositing account, they were forcing you to send to the bank. What did people do? They refused sending money. And what happened? Scarcity of dollars. So that's why you can say, oh, people, there's some kind of policy you want to introduce, and people that you are targeting, they understand how dollar works. And people you are targeting, probably they are the one in America, they are the one in United Kingdom that are sending dollars home. But this time around, your policy will be like, say, oh, these people, they want to find a way to grab your money. So it won't work. You will further escalate the problem, because it happened under the Buhari and we saw it. It's not as if they are telling us. So Bureau de change in Nigeria, they have minimum capitalization. Let's just clear this. I think 35 million or thereabouts.
How much is it?
Osimba just tried it, Mr. Ola, but he was kicked out.
No, that see what Oshibajo was just doing was cosmetic. That we are just even talking on the foundation now. You understand?
Ola,
Those guys they are sending.
Ola, how much is the minimum capital requirement for Bureau de change?
It's small now, just 35 million, no, very small.
$35 million.
Can you hear me? $35 million. If I'm still correct, yeah.
That's too
it's
small.
Very small. Very small. Very small. Very small. They should have reviewed it. So the thing is, the CBN.
You think most of these chain they have up to that, self? I don't think they have up to that though.
They can even have more than that.
Don't compare all those. The guy told me if he wants to be a billionaire, he left his father's business and come down to Europe. Just he doesn't, because he told me that he was ashamed concerning his tribe doing it, and they are the ones specialized in it. Even when this guy was trying it, he was happy. But later, the cabals kept him at his place. When Bori came back, gave him warning. They set him up with money. Oh, Joe, then he's in problem. So that is it. That's why we never heard of him till he finished his tenure. The people heard that Osimaja opened his mouth. He did not. He was silent, totally silent. Big trap. Fear those guys, from the north. We said that they don't go to school, but they are intelligent. They know how to play politics.
No, see, that one is not Mr. Trump. That one is not intelligence; it's wickedness. You understand?
It's just rent. It's rent seeking. It's nothing.
Exactly.
People that profit from government.
Any idiot can do what they do without even thinking of the consequences. So an intelligent person will not behave that way. Only idiots will behave that way, because no matter how you see this thing, is as a way of looping back to them. So,
but that's what they used to eat. That's what they told me. He told me that that's the whole city. That's the way their means of living. Even their children are doing it. Their grandchildren are doing it. So they just privatize it for them. So even if you do anything, it will not work.
You see those people you see on the road.
I don't want to name their name. You know them already. Don't name them.
You see those people. You see all those touts that the Bureau de change sent to the road to do money in exchange for people. They are just like when you see Agbero at the at the bus stop. The main culprit, they are not even the one at the
and they borrow. Those people giving them that money because there was a time that CBN was releasing money to the borrow the change too. So those are the things. So the thing is that the money they gave you now will now created some kind of scarcity so that maybe you are supposed to make 1 million, but you are looking at making 100 million. So if you have a good government today, no, not a matter of government. If you have someone who can probe those guys today, you will see how this criminal just targeted our forex and they use that to enrich themselves. So to
Let me
me,
let you guys in on a little secret.
okay,
Those guys right now, they're trying to force Tinubu's hands to revert back. Those guys are the speculators. They're the ones causing the wild fluctuations, right? Because a lot of cheap money they used to make is been reduced now, but they can still make money the way they are playing the market. And if you don't get them to consolidate, this nonsense is going to continue. We're just going to
I,
eat up
they can
I,
what we
kick our
I
sow.
man out.
definitely agree with you.
Yes, they can kick our man out. Even though he's there, they can do a conspiracy against him. I'm afraid that I don't want them to take his life because I know that he's having a big challenges in front of
No,
him.
you don't have to worry about that. No, you don't have to worry about that. Don't. The thing is this: I strongly believe in what Kulata just said now because see, it's never a surprise to me because you are taking because we are not talking of thousands, we are talking of multi-billion naira industry here. So that's the thing you are just taking away, and these people they still want to keep their lifestyle, and someone is coming somewhere because Oshiba did it for just how many weeks, and you see what the guy faced. You just
Yes,
look at
now
oh,
the silent
this
team
guy,
now, the silent team.
but the way Tinubu is going about it, you understand? Because these guys, what they did as all those foreign investors that were in Nigeria, they didn't let them have access to the right dollars to repatriate their money. What do you think will happen when you do that? Foreign investors will run away from you. But if Tinubu is able to clear the backlog and restore that confidence, it's likely that more dollars will flow. In the long
Yeah,
term,
but Ola, he
maybe
needs
not
to
this
do.
year.
We shouldn't stop there. We need to restructure the old bureau de change matter. Otherwise, we'll be back to where we started from.
I don't want
No,
anything to happen to him.
I believe it will be restructured.
Yes,
this is how you know a serious person. When the guy first of all get to that place, I've never seen a president. Maybe I missed the information. The first thing he did when he got to that place for him to audit CBN and audit some of the government agency. So it's telling you that he wants to have the basis for even introduce his reform. Now, if Tinubu at the end of the day will not reform, will not do anything about this, honestly, that would be the biggest disappointment because if there's anybody who I think should know better, even than Obasanjo, then it should be Tinubu. But if he fails to do the right thing, then I'd be shocked, to be honest with you. So I agree, he need to reform that bureau de change because if you don't do that, those are the people that will keep frustrating your efforts. You know, it's not going to be on like Mr. Emefiele that when everything was going bad, all he could blame was who is this online this guy that used to just advertise the foreign exchange. He's saying he was the one causing problem. When you know that within yourself you are the one creating problem, but you go accuse someone online that maybe just a normal person like you and myself that just created the website for people to know the value of things. So to me, I strongly believe in that recommendation that Kulata is giving. To be honest, that's the way to go because they will frustrate. Thomas, who is with you there? You can see the person that is with you. Any other topic for the day?
I don't know.
Like now we were talking something about China earlier. I was telling them that why did Elon Musk did not invested in China because he doesn't want them to duplicate his product. He know what he's doing. You understand? He can go to China, but he's going to the neighboring country, and we know why China wants to take Taiwan because of his the world largest microchips construction in the world. Anybody that constructs Taiwan controls the world. You understand? That's why they are trying to remove everything in their hand.
Anybody that controls what?
Controls Taiwan, controls the microchips of the world. Everything now is they put chips. Even in cars, they put chips. Even in products, they put chips. There's an identification, but you guys don't know. I was surprised when they were explaining to me too. Well, that's why they are fighting for it. They are fighting for it. But we shall see. We shall see where the world is going to. We know it's not that easy, but we are all moving on. That's it. We are all moving on, and I'm just afraid of. I don't want anything evil to happen to Mr. Tinubu, President Tinubu. That's my prayer for him. You understand? I don't want anything bad because I know that now he's not going towards the cabal section, and as not doing what they say, they will take him out. I'm sorry to say, that's Nigeria system. If you're an
So
obstacle, they take you out.
let me tell you, I don't know why Elon Musk is not going to China. Maybe, probably, he's thinking of robotic. If you are thinking of robotic, then you
To
don't go.
duplicate his vehicle. Do you know that nobody does over a
But
thousand
why are you
kilometers
saying
with
Elon
a
Musk is
battery
not going
full?
to China? Elon Musk is in China. Tesla is
No,
in
He
China.
doesn't want
now,
to do it. No, he doesn't want to tell this his trade secret. Why his battery is the best in the world.
Mr. Trump, forget about that. They can always, in fact, they will duplicate it. They want to duplicate. You don't need to. You
But
don't
China
need
has a
to.
lot of EV vehicles now. There's Neo,
I'm
there's
telling you.
what's it called? Even
It's not
Neo.
up to
Neo
it's
has
not up to
all
600
these
kilometer. It's not to
swappable
600 kilometer.
batteries.
It's not to 600
Trump,
kilometer.
see, we try to undermine China. We see them as those people that see. Let's forget about all those kind of negative branding about the Chinese people. Today, let me tell you something. Like before I came to Canada, my payment system, banking, those are the places where I work. Do you know that most of all these automated teller machine and some of those banking server, all those servers that you use, they were actually manufactured in China. So all those microchips you see, everything they did it here. So the thing is there's nothing like secret. The thing you want to hold your channel, whoever hold the channel are the one that will control the market. So it doesn't matter where you produce all those things. Your channel is what you want to hold. You can hold your technology, you can have the best technology in the world. If you don't have the channel, you are just wasting your time. So to me, uh, I don't know. Now, although Kulata said, okay, they are in China, so I don't know why I cannot go there. To me, the China already, okay, look at it this way. I think America is still trying to get over 5G. And already the Chinese we are talking about, they are already so advanced in 6G. The research is so advanced. So it's not as if these guys they are that
Even in the
technologically
nuclear reactor
backward. They are
also,
not.
they advanced
You
also
see?
in nuclear reactor also. Then in a stage 4. Why the war today? Even France is in stage 2. You understand? But one thing is that they used. I like the way China behave. Yeah, they use this Green Deal. Green Deal. They want to slow all the Western economy to put them forward. So now Africans are asking for the same thing, but they refused. That they should do what? Slow everybody so Africans will come and catch up with them. But they don't want to. If they can do sorry, if they can do that for Asia, why can't they do that for Africa? That's what I'm complaining about today. I believe that if somebody can just that's why I hope that Nigeria will be stable. Nigeria can champion Africa for that because of if they can do it for the Asians, why can't they do it for Africa? So that's it. Because now they're doing it in the Middle East, but Africa. Eh, uh, 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 I just want the mom. That's why I don't want Nigeria to separate, to divide, because of it's going to help the economy of Africa. We are not giant for nothing. It's not because we have those lion hearts. Others no. I don't know what is the problem. The moment, even though you are giant, you are strong. The moment you get to that seat of the presidency, a lion becomes a cat, doesn't talk anymore. I don't understand. Is it too much problems? I don't understand. Everybody just keep quiet, finish his tenure and go. Why? Can people tell me? Can somebody just tell me what's the problem there in that seat? Even though you want to do everything, you go there, you start seeing problems. Can somebody just well,
You see, the more you guys are talking, the more I'm just now looking at. I'm sorry, kind of like putting different topics together, but the more I keep thinking that I really don't blame Tinubu now, thinking about it, for loading a lot of his important portfolios with his Lagos people, or let's just, I mean, in a crude way, let's just put it, Yoruba people, because the sabotage, or no, I mean, I won't call it the sabotage, the rent seekers in the country are so powerful that if you don't align yourself with trusted people, you will not be able to rescue the country from the rent seekers. Because there's so much they will allow you to do. Because look at it this way, I've been making free money. I have mansions in Abuja. You can see my kids riding all sorts of Ferrari in Abuja. I make that money by not lifting a finger. Government to government, it doesn't stop my business. So you now come in and you're now telling me you're going to stop that free flow of money and I will not fight back. It's a tough proposition. And for you to be able to fight back, you need people you trust. Because when you look at Buhari's government, right, those cabals used Aregbeshola against Tinubu. They tried to use Fashola against Tinubu. They used Oshibajo against Tinubu. They used Amechi. They used everything within their arsenal. They used Emefiele. They used everybody and their dog to keep the status quo. So why do we think there's not going to be a fight for the status quo? A serious fight, because they fight dirty. If you're going to stop my source of income, they can use insecurity to kill his government. I'm just trying to have an expansive view about this battle.
That's true. That's
No,
true. That's
no,
true.
I agree with you because I share different view totally today because anywhere in the world, you don't just go and select a random person because they will undermine you. That is the exact word I used the other time. You talk to your closest people, those people that can understand your dream, that can share with you. That, and I concluded that time that if you look at it, it's just because over time our brain will be we program ourselves to the fact that, oh, this is a juicy position, a possible. Now, when we talk of juicy position, it's juicy because we are not sending you there to go and embezzle. We just want you to get there and work for Nigerians. So the idea of juicy position should not come. But a person like me, when I said, okay, I won't say I'm not guilty of that, because even though I didn't blame Jonathan, maybe because he's from the south, but I didn't feel it's a wrong impact like that of Buhari. Because if Buhari has put every one of us to shame by using all those nepotistic this thing to move the country forward, we won't be discussing this today. But you see a situation where people were causing insecurity, but by the time you take someone, maybe a southerner away from there, you pull those people that the clansmen are causing security there. So somehow people will be looking at the way you are doing that. Oh, you are trying to do some kind of cleansing, and you are now empowering those people that will do that. But if that is the case, if here now, because as you speak now, nobody really scrutinized what OBJ did during his own. If you see OBJ, truly, he may not be picking someone from a Yoruba land for everything, because of course we know that Tafa messed up. We know that Joseph Sanusi was the one that was the CBN governor initially too. But when it changed, you will still see that all those people still brought to that place, they are still Southerner. You understand? When you see the CBN from Igbo land, of course, yes, a person like me from the south, I will be more comfortable with Igbo people, because for sure it won't go and do what Buhari is doing with his people. We use to say, you see Okonjo Iweala, you see all. So to me, when you look at the configuration, In reality, when you want to look at it legally, Tinubu has not done anything illegal. He's shared those things. But the problem is that, oh, juicy, juicy. No, when you look at this thing, to be honest, every position should be juicy. Let's be honest. But I may have problem.
No, I'm not even looking at it from that standpoint. I'm looking at it from trying to like you
Safety.
need
Someone
people
that will
you
not
trust.
undermine you. Trust, exactly. And I saw people talking that, oh, we will use trust. Okay, it's like people define trust this thing that you trust person. It's trust. It's all about trust. People say competence. The competence is part of trust. You trust someone that, okay, if I ask this guy to do this, he will do it. It's part of competence criteria. So to me, will I do differently from Tinubu? Not likely, because I won't deceive you. Assuming I find myself in power today, two things I will do. My schoolmate I'm used to. Maybe I could this forum. Oh, I'm used to some people. I pick them. But you recommend someone that I don't know. The only way I can trust the person is that, okay, if the person finds themselves in a situation like Okonjo Weala, you find yourself in a situation like that of Soludo, that, okay, Okonjo Weala was known internationally. This woman was like almost knew nothing about what is happening in Nigeria other than his professionalism. Maybe those people like that. But I should not go and pick one politician somewhere that even I put in my cabinet, you'll be looking the way of pushing me in a way when it comes to 2027, just like Atiku was trying to do to Obasanjo. So to me, trust is one of the key things that you need for you to put person in power. So why should I put someone that cannot trust? Oh, because you are competent. You can be competent if I do not trust you. A person like me now, for example, I will never have had SLS, Sanusi Lamido, in my government. You understand? Because that guy really undermined Jonathan himself. So to me, whosoever you cannot trust, don't put them in power. Does it thing look like nepotism? Maybe it looks like that. Let's be factual. But if you want to look at it legally, can you prove it? Can you really win by that? It's not likely, because when you look at this portfolio, it's well distributed. The other thing you want to talk, whether personal assistance, okay, maybe another thing. You know, this country that we are, it's even worse, for example, that you see that people, I don't know whether it's like that in America. Nepotism is the way to employ, is the way they employ here in Canada. So anybody that want to prove me wrong, let the person come out. Nepotism is so strong in Canada that you will see a mother will employ the daughter in the same company. You will see people employ their friends. That they call it networking. How come like those people that networking? So it's just because the way Buhari managed it, he took it to another level. That the next thing people can do is, oh, this guy is nepotistic. If the nepotism worked very well to move the country forward,
Ola, it's like you don't understand what Kulata is saying. He's not talking about employment. He's talking about the things that can affect economy. People that are just reaping and then they are just making money from nothing. They don't work. They are just reaping the country.
I understand what Kulata is saying. You want to move the economy forward, and you say in the name of, say, you don't want people to see you as nepotistic, you now go bring people and random people that they are there for their interest. You understand? But Tinubu already knows those people that can do the work he wants, that can work for him so that he can achieve his goal. That's what we're saying.
Exactly.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, like what Simba is saying is, if you don't put people you trust, you cannot remove all these leeches from leaking the economy.
They will undermine you, exactly.
They will undermine you.
You discuss something and they leak it out. Because they leak it out, and they will be working against you. So that's why you have to put someone you trust there. So to me, well, no matter what they say, politics is so complex that it's not everything we talk outside that someone will take the whole seriousness. It's very easy for us to justify some things, but like I said, if I find myself in Tinubu shoes, I will likely do exactly what he's doing. No doubt about that. So Thomas, green topic. Me, I mean those topic because I went to visit Patrick. So, and I just come from his place.
When you guys were talking topic, I was sleeping. I slept. I'm normally not awake at this time. I've
So
been
what
I
time
sleeping
was,
is
I
since
was
it?
just
6
surprised.
p.m.
So what time is it
I, I,
in America
It's
now?
two.
Where you
It's
reside?
2 a.m. On a
2
good
a.m.
day, I'll be on gear six of my sleep by now.
me,
Okay, mine is
I
8:30.
did 12:30 here, 12:30 in Canada here. So
12:30.
if you are in 2M, that's a
It's
to 3
it's
now. That's like
it's 10:30 in the morning here.
Mine is
you are
8:30
in
in the
another
morning.
world. You know the first thing. So to me, I just pray because if Tinubu can't put the country right, I'm afraid what can become of Nigeria in 2007 or this thing. So I won't lie to you. I'm very afraid.
If Tinubu cannot do it, is it somebody that cannot even control his followers that will be able to do it? Because
Who
Nigeria to put that country back, it's not about economic policy. You must be bold and you must be ready to step on toes.
who did you
And if
refer to now? What did you refer to?
you know now, why do you want me to say everything?
Obi, no. Obi is no. Obi is see. It's time. It's not as if you may want to do that. Agidi. Your agidi will not work because you are not in your state. There's a difference between when you are in your state and you do agidi. There's no agidi you want to do. These people they will allow you to do your agidi, but they won't follow you now. Okay, you send soldier to the bush. The soldier that will be telling some of the soldier will be telling those people you want to go and deal with them that okay, please, just this. You understand? So the thing is, what Obi was saying was easier said than done. All those things they were easier said than done, and all this I will do. And unfortunately, you will see all those parts in a number. If you see the thing, you can see that the thing is lasting there. We can talk, but we cannot see this thing. All these things they were mainly and mostly fabrications. That's the anointing. That is how people fabricated to support Buhari until the reality. Because the thing is this: Yoruba will say you make 200 ridges and you now planted the yam. When you reap and you now say, oh, you planted 200. When you reap the 100 truths, then you will read the 100 lies. That's exactly how people rebranded Buhari. Buhari was this, Buhari was that. And some of us were on the opposite. We are the other side. Say, this is a lie. This is a lie because when his boss opened mouth and said, oh, Buhari is not competent when it comes to economic matter, people say, Obasanjo, you shut up. You should go and do this. They use sometimes you don't use sentiment. You don't use sentiment just because you don't like someone. It's totally different. But you have to look at the attribute of that person. Okay, Buhari is there. Now, all of a sudden, Tinubu that can do something. Oh, and they shake, let they shake. All this, everything he did in Lagos that we can see that everybody, even a small kid can see what he did. Even if you cannot see what he did because they say, you understand? If you cannot meet the authentic story, at least the narrative the narrative you meet all those stuff. If you cannot find what Tinubu did, you can see the success, how he manages successors. He has that program where Obasanjo failed Nigeria. Obasanjo didn't get good successors. If not, Buhari would not have come upon us. If not, Nigerians should now be saying, okay, when are we going to even overtake Buhari, overtake Dubai by United Arab Emirates?
Obasanjo was selfish. He doesn't see any other thing apart from himself. That is his problem.
Obasanjo is his own messiah. That's his problem.
Exactly.
So so he really managed that space wrong. Even though I can say that Atiku really contributed to it because someone that would not even let his boss finish his first time that wanted to. You even try to sponsor the Senate to even impeach your boss so that you can take over. At this man, the only person
Ola,
who
give
was
me one sec.
saying,
Yeah. Ola, please give me one sec. Are you still available? Maybe I should leave you guys discussing. I'm very busy here.
the thing
So
you
I should
can
shut
do
it
is
down.
wait for 6 minutes and throw us to the background if you want to feel that way.
Oh,
Because me,
yes, yes.
I just keep as I speak.
Maybe shut down. Yeah, maybe shut down in 5 minutes. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah.
So
Yeah, let's hear from Samuel just to round it
Samuel,
up. There's a new procedure. Do we have Samuel?
Hello,
Samuel
everyone.
Dora Bukele.
Hello.
Hello. How are you? Talk to us.
Can you hear me? Can you
We
hear
can
me?
hear you. Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. It's a pleasure joining you for the first time. I've always been a fan of this show. I always listen. In fact, this is my favorite show in the whole world.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that good accolade.
No, honestly, I'm not joking. Well balanced, very articulate people on the panel. One of the most. I don't know how to describe him. He has this peculiar gift with language. The way he uses language is very unique and peculiar. You understand? So it's hard to listen to one man and not too deep program over and over again. I'm a very shy person.
He has this graduate voice. Graduate voice.
His choice of words, the way he uses words is like he's like he invented the English language. Honestly, I give it to him. Then
Thank you.
people like Olacha, I listen to him a lot. I've learned a lot from him. His acumen, the way he dissects, topics, especially when it comes to.
You don't like rational mind. Rational mind.
No, rational. I'm a genius. Rational mind is one of my favorite. Rational mind is one of my favorite. Johnny Coco, I really admire him. I really respect him for his well balanced view of issues. Madam Zita, who else? Work with. I'm talking about. I've learned a lot from you guys, and I just want to say keep it up. Just like I said, this is one of my favorite programs. In fact, sometimes when it's like sometimes it's weekends, it's like maybe sometimes Sunday there's no one man show. It's like that. It's like it's like going a day without food for me, because you understand. It's like when it's like when you're hooked to something, you want to get a piece of it every now and then. So it's like that for me. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. I wish you visit us later when we can have a robust discussion. Yeah, thank you everyone. Yeah, thank you so much for coming. I think we just come to give us some accolade, which is not bad.
Yeah.
We can take that. We can take that.
I would have loved to contribute, but since you're shutting down, I just decided.
Oh yes, yeah, we are really shutting down for time. Yes, we expect you next time to come. This is your house. Yeah, our doors are wide open. Yeah, anytime. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you guys. We see you at the next section. Thank you. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I said peace. Thank you guys.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not. And I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Brother
Ìwà ẹ̀rù